guess the 14th Amendment don't mean anything. Because I know with federal agencies, we're not allowed to racially profile, even going forward into another country.
Yeah, Claudia, I wish I could find that clip when homeowner, he was on Fox. I think it was Thursday or yesterday, where he was saying that they don't need a reason.
I can't wait for John Holman to be locked up and thrown in alligator Alcatraz.
And even pre-Obama, they used to use racial profiling, and Obama came up with some law. You have to look it up. But there was something that came up during the Obama administration where DOJs are no longer allowed to use racial profiles. So the only time they're allowed to use it is if in descriptions. They're not allowed to use it just to arrest.
Well, I remember the big fight in New York about the stop and frisk. That was a big fucking deal. And I remember the people who were defending it because they were just pulling over any 16 or 17-year-old black kid with a backpack. And they were trying to say it wasn't racial profiling, but we know exactly what it was. And guess what? When they stopped stop and frisk here, crime didn't go up. It continued going.
Broken windows is one of the worst freaking criminology theories ever crafted.
You said broken window?
Yeah, that's
it's under the Giuliani, right?
Yeah. The idea that if you enforce the small things, because small things lead to bigger things, and that's not how crime works.
Right. So if you bust and jail the graffiti people, for example, then larceny and murder will go down.
I'm just totally sick of being talked to like I can't read, and that frustrates me, Gemini. I hate that part of it. That I can't read history. It's frustrating.
Yo, GA, good seeing you, man. Long time.
It's been a minute, mister. It's been a minute. Everything good?
Life is amazing, except for the fact that our president has cost me $60,000 this year because flying is down. But other than that, life's.
Yeah, you don't get out of that room you be in, Mr. Finley. You be over there hiding away. Glad you were able to come out and play today.
Yeah, I forgot this room exists, and I can always find it because I don't always remember the name.
Whatever.
I'm serious. It just happened to pop up when I logged in. It happened to pop up in the top of the feed. So.
Cool beans.
Yeah. He's saying based on your looks, your occupation, and your third characteristic. So I guess if you work in agriculture or hospitality industry, any of those industries that are heavy with immigrants, and how you look and how you articulate, they don't have to have a reason to detain you and question you. So I guess you got to carry your papers with you.
That's the idea, right? So it can't, literally everybody I know is walking around with their passports. I got the ID with the star on it. I've had it for years, but I'm now walking around with my passport on me. So would y'all rather leave or take the possibility that they might not take your paperwork and then put you somewhere else? That's scary. I'm not. What do you say?
First Lady, you know I'm an advocate for self-deportation.
Exactly. Go ahead, Brooklyn. We can't hear you, LaVon. I can't hear you, LaVon. I can't hear you. Well, I just ordered the card because be more feasible than to actually walk around with the book. So I just ordered the card, so I could have that to have with me at all times.
Mm-hmm.
But I was gonna say, like, I think that for some people, leaving may be the best thing to do. But my ancestors, you know, descendant, and they wouldn't run. So I don't think I got it in me to run. I'm a fight. You know, it's just that's what's in me.
Yeah, I don't see it like that. I just see not running, but looking for peace. I just look for peace. Wherever peace is where I want to be.
I'm with you, First Lady. I'm not gonna spend the last half of my life fighting for something. I'm not doing that. There's too many other options. You know what? My life is. Yeah, I'm 53, man. Yeah, I'm not doing it. No shade to the people that choose to do it. Shout out to you. It's just not my ministry.
It ain't my ministry at all.
Wait till they activate those 10,000 new ICs.
Wait, Levon, we can't hear you. What's going on with Levon? She sounds like she in ICE custody and shit.
Girl, you.
She had her accent. She might be in.
Levon, free. You hear me? Can you hear me now? Now we can. You got it.
We're having a thunderstorm, and I'm sitting out here in front of the gym. I have my Bluetooth on, so pray for those people in Alcatraz. It's like raining crazy. I would say wait till they activate those 10,000 ICE agents. It's gonna get hot.
Yeah, I guess. So y'all just gonna start packing up now, huh? Cause it ain't gonna do nothing but get worse. If they got 10,000 more ICE agents, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's gonna get worse, and you just gonna run. That's fine.
And all those ICE agents are either police officers. The worst ones right now are correctional officers because they always want to be a cop, so this is their chance to do some shit.
Correction officers, let me tell you something. Correction officers who become nurses are the worst. I don't know, it's something about whenever they switch their professions, that correction mentality stay with them. They move entirely different.
We're saying the exact same thing. Yeah.
I don't understand how this IAM person is talking about caping for illegal. I ain't caping for nobody but myself and my people, to be honest with you. Like, it ain't even about, because it's the fact that anything and anybody could be illegal at any moment, at any time. That's what I don't think y'all grasp. Like, a lot of people don't grasp the concept of law and how it is man-made, literally. And at any fucking time, these motherfuckers that's at the top, that the lawmakers could make a law out of the sky. They could make a law for you to, if you wear boxers and not briefs, then it's illegal. That shit could be enacted.
But Brooklyn, I don't agree with that part. For me, right, it's the humanity aspect, right? It's the fact when you're calling them animals, right? Those words come out of Trump's mouth, right? And that is indicating that you would like other people to treat them as such as well, the people underneath you, which is damn near everybody, right? He's the president. So with that being said, like, we watched Obama actually deport 3 times the amount of people that he's going to hurt. So he's not being more effective than previous Democratic presidents at deportation, right? However, what he has done is remove the humanitarian aspect of how it's being done and then broadcast it to the point where it's a focal point for everybody around, right? He's highlighted it to that aspect, to that. And the way that they're being deported and the way they're being treated, the way they're, like, there's people get arrested don't know if y'all seen the brutality of these arrests. And these are not people that are violently, what's it called, resisting arrest. They're not violently resisting arrest at all.
When Obama deported the people, he did it for a reason, correct?
Yeah.
He didn't violate the Constitution either.
It's the manner that it's being done in, but it's not that they're being deported. It's the way they're being deported. It's the profiling aspect of it, which is now like, oh, you speak Spanish? And it's emboldened a lot of people to be like, I don't know if you've seen these, but a lot of white people are, a lot of the racist white people are being like, are you fucking legal? Like, that's a talking point now, right? And the way that they're rolling up on people half the time, I don't know if it's half the time, I don't want to be inaccurate in my submission, but a lot of people that they've ran up on actually are citizens and don't even get a chance to reach for their shit, or they tell them about it, or we'll figure it downtown at the ICE detention center, and they get snatched up anyway. It's that aspect that the people are protesting, not the fact that illegal immigrants are being removed. We understand that he wants to remove, and a lot of people voted for that, and a lot of people are still on board with them being removed, but it's the way that they're doing it.
Jimmy, now your mic sounds like the old vinyl records when they play. You know, it makes that noise in the background.
And I understand that it's the manner that he's doing it, and
so that's probably why. Is that better?
Much better.
It's better.
I dropped it in the reservoir while I was walking, and literally just dropped it in my wire shop into the water.
I was gonna say that it is the manner in which he's doing it, but then the laws that he's enacting around it as well. Because Obama wasn't making people, declaring people illegal because he felt like it. He wasn't taking TPS status from people. He was doing whatever he was doing was within reason, and it was almost low key. Because I really, honestly, to be honest with y'all, I didn't really know immigration was a problem until 2016. I just didn't. I knew it was people coming in the country, but I didn't know it was a problem because whatever the problem was, it was under control under Obama. So why the fuck is it such a big deal now? That's always been my question. Like, it just becomes such a big deal when under all of these other presidents, I guess they had it under control, and this man come into office and make it like it was out of control, and it wasn't. That was my issue.
Immigration is only a problem when there's an economic crunch. And the crazy thing about it, because in the 80s, Reagan actually gave amnesty because they switched positions on immigration, because the Democrats were the ones seal the border, deport, and the Republicans were the ones like, no, stay. So Reagan actually, I think, gave amnesty like 3 million people, but there was an economic crunch, obviously, in the late 70s or the 80s, and so immigrants were a problem then. In the 90s, before the Clinton era, when there was another economic crunch, during the recession, immigrants became a problem then, and of course, there's an economic crunch now, and all of a sudden, it's a big deal. And like Republicans have taken this opportunity, as conservatives have always done, to kind of, point the finger at the bad brown guy. And since blacks can't be the quickest scapegoat this time, they're going to point to the other brown.
Hey, Brooklyn, they actually used to call Obama the porter-in-chief. I don't know if you knew that, right? And one of the things he did that was actually super effective, before him, local police did not share the fingerprints with ICE, right? So you get arrested, you get right back out. That's that. Under Obama, they started sharing the fingerprints with ICE. So instead of getting back out, right when you're about to go back out, you go to a different holding cell, which is for deportation, because ICE now has a database and have access to your criminal activity. So that actually was smart. That's one of the reasons why he deported you.
Right, and he had within reason, they were actual criminals committing crimes.
Right, exactly. He had a target.
You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it might have been an issue, because the chat is saying it's always been an issue, but it was under control. We wasn't talking about it. Wasn't nobody running around, get rid of the illegals. Like, this is every MAGA's talking point. illegals. You niggas was not talking about illegals before. I don't give a fuck what you say. You wasn't, okay?
But this
So
is,
believe
this
it
is
or
where,
not, it was actually started under Bush, the Secure Communities program with the fingerprint sharing. It only got really big because it started blowing up under the Obama administration. He started at the end of his last administration.
that's dope. Good to know. But this is where I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion in this room, but I'm always good with that. Biden made way for this because midterm they had record crossings, and then the next year they had an even higher number of record crossings, and the next year they had an even higher number of record crossings, and only in the final year, when it was coming back for re-election, did they start cracking down on the border again and shut the number of crossings back down. So that rise in crossings, record high at that, like not just record high for them, I'm talking about record high for any president. That is the talking point that the MAGA really grabbed onto and used to this day. That's why Trump was able to use the immigration, the legal immigrants and immigration policies as a big talking point, and one of the main reasons he is able to get back in. If they had been taking care of that midterm, year 2, year 3, and not letting record numbers of crossings happen, we wouldn't have these problems. I promise you, he might have made it back in the office, but he would have had a lot harder path to do so.
Gemini, to be fair, the second bill that they tried to get through Congress as soon as they got into office was an immigration bill. Look that up. They didn't wait until midterms. I know what you're talking about, but when I tell you, almost the second bill that they tried to get passed, as soon as Biden got into office, it was an immigration bill.
A bill is one thing, and enforcing it is the other.
Right, but the bill was going to be to help enforce what they wanted to put in place, and it got knocked down.
Right, but he's saying until the bill gets passed, still enforce, right? Do something, and that's what Trump is doing now.
Even under some of the most harsh videos of arrests, right, where I'm seeing super violent arrests of people that seem to be peaceful during the arrest, and they're still getting bloodied up, right? You still see people underneath that, and the majority of the comments are saying something along the lines of, "This is what I voted for. That's what I came for. I don't see anything but an arrest, a lawful arrest," right? So people are very, very adamant about their stance on that. Like that hasn't changed. It needed to be addressed. So clearly that was a big deal to a lot of people. But the way it's being addressed is fucked up. It's inhumane.
I think in many respects it was made a big deal because they were told it was a big deal. And then they're like, okay, yeah, it's not a big deal. Not because it was necessarily a big deal.
That was my point.
Guided to that conclusion.
No, well, some of it is propaganda. But if you remember, like in I think it was either Colorado or Arizona, I forget which, where they said they were seizing apartment complexes and this and that, and they started highlighting a lot of crimes that were tied back to illegal immigrants. Like there was a whole news agenda that blitzed us with just like so much immigrant crime right in your face, to the point where people were like, okay, well, you know. And
But that's crazy
I'm gonna tell you this, and this is, I have, how to explain this to you. I have a property, and next to that property is a cartel house, row house, and next to that property is another cartel row house, and they don't fucking hide it. It is a big fucking problem here in Los Angeles, bro. They're finding bodies with 6 and 7 burnt bodies in it. That's a fact. I could put the links in the chat. Like, it is really impacting us.
So that's a cartel problem. That's a crime problem. That's not an immigration problem.
They're coming across the border. That's how they get
listen,
here.
But listen to me, right? In the 80s and 90s, it was American citizens that was committing crimes, and crime was high as fuck. Like, so how are we equating because immigrants are here, all of a sudden crime is bad, even though it's not as bad as it was then, to actual American citizens committing crime in that time to now? Like, it doesn't matter. That means that we're not having a slogan that you go by. Don't make it about immigrants, because you're arresting and sending people off that are innocent, working people. And you're not catching the cartel members. You're not getting the people that's actually committing the crimes.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Colorado story was not true, and then just like the Ohio story was not true.
The Catholic dogs. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
for example,
yeah, I knew that.
Proportionally speaking, if you're saying all the people came across the border, proportionally speaking, we should have seen an increase in crime. That proportionally speaking, that we didn't. The numbers don't add up.
In Los Angeles, it does though. I'm in LA.
I'm saying proportionally, like to 20 million, right? I'm saying 20 million people came here. Proportionally speaking, we should have seen 100x more crime happening, and we weren't seeing that. I'm not saying that the crime that you're talking about isn't happening. I hear you, but proportionally speaking, we didn't see an increase across the country that they're talking about. That's a false narrative.
I agree with Gemini saying the two things to be true, right? You have a lot of people coming in across the border, but they didn't get fighting. We needed the tools that we needed to help. When people coming in with a felon, you don't have enough judges to process the claims to say whether this is a legitimate claim, say, or not legitimate claim, go back next or whatever. So I do think there were too many people coming across the border. That's fact. However, when the Democrats are coming up after the bipartisan bill to give immigration, to give the Border Patrol to come up with the tools, and the Republicans are stopping it because they want to issue to champion on, that has to be exact as well. And yes, I'm for sending people back who are not here the right way, but not in the inhuman way that they're doing it. And let's go after the people who said you don't have to push. These people you're talking about, some of the criminals, the cartels. Anybody see them making a move to go after them? I think that's the numbers.
I just want to say one thing about that. I'm going to piggyback off of what she said. That's true. Because I saw a town hall meeting that Trump was at about before he got elected, and they asked him why did he have the Republicans block the border bill, because the border bill was going to give them more border patrol, and he said because it would help them to win. It came right out of his mouth. The man didn't hide anything. So that was all a strategy. He used the immigration to win.
That's what we're saying. Like that, and the people that voted for him based on immigration. Like I've never known. Well, I don't know. I'm just meeting a lot of these kind of black people, but I've never known to black people in particular immigration being such a big issue, because we didn't do the same thing that people first coming into the country was doing in the first place. So I never known a black person saying that immigrants were taking my jobs until recently. Maybe I wasn't listening, but I've never heard that before. And that was the issue. Now we got black jobs where before it was just a job, now it's black jobs that they taking. And people are repeating this rhetoric, and they're really like basing all of their life expectancies off of this one thing. That doesn't make any sense. And it's black people that's their main objective as to why they voted for Donald Trump, which makes absolutely no sense, because half of those black people don't even do what half of the immigrants do that they're complaining about. And you're talking about fucking crime in your neighborhoods. It's not mainly based off of immigrants being in your neighborhoods. It has a lot to do with the people that you grew up with in your neighborhood still committing them same crimes. Like, that's the bullshit that I be talking about right here.
Man, I live in Florida where they pick watermelon, strawberries, oranges to a certain extent. There's sugar cane. Like there's so much agriculture down here in the blazing heat. And black people ain't doing that job. I grew up in a citrus farm. The very first thing my parents did was when we left the house was they freaking sold most of the groves. Like, ain't nobody trying to do that stuff. And the other jobs that a lot of immigrants do here in freaking Central Florida, with respect to like the hotels and stuff, there's so many jobs. Like if they rated Orlando like they're doing like some of the other places, it would affect the economy because there's like so many jobs. There's just not enough workers because people don't want to do it. It just doesn't pay a lot.
Now, I would have to say that the people that voted for Trump, the black people that I know of, I personally didn't. To be honest, it was majority black men that voted for Donald Trump. And plus, a lot of black people, they said it was a low voter turnout. A lot of black people did not vote in this election for some reason. And plus, I believe they ran the wrong candidate. Because if you remember, even Obama wasn't really supporting Kamala Harris in the beginning. And I mean, she had lower numbers than Biden before. And she lost the popular vote this time too. So that was not a good candidate to run. I mean, I voted for her, but
and the people
she was the only choice I felt that we had.
The Denver stuck. Biden waited too long to pull out. Number one, so like financially, it was a smart move because fundraising is the key, right? And so he can take all of his funds, give it to her. But historically speaking, vice presidents almost never win. I think it's only like 3 times which the vice president has won, won for president. So they were kind of stuck, and part of that is kind of Biden.
I understand what you're saying, but why did the majority of black people that voted for him were men, black men?
So, and this is an unpopular opinion, and I've said this, I've been making the case. Let me be totally clear, I don't vote on federal elections. I used to be a lobbyist, and I have my personal reasons why, and I understand people tell me your vote's important, but I have my own personal reasons why. But I do vote in state and local elections. But the reason being, and my criticism of the Dems is that they don't, as a platform, they don't offer much, and they don't do a lot of outreach to black men and just men in general. And that's a problem. That's a very big problem. And again, this is my observation. And when men present issues, like a lot of initiatives that men, even Barack Obama's Our Brother's Keeper initiative was like fired upon by his own party. Like, that is not good for your party if you're going to try to represent everybody. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of men, black men in particular, are feeling left out of the Democratic Party, and they're saying, well, if you're not going to do anything for me, what have I got to lose on the other side?
But Kamala, you have an outreach. She has been working on black male outreach for about 2 years. I'm not sure why it didn't surprise into broadcast into the ether, but she definitely had an agenda for black male, and she has been working on that.
Yes, she did. They just didn't advertise.
Exactly, the messaging, yeah. And what's going on with Trump Kevin, though? Anybody see news on that? That was a judge.
Well, I don't know what advocacy that she did. I remember feeling a type of way when Obama basically scolded, black men for, get out and vote. I felt the type of way. I don't even vote in the election. I'm like, that doesn't look good. Those optics don't look good. And so again, I'm not advocating for black men to vote red. I'm just telling you why they are, and I'm telling you that the problem that the Dems are having. The Dems have a young demographic problem, period. But they have they have a male demographic problem, period. But black male demographic is obviously a much bigger problem for them, and they need to.
I hear what you're saying, but still over 81% of black males voted for Kamala. And like I said, she's definitely had a black male agenda. It just was not, it didn't break through in the ether. I can show you tons of information about organizations, institutions, initiatives, and it wasn't just, yesterday that she came out with it. She's been working on that for about 2-3 years now. Some of it I will put on the administration. They seem to want to keep her in the background. I'm not sure if that was coordinated or if they meant to do that or if it happened by chance. But they definitely did not have to push that front. But she did a lot of things, a lot of speeches, a lot of outreaches, a lot of partnerships for black males way before the election. And in fact, during the election, after that thing went viral with Obama, which I will claim was not good optics, she had so much ideas and plans for black males. I'm not into cannabis or whatever, but she recognized that that's where the opportunities are. She talked about, 25,000 for first-time hormones. She talked about money for people on their first date. She talked about different initiatives to help the community. What's she saying? I want to hear what's he saying.
Yeah, and I would add to that the Black men. What was it? When with Black men, when with Black women organizations, they held plenty of Zoom calls. Once they found, I think the next day they fundraised $1 million. When with Black women, and I think when with Black men did the same. They had a record, like it got so hectic that they literally had to like contact Zoom because Zoom didn't even have the capacity to have all those people in one call at once. So they had to do something to like fix it so that more people could be on Zoom. And so they did this with a lot of organizations across the board, but primarily it was When with Black women, When with Black men, and they had like, different people talking about the particular issues. So, I mean, I think a lot was done. They knocked on plenty of doors. But maybe it wasn't her time. Maybe, there's a lot of disinformation out there. Really, to be honest with you, Trump ran on hate, and hate is a very powerful tool, right? Hating on immigrants, hating on disabled people, hating on, minorities. People can connect with that, especially, with this day and age. That really resonates with people. It really resonates with people, with certain people. So that's just really works for him.
And that's true because she did have a town hall meeting with some local Black activists. I think it was in California, as well as with D.L. Hughley, Spike Lee. It was a whole bunch of them. And they had like a town hall meeting about, what she presented a program for Black men, and not only just Black men, but black people. And, they never really advertised that. A lot of people didn't even hear about it. But I think a lot of propaganda was directed towards her because of her time as a prosecutor. And yeah, she made a mistake, but that she was doing her job as well. So I don't understand why people were like, it's just I don't think she campaigned as much as she should have. She didn't really campaign like she should have.
I support hate.
Winning president, history was against her side, right? It was an uphill battle to begin with. She had a very short period of time in which to get a message out. I didn't think that the message was very clear, but again, she also had a short period of time to try to get it out. Number one. Number two, being a prosecutor does hurt you with respect to Black men because the criminal justice system has not been very friendly historically to Black men. But getting back to my original point, garnering support for a particular demographic, it's a team sport, and the blue team does not have a very good record with respect to Black men. It just does not. And as a accomplished Black man, I've tried to articulate this point many times. A lot of the initiatives, even a lot of initiatives named, don't immediately address Black men. Cannabis does not. It's run by white men. That doesn't because those doors aren't open for Black men, right? So it's an image problem that they need to take time to fix, and she didn't have the time to do it. Clearly, because you said that she launched initiatives and nobody knows about it, which means she didn't have time to do it. And it shows the rest of her team wasn't doing it either. Because if the initiatives are out there and they're popular, they would be well known. But that's what.
So it's interesting that you say that the blue team doesn't have a good track record with Black men when it's a lot of the policies done by Republicans.
Yes,
that have ravished communities, right? So that's why I'm very confused because when they're talking about fighting 30% of the Department of Education, that was Ronald Reagan, right? You're talking about getting us into an unnecessary war. That was Bush, right? I mean, so I'm like, how is it and we know that certain populations, serve in the military disproportionately, right? So who does that really affect? So I know both parties have made mistakes and have fucked up, but for you to sit up here and say that, blue teams have a good record when, who introduced cocaine, right? Who was shipping cocaine from Colombia to LA, New York? Like, who was doing that? Like, you're talking about destroying communities. I mean, I don't think anything had an effect worse than crack, right? So, yeah, that doesn't really make sense to me, but maybe, I don't know, revisionist history.
She didn't really campaign like that.
But also, you have to look at, like you said, he ran on hate. Look at his cabinet. How many black people are black? And all the people that he fired, a lot of black people had federal jobs. Okay, look at he's talking about DEI. All of that is propaganda. I studied, like Hitler and different dictators. His whole, and I'm not going by what they're saying on TV or in the media, his whole campaign, just the things that he's doing where he's trying to revise history, even with that military march that he had with the on his birthday, Hitler did the same thing. He did the same thing. He used Trump is using immigration. Hitler used the Jews. Okay, it's always going to be somebody when fascism comes in, and the way he garnered the courts and everything else, it was all a plan. Okay, this thing wasn't just happening now. This was all planned out. Okay, you're getting rid of history. You're trying to erase black people's history, just like Hitler erased the Jews out of German society with their history. It's the same blueprint. It's like he's following his blueprint. And I don't understand how anybody could sit up here and say that the Republicans are better for black people than the Democrats. There's no way. Even looking at his cabinet, even him bringing those South Africans over. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, look at the man. Look at what he's doing. He did not lie when his hate did not lie. He came right out and said what he wanted to say, and people just went right along with it.
So to be clear, I said a specific demographic, black men. Black men don't care about the Gulf War. Black men don't care about none of that stuff. Yes, cocaine was a bad problem for the black community. Yes, Reagan was the catalyst there. But then Democrats said, hey, we're going to lock up black men. That's why I said the criminal justice system with respect to black men does not have a great record. And I know there are a lot of local initiatives that black men have pushed for, so like educational initiatives that will get our boys on track, that they push for, and locally, state and locally, the blue team is pushed against. There's a lot of family court initiatives. There's a lot of family court initiatives that locally and state that black men have asked for, and the Dems have pushed back against. And again, I'm not saying Republicans are better. I'm simply saying that the blue team is not offering them anything, and they're saying with their votes, and even though it's a small percentage, it's enough to make a difference. They're saying there's nothing in the blue team for me here. I'm going to try the red team. Those are the facts, and that piece is what the blue team is not listening to. It's like at some point you're going to have to say, you have to stop preaching to these people and say, and give them something that they're asking for.
When the GOP has been in charge, right?
Where do you live? Because it's not like that.
Two people are going to let Arthur go.
Okay.
And then Mr. can respond, and then you can go.
Regina. If we're going to actually go by that narrative, right? When the GOP have been in charge, they're like, hey, we're trying to other team. When the GOP have been in charge, they haven't done anything for them. So you can't say that the other team they're going to try the other team when the other team has been in charge and has not done anything for you. And again, that crime bill was bipartisan. Both sides wanted that crime bill to go through, not just the Dems.
Yeah, all you're saying is they both swung on me. And the one that was supposed to be loyal to me swung on me. So that's the one I'm going to remember. Right? Saying that they're also guilty does not exonerate them from their guilt, right? Terrible choice of words, but you get what I'm saying. And again, and I'm in Florida. I'm in Florida. Let me be clear. I'm no novice to politics, right? I was a lobbyist in Washington D.C. My lobbying started in the state of Wisconsin. I remember vividly sitting in a town hall with the Milwaukee caucus, which is mostly black Democrats, right? And I remember people asking to deal with the local police department that I was a part of, right? And the response was more police. And I remember saying, why would you give why would you hire more people that they already don't trust? And it was, and again, I am no fan of this man, but the then Republican governor decided.
It sounds like you are a fan of him.
No, here's the problem, saying respectfully, I don't have a side, right? I call balls and strikes. If someone has a good idea, I call a good idea. If they have a bad idea, I call a bad idea. Right? But I'm not even talking about Donald Trump right now. I'm just simply illustrating. I'm illustrating an issue that black men had, and a Republican said, "Okay, fine." And in this instance, two things that the Republican governor did. One was he removed the DA from investigating their own local department, and they hired an external group to do just simple investigation when police do bad things. And they were one of the first departments to start doing that. That is something black men ask for, because guess who suffers disproportionately with police brutality? Black people. And the majority of the people at the town hall, believe it or not, were black men asking for these reforms. Okay. And that's what I'm talking about.
All right, so
wait, hold on, LeVon, let Regina go, and then you can go. Okay? Yeah, but I'm really not understanding. Okay, so he threw you a bone. Okay, but the majority of the time, when have black people excelled under which party the most?
Black men are failing. Black men and black boys right now are failing horrendously under both parties.
And that may be in Florida, but that's not in New Jersey.
That is nationally. And the party that is supposed to be helping them is not helping them. They've reached out for help. They're not getting help. And I'm telling you the perspective.
And that's okay, because that's his opinion, Regina, and you could already tell he's biased. Go ahead, Lamar.
Yeah, I'm not biased.
Yeah, you are, because you're punishing. You keep punishing Democrats, but that's fine. We don't have to make this conversation about you. We could, like, LeVon, please just don't address him, because if you address him, it's just gonna be back and forth, and you already know what's going on here. All right, we've already been down this road. So
I don't know how I'm punishing anybody. The voters are voting with their votes. I'm just telling you what to do.
All right, well, it's LeVon's turn.
No. People talking naturally don't know the whole thing. But anyway, what I wanted to say is,
we could barely hear you because you have a lot of background.
Yeah, I'm sorry, hopefully this is better. What are the Republicans doing now? That's what I'm interested in.
What is he doing now for black men? Getting rid of undocumented immigrants, because they're taking black men's jobs. Apparently, black men work on farms. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here in Florida, being to strawberry farms, pick strawberries. I don't see black people coming down, working them out for hours in 96, 98 degrees to pick strawberries.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that they were doing anything. Republicans are doing anything for black people.
No, I want to hear your argument or your explanation as to what, or like the party that's calling now. What are they specifically doing to help black men? That's all I'm saying.
I didn't say they were. I'm telling you that the party
exactly.
I'm saying this. I'm going to say it again. The party that they were looking for help from is not giving them help, and so they decided, what have I got to lose? I'm gonna try the other party. I never made the argument that Trump was doing anything for these people. I never made that argument.
What percentage of black people voted?
It increased. increased. Black men. We're talking about black men specifically. It increased. I think Trump got the highest number of black male votes since like Nixon or something.
And so, and he hasn't given them anything?
No.
So you think that's an issue?
Yes, thank you.
Of course, but my point is that the reason that they're even trying it is because they're not getting anything from the blue team. That's what I'm saying.
So you could just promise them and not do shit, and people will vote for you. Got it? So in other words, people are gullible and they fell for the bullshit.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Finley. You're. I hear what you're trying to say, but that's just simply. I guess you know what. From a perspective of a black MAGA, maybe so. But everyone else in reality can see that they were finessed. He literally put in policies, Project 2025. All the bullshit is clear as day that he was not for black people. So the fact that you say, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and try the other party that's literally saying we're going to screw you guys over.
I didn't say we, by the way.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. So bottom line is, it's not, they were finessed. They were finessed. I mean, literally. They're talking about fucking around with the Civil Rights Act. I mean, look at all the shit they're doing. There's no reason any black man should have said, oh, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and dabble in this because, shit, what have I got to lose? You have a lot to lose. Shit, you had a lot to lose, and he was making it obvious. So, if what you're saying is true, then all you're saying is that damn black MAGA was just dumb as fuck.
So calling them dumb and call them whatever you want to call them, I don't care. I don't call them what you want to call them. I don't care. I'm telling you the problem. And I've had this conversation with my black Democratic elected officials that I freaking know, and they're not listening, right? You can call them dumb and name call them. I am simply telling you that the blue team is failing to continue to garner their votes. That's what I'm telling you. I am not endorsing the Republican Party in any way, shape, or form. But I'm getting attacked as if I'm endorsing them, and I'm getting attacked as if I don't know what's going on. I am telling you what's going on. That's it. I'm just simply telling you they're training. That's all.
But it sounds like you're going by talking points that I've heard all over, like the media and YouTube about Democrats not doing certain things.
He is going by talking points. He's speaking on behalf of the black MAGA males. I get where he's coming from. That we heard it several different times over that black men felt like the Democrats wasn't getting them nothing. I don't see why y'all coming at him. He was just giving that perspective as to why he believes the black MAGA males was that party. I hear what you saying.
Exactly. Thank you.
But proportionately speaking, I mean, to say that they've got nothing is disingenuous. And the fact that they don't understand their civics and history and how we got to where we are today.
Well, they're not that tight, clearly. So.
Fair enough.
Well, a lot of times, and good afternoon, everybody. A lot of times, it's the challenge is, I think, I actually this before in this room, and a couple rooms before, and I understand where Mr.'s coming from to a certain degree. I think politics is all, like, who we've chosen, at least from a black perspective, has always been sort of a last mile problem. I still remember one guy suggesting that he voted for Trump only because he didn't want the government to interfere with black people. And there are some people with that sentiment, but the challenge becomes they don't always put, what's the other shoe coming. And I think they may not necessarily be MAGA, it's just maybe a little bit of a conservative interest or bent that what JD said, like Trump finessed at some level. It's just something that I think people are starting to at least wake up a little bit to it, but I think it will always be a little bit of a challenge. I think it's the idea that you're voting for somebody that you think can fix one thing, but the problem with Trump is that one thing is mixed in with other things that are so either unconstitutional or just dead wrong that your vote becomes this sort of, meaningless thing. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
too. We're dealing with people who are, for the most part, misinformed. They going by, they're basing all of their information off of propaganda that they see on the internet. And they believed that somehow they made more money during the time that he was a president before. Like, these people aren't rep types, okay? They are delulu. You think that black males being MAGA is the issue? Well, black women being MAGA is even worse, okay? Like, the shit that comes out of their mouths is just, I can't believe half of the shit that comes out of their mouths, to be honest with you, but it comes, and it's like diarrhea in the mouth, and they just continue on with the rhetoric, and even when they see the mirror in their face, they look through it and they act like nothing is going on. It's just, this is where we are right now.
I think we were coming from, because the majority of the black men, it wasn't black women that voted for Trump. I understand, but we do have black women that voted for Trump. And even though it was a lot of black men, there wasn't as many, it wasn't so many that he could say he took all of the black men. It was black men who voted for Kamala too. One of the biggest issues was, like you said before, was that a lot of people didn't show up. But another issue that a lot of people seem to not want to talk about for some odd reason, and I'm the only person that likes to say this, is that he cheated. Like, why don't nobody talk about the fact that he cheated? He cheated. I believe that too. I believe that. Like, nobody wanted to talk about it, and I'm upset with Democrats too, because you saw for 4 years, for 8 years really, because the 4 years before, before he became the president, before he ran on a propaganda campaign, and they seen that it worked twice, right? It almost worked when he ran with Biden. He wasn't too far behind. It almost worked. And it worked so good for the last 4 years that they really, like, he had people really saying that Biden stole the election. Well, let's do the same thing, Democrats.
Well, Brooklyn, I think if we could look at it from this point of view, for 4 years, they were telling this country, like, who this man was, right? Time and time again. And it's like, even in the face of that, people were like, yeah, we don't care. So I'm not disagreeing with you, saying that we could do that, but for 4 years they tried to tell America like what this man was going to be, and they still chose to say, "Nah, we don't care. We don't care."
They did, but they did it in such a nice way. They need to pull out all of the big guns, all of the Jasmine Crockett's they could pull out, and let them run all of the fucking propaganda on the Democratic side that they possibly can, and get the people enacted, get the people, put some feet under the fire of Democratic voters, and we might have a chance. But personally, I think after this next 4 years, if he's not able to become a third-term president, that we'll basically vote for a roach over him or any other Republican. But that's just me.
The Dems need to put together and run their agenda like the Republicans do.
That's what I'm saying.
They when they get power, they don't utilize it to the fullest extent. They respectfully, for lack of a better term, they pussyfoot around it. And that's another problem that the Dems have. Like, the Republicans will get power, they'll redraw the lines, and they don't freaking care. And the Dems will try to play like we're playing basketball, and they hacking.
You gotta so the dive or race to the bottom in the end would not be fruitful in the end for this country. I mean, you have to kind of agree with that.
What do you mean?
That's just because they're in the mud. Like, and I get your point. I'm not 100% disagreeing with you, but if the Dems are going to fight as dirty as the GOP, then we just have a bunch of just dirty people doing, like, and it's going to get to a point where we no longer have a salient country anymore. It's just going to be just in the dirt.
But at codify Roe versus Wade. They did not. They could have. We could have had freaking healthcare or Medicare for all. Joe Manchin decides in the 15th minute after a very large donation, I don't want to do that. Like the
cinema too.
Right. They annoy me when they do this. It's like y'all got all this power and you do nothing with it. And as much as I love LeBron, I'm like, dude, you had the freaking mandate. You should have utilized that mandate for more than just freaking healthcare. You could have got much more done. But they didn't.
Because they didn't fought against people out of fucking healthcare. Are you fucking kidding me? This guy is a fucking weirdo, bro.
I'm a weirdo.
No, 17 million people are gonna be removed off Medicaid. Like, this is nuts. All right.
I gotta be a weirdo though.
Yeah, you're a weirdo. No, Mr. Finley, no. Be nice. What is going on? Oh, this is me being nice. You know I'm a villain. You know I'm Ursula. You poor, unfortunate son. No. Be nice. Okay.
Can I just say one thing? I think one thing I do agree with. The Democrats don't stick together. The Republicans do. When they're voting something, the majority of the time they do stick together. And when Obama was in office, they always fought against every single thing he wanted to do. And the Democrats did not stick together when it came to voting.
It's called fighting fire with fire. You can't fight evil with good. It's just, you gotta get down and dirty. I understand peace and prosperity, but you gotta get your hands dirty. And I don't think that the Dems be trying to get their hands dirty.
Exactly.
It's all child type shit. Like, we gotta, for real.
But y'all we're gonna have a country that it will definitely devolve into a civil war. Is what will happen.
We had that way anyway.
It's already there.
No.
Yeah, it's headed that way. It is.
I'm not disagreeing with what y'all saying that we should get in the mud, right? But I would like to believe that we can do better. Maybe that's just me being,
You know why Democrats are like that? The problem is they focus on policy details. When it comes to Republicans, they'll stick to a script. They're not relaxed. They do the pressure to conform. So it's like if you look at what they did to Liz Cheney or even Mitt Romney, they'll rally around their core issues and they'll just stick to it. The problem with Democrats, they think so, and we have so many different people within our own party. We have Obama would be more like a moderate Democrat, and then we have our progressives like AOC, and then we have she's more of a social centrist or whatever. We have our progressive social centrists, our conservatives like Joe Manchin. We just have so many different people within our party versus Republicans who just rally around one thing.
Even if they don't believe it, Patty, they rally around it. Look at this freaking BBB.
Alright, I was gonna say that, family. You see how he put his foot on their necks to pass that bill? We could do the same thing. Imagine if they would have put their foot on Joe Manchin's neck and told him he would never live another day in politics.
Exactly.
But they can't. They should.
What's that girl's name? Pelosi did that every time. The problem is it was outside, right? They'll talk about it outside and talk about it in the media. But Pelosi would bring the party together. As much shit people talk about Pelosi, she's an amazing Speaker of the House. She made shit happen with all the diverse people that we have within our party.
Yeah, I agree with you, Patty. I want to jump in for just 1 second because when I was in here yesterday, I had kind of an aha moment in here because we had one of our MAGAs in here and we were fighting about ICE, and I heard something that I've heard hundreds of times on this app. And what it was don't get emotional. Don't get emotional, as if that's some big insult, which of course is what's been thrown at women for our whole lives. Don't be emotional is something that's negative. And I thought to myself, wait, what the fuck? Hold on a second. What I'm feeling right now is furious, sad, scared, heartbroken, worried. All these are emotions, and it's what we should be feeling in the face of atrocities. But we've used this now. We've made it an insult, a negative thing. And I thought we always end up defending it. Oh, I'm not being emotional. No, yeah, I am being emotional. We ought to be being emotional. It just struck me, and I wanted to say it yesterday when I was in the room, so I wanted to share it now.
Thank you, Neil. But that's the manosphere at work for you. The manosphere has done this. What men have to do is actually own up and take responsibility for the situation that we are in. They will not do that. They want to use their contrarianism as some sort of ideology, that they're a quote-unquote free thinker. They just want to go against what the conventional wisdom is, even if the conventional wisdom is helping people and helping women and helping immigrants. They think that is an ideology, and they think it makes them interesting. It doesn't make them interesting. It makes them a sheep to the MAGA shills and the manosphere that are on podcasts and Fox News. And we see it.
For the record,
tactic. That's really what it comes down.
For the record, it only moved 2 points. Black men only moved up 2 points for Trump versus the last election. They only moved 2 points. 3 overall over the 3 elections. 3 points. And again, the shaming of voters never works. That never works. Like, it literally never works. But I'm gonna go back to what Patty said earlier. One of the biggest problems that Dems have, and I've been screaming about this, they have a messaging problem. The Republicans will put together a message, even if it ain't real and it makes no sense. People believe it, they buy into it. Freaking drill, baby, drill. And they going, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they will get a message, they will all stick on message, and they will not divert from message. And the Democrats will spend 30 minutes trying to explain something that is extraordinarily simple. Even though details matter, voters can't remember details. And that's another reason why they lose.
But you say we should lie.
I didn't say lie. What did I say lie?
That your Republicans accountable instead of constantly going back to the refrain that the Democrats lose because of X, Y, or Z. That's how Democrats lose, because y'all people keep going back to how the Democrats lose. Talk about how disgusting and immoral the Republican Party and MAGA is, and how they are shills for authoritarianism and everything else that's going on in this country. But instead, you want to relitigate 2024, 2020, and
2024 just happened, Scotty, and clearly people don't care about the immorality.
We've already done it. We've already done it.
But I'm saying, right, that Dems are still losing.
And you're still talking about it. And we're moving on to try to make a better party, and we're still relitigating it. And this is the strategy of what you all do to keep
Scotty, I'll let you learn.
I'm done. Go ahead.
So I'm saying this is still a problem, though, right? Messaging is a problem. You have a customer problem. You have a great freaking food in your restaurant, but people ain't coming in to eat.
So now we have a great food in our restaurant because before we weren't doing shit. Got it. So now I understand.
So you
basically you're saying that people are dumb. People are dumb and can't understand the message. So we have a messaging problem.
You clearly do have a messaging problem.
So here's the thing. Why can't we just hear the message? I don't understand why y'all fighting back with that. Do you not agree that the Democrats need to fix the messaging?
No. What I think people have a problem with is that the person that this country voted for is a racist, is a fascist. Like I said, he followed the blueprint of the German people at that time, because just like Hitler arrested judges, Trump did the same thing. He went against the law. And nobody is really stopping him, not even the courts. Not really. So, I mean, how can people not be afraid of somebody tearing down your Constitution and at least give you some semblance of rights? I don't understand that. I would vote for a donkey before I vote for somebody that presented how Trump presented his stuff.
Right, but have you ever been in the classroom and seen how different people learn differently? and how one student will receive a message completely different than student B. Have you ever seen that happen before?
Yeah, if you fall into propaganda, you know what I'm saying? Because
See, again,
his message was very clear. He called people vermin.
Listen,
He called people.
I'm speaking and you are continuously speaking. I allowed you to finish. Please allow me the same. Thank you. I'm just saying that all of what you're saying, I'm not disagreeing with, but people make it seem like a lot of people. I'm not saying that there aren't people that chose it for those exact reasons. I believe that exists. But I'm also saying that there's a population out there that exists that really bought into it and did not pay attention to those blinking, flashing red signs. But people who can see, those that can hear, right, and have the discernment, they're like, why can't you see it? Because some people just don't have it in them to see it. They just don't.
But they can hear the lies, and they perceive that. Like, for example, like DEI and CRT, like the lies that have been told about that, and you've been told the truth. It's like, for whatever reason, they want to believe the lie. And that just doesn't make any sense, because they can absorb one side, but they can't absorb it the other way. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
But you just said that for them, they didn't think that they needed it anyway. So why you gotta have it? I don't agree with it. That's their mindset. Again, you're saying it from how you perceive things, whereas they perceive something completely different. They don't even think it should have existed from the very beginning. That's what they will argue. I'm just telling you.
I understand what you're saying, because I was around a lot of MAGA people. Even though I'm not MAGA, I had to leave a church, okay, because it was multicultural and it was evangelical. Okay, so I had to leave. I saw how people could use religion as well. Okay, because to me, they just didn't want to hear it, because it's coming from a place of fear. Okay, because they saw some, when you approach things from the scripture, okay, I'm giving you scripture about what Jesus said, and you're ignoring scripture, but all this time you was up there worshiping and everything else, and I'm giving you scripture that is opposite of what Trump is promoting, and you're not hearing it. Then who are you really? You know what I'm saying? So you really didn't believe all that time you going to church. You really didn't believe it. And so everybody is out for their own. That's what it is.
A buddy of mine he's a pharmacist, his wife's a teacher, and they voted blue faithfully for many years. And one of the reasons that they crossed over was they couldn't get down with the trans stuff. They felt like the blue team put too many coins into the trans bin, and so that's one of the reasons that they voted. That they voted. Immigration was another big issue to them as well. But the trans thing was a reason that they voted. It had nothing to do with Trump per se. It was just the red team was anti-trans, and they got down with it.
So that was that's your response to what Regina was saying, like that, like.
Can I just say something? They used the trans thing. Because they said those same talking points to me, and I came back with scripture. Okay, I'm coming back with scripture with you because you're saying you're a Christian. You can't answer me because you're using it. It's not that you believe that. You know that Jesus said he did not come to judge the world. You know what I'm saying? He said, I did not come to judge. Judgment will be at the end.
This is one of the most tightly secured.
What we were to do was to spread the gospel. Okay? Jesus was walking amongst the most corrupt system, the Roman Empire, and did not address it. I'm not saying that Christians shouldn't get involved in politics, but when you make that the main focus and your sermons become more about Trump than Jesus, and you got unbelievers putting Trump on a cross, your witness is wrong. Jesus did not preach hate. Okay? So your Christianity and your theology is off. You you just using the LGBTQ before your own reason or purpose. So I'm questioning your salvation. I'm questioning your Christianity. So I had to leave.
Well, this guy's an atheist, so.
All right.
I like Regina's share, by the way, too. It speaks to the whole idea of how the topic of messaging, how some things, I think when people are getting a message, it's, if you focus on one thing too hard, you start missing the other piece of the picture. And Regina's example, which is really good, the whole idea of, what was Jesus supposed to, what was Jesus was about, what was Christianity was about. And you're focusing on something else. Everything else that really was supposed to be a factor is not really coming into play as much as you think, as much as it should. And I think that's at the heart of the whole, this whole thing with, I think that means for us collectively, and I'm talking about us as, U.S. citizens, we have to think more robustly about several policies that we're looking for from a politician, and not just link up on one. Because I think if we focus on just one aspect of it, this is how you get to be pulled by all these propaganda messages. It's all the people. If you think back about this, the people who voted for Trump, you can go to them and explain now. There's 20 things that are wrong about Trump, but their logic is, well, yeah, I don't like about this, that, and that, but I'm just interested in this one thing that I thought Trump would deliver on, and that's really not how you want to look at a politician. To be honest with you, you need to look at.
That's how voters are here.
I'm trying to get back in here. One second. Let me rein in the horses because this is going crazy. All of this obfuscate on what he said. He said a thing that is true. This is what the people who are voting are saying. And you're going to argue with the voter that this is how they should not feel? And you think that's going to push them to your side? That's the part that I don't understand in this communication. Okay, fine. We know all of what you said. Everybody has heard it. We know. You're preaching to the choir. But I don't understand if you want their vote and all you're going to do is chastise them for feeling how they feel, that says to them that you're trying to make them feel how you feel. And that's not what they want to do. So I don't know how we deal with that crux of the problem, but some negotiation has to happen. We can't have a conversation if, in fact, nobody's willing to negotiate.
Bingo.
Can I say one thing? I agree with what you just said, First Lady. I had been out of the room, but I was here in time to hear whoever said that their friends couldn't get down with the trans thing. Here's how I would, because if you have friends that are at least willing to talk to you about that, what I would then ask is, so did they hear the Democrats I would say, so can you show me where the Democrats were so down with the trans? Or did the Republicans tell you that the Dems are so down with the trans? And did they stay on that message? Because at the end of the day, which is something that I found out late in the game, was the transgender thing was signed under Donald Trump. He signed off on that. I wonder how many people who voted against the Dems because of what the Republicans were saying even knew that. I pretty much pay attention a lot, and it was way late in the game when I heard that or realized that he's the one that signed it. So I think with our messaging, those are the type of things we need to be looking at. When they can drill down to a specific issue that caused them to flip their vote, why don't we do more talking to them about whether or not that's even true? Because we know they're lying on the other side. That's the thing. We know that they're projecting.
Yeah.
We know these things, but we don't take the time to help them see it in that way, rather than judging them, rather than trying to make them feel bad.
let's talk about it. That's what I would do with my friends. Let's talk about it. Let's see who's really talking about the transgender thing like that. Because Democrats care about all people, right? They want they want things to be fair for all people. I never saw anybody getting down with the trans.
I just have to say one thing too. You have to understand.
I don't want to see
Wait a minute. One second.
You know, I don't want to see anybody hurt.
I'm sorry.
And let's talk about it. That's all I'm saying. Maybe we got to get better at that part of the messaging, especially when we know that that's not what it is. But if that's what's before them all the time, yeah, people are going to think that. We have to kind of help. We have to train ourselves to be better advocates and change our mindsets. We got to get better at changing how we respond to what we know our lives.
So, Mr. Finley, are you there?
I'm here.
So, what do you heard me speak? You heard Deborah speak? What say you?
So, this conversation highlights my frustration with the blue team. Because again, you're absolutely correct. When a voter says that, you know, I don't like X, Y, and Z, and you're being chastised for that, because I brought up the Obama when I don't even vote federally, but when he made the comment about men basically chastise men about how to vote, I felt the type of way because I'm like, that's not how you approach voters. And I recognize that there are a lot of low information voters out here, right? I recognize that, but the reality is you still have to formulate a message to get them to buy your product. Like if I believe in electric cars, right? But if I scolded you and said you dumb and stupid for putting gas in your car because it's bad for the environment, you dummy, that is more expensive, you dummy.
Neither First Lady nor I said that. Her question to you right now was, what do you think about that going forward, sir?
I'm speaking to the global conversation.
What going forward, sir?
I'm not, Deborah, I'm not addressing you specifically.
I'm not
speaking to the global.
I'm saying, that's all. That's not an attack.
Right, but I'm speaking to the global issue with the blue team. They have a messaging problem, and that doesn't work. They do have to simplify the message, and I believe that they need to take their eggs out of every basket, put your eggs in a few bigger baskets, and then quietly do your entire agenda. And the trans issue was something I felt they put too many eggs in their baskets. Because again, I vote locally.
Yeah, you don't listen to that.
That harmed them locally. It was one thing that harmed them locally.
You accept the framing of MAGA. That's what
I don't accept the framing of MAGA, Scotty. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm talking about voters.
I pretty much agree with you. I said, what if we do, and then I said, I agree with you. You're still talking about that part. I think we all agreed that we've already agreed the messaging was not good. I was making a suggestion for going forward, and First Lady asked, what did you think about that? You're still talking about the bad messaging before. I gave a suggestion going forward. You're still talking about what already happened. I agree with you.
Can I just say one thing?
No, you cannot. 1 second. They're having a back and forth.
Restate your solution, because your solution didn't sound like a one from the party per se. It sounded like a one for like person to person.
So it starts from person to person. I was talking about the situation with your friends. I specifically said that your friends you had a conversation with your friends, is what you said, and they told you why they flipped their vote. Because they didn't get down with the trans issue. I was addressing that issue in particular, your situation, because I don't know who was talking, but I did say whoever that was. And then I gave a suggestion how that can go better in the future. It is if your friend, because a lot of times friends don't even talk about politics, especially if they don't agree. But if you're able to have a conversation with a friend and they tell you why they flipped from Democrat to the reason why is over the trans issue. What I'm saying is have a conversation with them, talk to them, say, hey, so let's talk about it. Let's get a little deeper into that. At what times? Who was talking about it? What do you mean specifically that they're getting down with the trans issue? What issue are that you're concerned about? Because at the end of the day, that's not true. But what happened was the Republicans made that be a Democratic issue. They talked about it, but some people not even aware. I was one of them, and I consider myself informational. It was a while before I even realized that Donald Trump signed the trans issue operations or whatever, surgeries in prison. That was on his watch.
What? Oh, you
So how does it and so that could be an issue or a topic of discussion for someone who flipped because of the transgender issue. Were they even aware that that was signed under him? Wasn't signed on under the Democrats. So I am only suggesting that we not be critical, that we inform, that we get better at training ourselves to inform those who believe these things that are not true. So, and have a real conversation back and forth rather than judge them. They could still they may never believe it, or it might not change their minds, but we don't know that. But to allow them to say it and there's no response, particularly, and it doesn't have to be the trans issue. It could be a friend who had another issue that made them flip. If they're saying something that you know not to be true, why not talk about it? Not judge them, have an open conversation, show them the facts. In the trans situation, knowing that Donald Trump signed it could have been something that they weren't aware of.
Okay.
Right? But we don't know because we don't communicate. We got to get better at telling the real issue and not what the GOP tells us the issue is, because that's what they do.
And that's really good, too, that you have that information, because it shifts us out of having to be defensive when you actually have the real fact about that. That's really a cool point. You know, I'm listening to this, and I'm thinking about something that happened before the election. I was out having coffee with a relatively new friend, somebody who does not consider herself political. She told me that her fiance was Republican. She wasn't sure what she was going to do as far as voting. And we started to talk, and I was like really trying to get her on Team Blue. And I did something which I've always known to do, which is to find the personal, find the place where something really hits somebody in the heart. So we started talking about abortion, about women's rights, about women's bodily autonomy. And she's a very cool woman in her mid-50s who has a career and mom of 3 boys and, you know, really empowered woman. But we started to have that conversation. And I'm getting into, you know, abortion can be really, really touchy. And as we talked, her eyes started to well up. And suddenly she just broke down and she told me this story about being like 15 years old and some girl at school telling her that she was pregnant, and the girl coming to her, and this woman was from like a really super Christian family, and she didn't know what to do, and she didn't know how to help her, and she was terrified. And it finally just, her heart knew that she needed to help the girl, and she went to her mom, and she got her mom to help get the girl the abortion. And it was like the dam broke, and it became very personal for her, the whole issue. And it's like, that's where you have to meet people. It's more than just talk. It's more than what's in your head. You have to find the thing that really affects somebody and gives them the understanding that this is about them. You know, I mean, people going back again to the manosphere and to women and emotions. You know, when people tell me stop taking it personally, I go, I don't, there's no other way I want to take it other than personally. If you can make it personal with people, that's the opening in my experience.
So, again, I don't know what law you're referring to that Trump signed, but that's not the issue, right? The issue is this perception, right? The Dems put off a perception that, you know, I often say the Republicans are in denial about climate science, the Dems seemingly are in denial about biology. And that is a perception, right? And them, the reason, again, it's presidential elections are an individual thing, but it's a team sport, right? The red team puts up this perception that with respect to that particular issue, they're going to protect the kids, right? They're going to protect their daughter who plays sports from having to compete against a guy, right? That's the perception that they put up. I'm not going to get into the arguments about the fact that there's only a handful of them that actually compete, but that doesn't matter because their perception is their reality. And the blue team does a terrible job of, one, taking a common sensory position, number two, and two, dispelling this perception. That's a problem. And me having a one-on-one conversation is not going to solve that very macro problem that they have.
I have to kind of agree with both of you. But especially the lady Deborah, you're right about, you know, having a conversation with people. But once they have certain things in their mindset, because if you knew, you know, Trump's base is a lot of evangelicals, okay? And their whole mindset is Christian nationalism, okay? And so when you're dealing with that type of mindset, you're dealing with somebody's strongholds that, you know, you could show people the evidence and they're still not going to receive it. You will be ostracized. You know what I'm saying? They'll even say that you're not a believer. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not voting about transgender and all the other stuff, because those are people's personal choices. Okay, we're not called to do that. But their whole thing is to make this nation a Christian nation. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, you have to look at the behind the scenes and who Trump has there, like Paula White, and a lot of those evangelicals he had come up into the White House, and he's going to these evangelical churches. Those are all his base. You know what I'm saying? And so when they're trying to change all these laws and stuff, it's not about, you know, even the part where they're taking services and stuff away from poor people, that definitely goes against the gospel. But they don't care. You know what I'm saying? They're seeing it as
how they got a devil representing.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was talking. You see how people, you know, they're not looking at what he's doing as far as poor people. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. They do have the devil as a representation. They actually said this man was anointed and sent by God. And I'm like, people are delusional. You know what I'm saying? So some people, you can sit down and try to have a conversation with them, but they're not going to hear it because they already have it set in their mind. Regardless of what you showed them, what he did, and how you showed them that he can't get totally rid of abortion, it doesn't matter. To them, he is like almost like their savior.
I'm surprised that you guys don't draw clear comparisons.
They tried to say the same thing about Obama as well.
There's some clear kings that are appointed by God.
Wait a fucking minute, nigga. Wait a minute. TC
is one of them. And he was anointed and appointed by God.
What's going on?
TC, nobody is listening to you because you was talking over someone. Wait a minute.
I was saying to the lady, they said the same thing about Obama. They said he was the Messiah, right?
Who said that?
When he became president, people were saying that we thought he was the Messiah. And people pushed back on that because we knew he wasn't the Messiah.
I never heard one evangelical say that.
Okay. So when you're watching one, so what can we agree that the
Republicans have a hell of a echo chamber. Like they are taking over the radio stations and the TV for the most part.
Oh.
When you go anywhere, you go into any public place, it's on Fox News. And so
name one other conservative
they have the
television news
airwaves,
outlet
they have
besides
all of
Fox
the
News.
airwaves, and they are winning they are winning the communication war. They are definitely winning that.
Man,
But
name one other conservative cable
since it
news outlet, television news outlet.
you're gonna go on UTC or I'm gonna kick you all the way out.
No kicking out. No kicking out. Okay, but can we at least like come on and slow? I mean, like fast it up. You know what I mean? Come on.
Okay. Yeah. When they are winning the war on communication. So we have to start somewhere. What I said was not a one-all, beat-all. It's a start to train yourself to be able to tell the truth when they are speaking or believe something that's not. I'm not saying what the pushback is on that. I'm not saying it's going to solve everything, but if they only watch Fox News and that type of news, because there's some real news out there. There's some real news out there. And if they're only hearing that, then yeah, what else you expect them to believe if that's the only thing that they watch?
So there's nothing that can be further from the truth to suggest that mainstream media is being dominated by conservative media. That's patently false. You can't name one other conservative news outlet on cable television besides Fox News. When you have ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, all dominating the airwaves when it comes to cable television.
I said what I said. And when there is a trial, the reason why
No, wait a minute. He did not finish.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of like false equivalencies that's being perpetuated in this conversation. The suggestion that somehow Donald Trump can't be appointed by God. Thank you for muting me. Or that his followers or his supporters or his voters are somehow in a delusion. When you look at King David sent the man to the front lines because he had adultery, had a baby.
Thank you again. All right, so I'm not gonna tolerate this behavior today. I'm not, because as soon as we get opposing views in, you'll shut it down, and then we'd have the conversation no more. There's no way to move forward if you don't understand the voices from other people. If you can't have the conversation, that's fine. Leave. Come back later. But don't stunt everybody else from hearing what the people have to say. If they don't want to hear it, they'll leave as well.
Thank you.
But I want to be able to hear the people come back exactly what they're saying so that your voice can be heard, not the truth. Let the truth speak for itself. It will.
Yes, because we all know that TC gonna say some stupid shit. Let him say it. Go ahead, TC.
I mean, everything that I've said is 100% factual. You can't point to any other mainstream cable news outlet that's conservative besides Fox News. You cannot disassociate Donald Trump from other kings that were appointed by God in the Bible that have done worse things than he has, and said worse things than he has, and they were appointed by God, and they were supported by God. So even in faith doctrine, we know that there are imperfect people that God points to positions. God hardened the heart of Pharaoh. He literally directed to restrict the people of Israel from being released. God did that, not Pharaoh.
So again, the argument that God can't use Donald Trump or that God's providence is not in Donald Trump's life, I think you have to elevate yourself to the level of God to make such a determination. We know in Romans, God, the scriptures is clear that all authority is given by God. And then when you push back against the authority, that's exactly what Romans says. So again, I'll let.
Yeah,
can
I just address that?
Let me address it.
Wait, can I address that?
No, wait a minute.
I want to address it because I was the one that brought it up.
Wait a minute. What's going on? Chill back. I hear Lisa wants to get in there. I want to hear from Lisa.
It's gonna be very brief, babe, because I'm gonna get a facial. I don't have time for this shit. I'm gonna get a facial instead of black because Clubhouse. Hey girl, Clubhouse got me on pins and needles, my nerves, my edges. I'm going to get a facial. So let me tell you something. One thing I do, my family is a follower of Jesus Christ. I have a uncle who's a great minister in the state of Texas, pastor of a huge church there. And my mother, but the bottom line is, you cannot force, you can say whatever you want, and that's your opinion. You cannot force your religion and your values and what you think on others. Everybody in this country is not a Christian. They're Muslims, there's all kind of other religions besides Christianity. And for you to be able to sit here with moral authority and tell us we got to accept somebody who clearly does not, values are not aligned with mine, regardless if I'm a Christian or not, is the biggest hypocrisy, the nerve. That's why this is America. People came here to this country, these white people came here to avoid or evade religious prosecution. And now we got people coming here telling us we need to kiss the ass of Satan because in the Bible, we said God used people who were less than to present. That's fine. But this is a new day. This is not that day. We're not wearing sandals and trying to get across a Red Sea. We're here. This is 2025. We are technically advanced. We are free thinkers. We are educated. We are socialists. We don't give a fuck about this nigga. He's up there with all his crimes, and you're the one upholding a false God, a false prophet. It's you. It is you. If God wants to work with him, hey, that's between him and God. But don't force your shit on everybody else to have to eat and at the table with you and like it. That's what I don't like. Keep that shit out of it. First of all, the government and religion are separate. So don't come in here and try to make it one to suit your purposes, whoever the fuck you guys are. That's what irritates me. You just say that's what you think. Don't put it all on everybody else. Right?
I want to completely echo what Lisa is saying. I want to echo what Lisa is saying.
One second, babe. One second.
I'm good. I'm done. Thank you, First Lady.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what
Wait a
Lisa is
minute,
saying.
Infinity. Do you have it? Wait a minute. There's already classes.
Should I just address
on the stage?
TC because I was the one that brought up the thing about.
But I wanted to just
about Trump and how the Christian community. As TC, I'm a Christian too. And some of the stuff I agree with Lisa. I'm one of those that believe in separation of church and state. A lot of times people always want to draw from the Old Testament. We are in a different dispensation. We are under the dispensation of grace, okay? If Jesus said he did not come to judge the world, who are we? Yes, all power and authority is and God does use evil, okay? But he said, I will use evil for good. Now, to elevate Donald Trump to the status that the church has elevated him to is wrong. Okay? He is a bad witness. Okay? When you have, like I said, unbelievers putting Trump on a cross like he's a savior, that tells me our witness is bad. I don't agree with transgender and all that stuff, but I do believe, what does the Bible say? It's the Holy Spirit that brings the conviction. Jesus told us to go out and spread the gospel, and whoever receives it, and who doesn't, don't. Wipe the dust off your feet and keep it moving. We cannot dictate morality. You cannot dictate Christianity. That's not how Jesus told us to do it. And again, I will say, Jesus walked amongst the most corrupt government. The Roman Empire, they had all kind of orgies, Caligula, and all that other stuff. If you look at the history, and he did not address it. He said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, and render unto God what is God. Our service is unto God, and our response is supposed to be different than the rest of the world. Okay? We are not supposed to dictate our religious belief on other people. That's going against somebody's will. Okay? And even God won't do that. So when they start coming with this theology about, oh, well, David this and the king that, I'm not saying that God does not raise up evil for good. All I'm saying to you is the church's response in elevating this man to a status in the church that they should not have. You have him going into all these different churches, and it's for political reasons. You know what I'm saying? It's the motive isn't even right. And I'm not pretending to say that I know his heart. So wait, sir, wait a minute. We listen to you. I'm not saying that I know his heart. All I'm saying to you is Jesus said you will know them by their fruit. And what is the fruit? Love, joy, peace, gentleness, kindness. Is all of that in Trump?
All right, so you just added all that on there. Lisa said what she had to say. I'm not sure. Are you going to respond to Lisa or are you going to respond to Regina?
No, I want to respond to both of them. I give you the brief. So Jamal Bryant in Atlanta, Georgia, paraded Kamala Harris on the stage and gave a whole speech on a Sunday morning. As the hypocrisy, it stinks to high heaven. No pun intended. Like, you cannot sit here and lecture us that the church is taking an adopting some sort of idolatrous posture towards Donald Trump, and at the same time ignore what the black church has done from Kamala Harris. It's hypocrisy. And
that's a lie.
And to Lisa,
that's another lie.
Do not cut him off. Let him speak.
You just cut him off.
I agree with him. She has every right.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Not to have to feel preached to and lectured on about morality when her morals might not necessarily align with the next guy's morals. That's fine. That's fair. Where I disagree is when you said there should be a separation of church and state. The government the Constitution makes it clear that the Congress should pass no law, establishing a national religion. That's a separation of state and church. But our history is riddled with integrations and commingling of faith and government, where the church has an outsized influence on government. You can look at the writings of George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, where they regularly and routinely reference faith doctrines and scriptures in their writings as government officials. They were sponsors of the church, and church were sponsors of their campaign. So again, I'm with you when you say let's not force religion down people's throat and force them to adopt their moral perspective and tell them how they should vote because of it. I agree with you. Anybody that does that, they're taking advantage of you and exploiting their moral influence on your decision making. I'm not suggesting we do any of that. All I'm doing is responding when somebody said this man is evil, and that people at the conservative right, elevating him is tantamount to some type of sacrilegious, exercise. Is not true.
May I piggyback on that, First Lady? First Lady, may I piggyback?
I don't really know that was a snore.
I'm about to go into
trying to make me not religious.
I just say 1 minute.
Hold up. I don't care about these fucking fake Christians. No, that's okay. You just got here. You wait.
I'm about to leave. Can I go real quick, please?
So what? If you can't go,
I ain't talking to you, bro.
Moderating the stage, you guys.
Yeah, stop moderating the stage real quick.
Oh my God, First Lady, I need a drink. I can't drink alcohol.
She coming in here trying to
I have to leave, man. Please go.
Let me say this bullshit and
Listen.
You can't go.
Chill back. Everybody just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. It's okay. All right? Chill back. So, listen. Who said that they were going to go at the TC? I didn't hear anybody say they wanted to go at the TC. So what's wrong with going to Matt Family? The fact that he asked?
Because they hate me.
Yeah. Shut up. You don't help the situation.
I'm such a victim. No, but you want to
You do hate me.
So just let him go. Let him finish his bullshit.
I have to leave. I'm going into a memorial.
Bye, nigga. We'll go to the memorial and come back later.
Come on. Unnecessary disrespect for no reason.
I got it, class. I got it. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to almost reiterate what TC said in the sense that I agree with Lisa. I even agree with what Regina's saying. You should never impose your views on other people. So nobody should be imposing people to kiss Donald Trump's orange ass the way that Lisa said. So almost everything that TC said, I want to just highlight and reiterate because it's important to be said. If you impose your views or your religion on anybody, that is not in the likeness of Christ. That is not following the example of Christ. So anybody that's imposing, you're not following the example of Christ. And in terms of the separation of church and state, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but TC, I completely agree with you. The separation of church and state is something that is not found in our founding documents. Congress shall make no law establishing one religion over another. Christianity is not a religion, it's a way of life. That was in our founding documents. They mentioned God, but I just want to make that clear. That separation of church and state is not a thing. That was something that was created in the 40s, okay? Not in our founding documents.
So, hold on, because that's bullshit. You talking about founding documents? What was in our founding documents, Manfinity, that we don't practice today? You want to go back to the founding documents? Is that what you're asking for? He said the separation of church and state was not in our founding documents. It didn't appear until the 1940s. Okay, but what was in our founding documents? Stupid.
Okay, so the term. Hold on, real quick, I got a question. What the term?
Stop cutting me off and let me say.
Absolutely. But the separation of church and state, okay, is a term that came up about in the 40s to describe. Actually, it comes from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote. Excuse me. I'm sorry. It came from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote, but it was not part of our founding documents. It was a letter that he sent to a group of Christians. I can't remember the context. I wasn't done. Why can't I finish? The term separation of church and state is not in our Constitution.
Dang, I went to the bathroom. Oh my God, I can't even.
Okay, so I agree with y'all. I gotta go.
Okay, good luck.
I can't even empty my bladder. Come on, guys.
No, you're being disrespectful. That's what
that people continuously come into the space, and then we have our we time where there's just us, and we sit back, we kick it, and we laugh, and we kiki. But then when class is in session, why are y'all disrupting the classroom like this? This is very disrespectful. It really, truly is. I understand we don't agree with their points, but we're preparing for the midterms. And all we keep doing is going into the midterms, hating each other versus understanding each other. It's not helping. It didn't help before. And this is not Lisa speaking. And you gotta stop that.
No, I love that I'm getting mixed up with you because your voice is beautiful. Mine is ghetto excessive. Okay?
No, it is not, Lisa. You have to see.
I'm gonna go sign.
No, so I just want to say, come on, guys. Get the classroom together now.
Well, let's be clear. I didn't interrupt him. What I said,
I don't know. I went to the bathroom. I waited for him to finish,
and when he continued to say, he said exactly what he said that I responded to. I was actually having dialogue. That's what you call a dialogue. What I was doing, I was asking him, if that's the case, then what was in the founding documents that we no longer practice today, and why? Or do you want to go back to that? That's the question that I had.
You know that fantasy will not do that. Wait. We know Man Kennedy will not have a dialogue. He wants to say his spiel, get it all completely out. We're not muted in space. Brooklyn, that is not the person to have a dialogue with because he's going to stop, complain about being interrupted, and start all over again. That is the reason why First Lady said, okay, Man Kennedy, you're next. Everybody who's in his space knows for a fact, do not interrupt Man Kennedy because it tracks him off and he takes twice as long. It's not a dialogue person you have. Let him get it all out. I disagree with everything he said, including the periods, the semicolon, and the commas. But we need to let other people speak because if we just argue amongst ourselves, we'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about how we hated what he said, and he's not even freaking in here. We need to be adults at some point and listen to the other side because they will always hang themselves. Let them talk themselves into a corner and do like everybody did.
What's going on? You don't stop them and are left or off their mic for whatever reason. What is going on with you guys today? Is it happy hour? I know GA is speaking.
I'm speaking like an affinity.
Oh my God, this is okay. I'm done. I'm really done. You guys, stop. What is wrong with you, baby? Go take your medication.
All right, so thank you, GA. I appreciate that.
So I'm open to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Unless you were going to say something, not yet. Brooklyn, go ahead. You want to respond?
It's not useful at this point in time.
So I'm
First lady, if I may,
at some point, maybe after.
I just want.
Sure,
Okay, thanks.
I'll
No,
get
I'll
you
just
in
say the part when these people.
Was
Oh,
Brooklyn
sorry.
about to
Go ahead.
speak?
No, go ahead, Sadie. I'll go after you.
Oh yeah, I just want to say if people bring up religion and their Bible thumping and all that, then they have to bring up the whole thing. They just can't cherry pick certain things to make their MAGA points. They have to bring up the whole thing: the feeding the poor, the welcoming the immigrants, and all of the other things that the Bible is very clear about, including adultery, which their leader has done several times, but they don't want to talk about that. They want to cherry pick to try to make their point and saying they are hypocritical Christian nationalists.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say real quick, Scotty. No, one second. That was beautiful. Why aren't you able to wait to respond and say that so that everybody can hear it? That's all I be asking for. But when you sit in there, you start throwing it out, nobody's hearing it. It's just like the little chihuahua. But the point that you just made was absolutely brilliant.
We don't have the class that you have for.
Again?
My voice so good.
Yeah, number one, I want to second what you just said. That was absolutely brilliant and beautiful and spot on, Scotty. Just 100%. Just want to give the room a PSA, which is, I'm listening to this, I'm feeling all of this, and I mean, just fucking kudos to lots to manage all of this. I think what's going on here is that over the past 2 weeks, the level of cruelty that we have been witnessing between watching kids drown and watching people being snatched and watching the big fucking horrible bill pass, all of this stuff, we are getting more triggered as there's more cruelty. As the cruelty goes up, we get more emotionally invested and more triggered because we care, which is the good news. But it's also, I think, coming out in situations like this where somebody says something. I mean, I hear some of the Bible thumping. I'm Jewish. I get triggered. I believe in separation of church and state. Sometimes it's hard to not jump off the mic because we're triggered. So I just wanted to just say to the room lovingly, just regulation, because it's coming from a heart, good place, but it's coming out in something that makes it more difficult to share.
Exactly. And as your resident even in the room, I feel offended for the most part when people bring up religion and politics. It's just, it just really, it makes me sick to my stomach because it's like you're actually trying to make sense of something that is actually senseless, and you are definitely cherry picking it to you're using certain scriptures to build the narrative that makes this man look like he's somebody that he's not. CC. Like it's like, why do you play in our faces on a daily basis, right? I'm wondering. I'm not going personal. Let me tell you something. Let's start right the fuck here. I am who I am. I talk how I talk, and I'm probably gonna offend people, but I don't mean anything by it. I'm just a regular New York girl that talks this way without any give a fuck about anything. I am not politically correct. I am incorrected in the motherfucker, okay? Let's just start there. So, TC, like I was saying to you, sir, the nerve and audacity of you to now this be your reasoning as to why. It's like you are a grifter to the highest power, TC, because you wasn't church and politics when you was Biden. And then when you switched over to Kamala, when you switched over because Kamala was up for grabs, you was like, oh, it wasn't about that. You was more about the men, the women not being able to run the country. But now here you are because you've seen all of the egregious things that your president that you decided to vote for has done, and now you want to make it biblical? Nigga, are you, what? This is the problem that don't play in the faces of your people, TC, because as much as you want to not be black, you are, okay? And what you're doing is you're playing in our faces. We see you for who you are. It's okay. We see you for who you are, and you continuously do it. Stop doing it. Just be who you are. Accept that you made a mistake, and let's move past it. Let's try to do that. You've made a mistake, and that's just that. It's not in the other, but it is. We're talking, and that's that. And TC doesn't get offended by me. We're friends. All right, bye.
I just want to say one thing before I go to TC. You're talking about, David, God sent a prophet. We're not a theocracy. Okay? So unless God spoke to every single person in that voting booth and sent a prophet to anoint them, that's not how Trump was put in by God. Okay? So we're not a theocracy. The Old Testament, they were under a theocracy. Not all the kings around them got a prophet sent to them and, anointed them to be an Amalekite king or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We are under a democratic society. We're not a theocracy. So that's where I believe Christians are getting it mixed up. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to mix two types of I guess organizations or whatever together, and it's not going to work because the way that our system is set up, it's like a system of Baal, and it's always going to go against what the Bible is saying.
So here's the thing for me. I don't even know why we all the way in the weeds with this. TC, you want him to be the king now? Is that what you're rooting for? Hello? I just want to understand it. Is that the direction that y'all are switching over to?
I know he ain't still on mute. I know he ain't jumped off yet.
I'm actually in the kitchen right now, so I can't.
He's reading the Bible.
Oh, okay.
I don't think anybody's advocating for theocracy. We don't seek to be ruled, right? We're not looking for a king. But what you can't divorce yourself away from is the fact that the founding fathers realized that the type of strong executive they were implementing in Article 2 branch of government was going to be tantamount to a king. So if you read the Federalist Papers, you'll realize that multiple references were being made from the Article 2 branch of government as a king. What? Giving him authorities and yes, like read the Federalist.
I told you.
Read the Federalist Papers. You guys don't take it from me. Listen, just maybe do a Google search or ChatGPT or
To the slave narratives. Why are you talking about those documents?
So because
Wait a minute, be
those are
quiet, let her
background
finish.
documents that
Those don't make sense, right?
Unless, shut up.
Why should I shut up? You've been talking all fucking day.
because she asked me to speak.
Let me ask you.
I don't know
So
who you are.
I'd like to finish. The reason why you would reference the Federalist Papers is because those were the documents that gives the intent of the founder when they were writing the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. You understand? The intent is very, and you interpret.
We know the original intent of the document. We know what the amendments did, but there's another whole story, layers and layers of this cake that we are now in and writing. So to unroll it, hold on, to unroll it is insidious.
Hold up. We went into the matrix.
Can you guys still hear me?
We hear you now. Go ahead.
I'm three things at the same time, so I'm not going to be able to stay in the conversation as long as I want. I'm still listening, but I don't have to lecture you guys on history. You can read the doc for yourselves. The founding fathers equated the president, the Article 2 branch, with that of a king. They understood that the executive role would be similar to, in nature and authority and principle, to a king, even though his powers would be checked. That's what people get wrong when they look at history and they look at the intent of the framers of the Constitution. They're like, the framers did not want a king. Yes, they did not want a king, but they still gave the Article 2 branch executive the powers of a king, only that those powers would be checked by two other co-equal branches of government. That's where the mistake happens. Yes, we have something similar, akin to, very like a king in the president. Sorry, you can't get away from that. No amount of virtue signaling or speaking over somebody will erase that fact. The Article 2 branch is the equivalent of a present-day king. That is a fact. That's the power that the Constitution gives the Article 2 branch. But it also gives powers to Article 1 and Article 3 branches to check that power. Now, if the Article 1 and Article 3 branches decide to cede those powers, which we know they have, to the Article 2 branch, you're going to see a larger expansion of executive authority, and more, the president will look, feel, and act like a king because those branches gave him those powers. And I'm done.
So if I can respond quickly, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy, and I'll go after.
Okay, yeah. Respectfully, TC, no. The founders hated kings, right? They absolutely hated kings. And kings are omnipotent. There is no check power to monarchs. That's not how that works, right? So I don't know what
is
you
it me or is he in the Matrix?
Am I in the Matrix? Okay. Yeah. Like monarchs don't have check powers. The founders hated monarchs, right? They believe that amount of centralized, respectfully, they believe that amount of centralized power is easily corrupted, right? And we didn't. And most constitutional scholars will tell you this, right? Because that's what it was. And so you're just wrong. Now, where have we gone wrong with this concentrated power, which started in the 30s with FDR? Although most would argue that he used those powers for good. That's what we started with, is giving the executive more power, and it's just gotten worse in the last 60 years or 70 years, right? And so, but yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, respectfully.
Yeah, I'll actually check him out.
I'm doing.
Go ahead, TC, and I'll respond after you because I said I'll go after this.
Okay. All right. So look at Federalists. I don't know in front of me, but you look at where you hear the author, who's Alexander Hamilton, speaking specifically about the authorities and the powers of the president, and giving those authorities, giving those powers akin to that of a king. So again, I don't have the document in front of me. I'll be happy to reference it when I get a second. But yes, those authorities were discerned what should be the powers of the president. The power should have the president. The president should have the power to pardon and to grant pardons that are irreversible and unchecked by another branch, because the king had this power.
The president should have the authority as commander-in-chief of the military because the king has this authority. They were giving direct relationship between what power they give to the executive relative to the powers that the king has.
Point of order. Lisa,
they gave a strong executive.
Lisa, you are needed. Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa, emergency.
I'll yield to G. I got the
Okay, I hear you, but I hear other people talking. What's up?
You're needed in that another room.
Okay, cool, thanks.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, TC. Okay. I know you don't have things in front of you, but I only tap in when I have actual things to actually shoot at. First of all, Thomas Paine actually wrote in Common Sense in 1776 that monarchy and succession have laid not in this kingdom, not in this or that kingdom, but only the world in blood and ashes. Thomas Paine wrote that in 1776. Thomas Jefferson, in the Declaration of Independence, the history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object an establishment of the absolute tyranny over these states. These are direct quotes. So I need to refute everything that you said. John Adams' thoughts on government in 1776. A man must be excessively stupid as well as uncharitable who believes that there is no such thing as Republican honesty in the world. The dignity and stability of government and all its branches and the morals of its people. Every blessing of society depends on an upright and skillful administration of justice aside from monarchy. That is in James Madison. The Federalist Papers that you keep quoting so lovingly, number 10 and number 51 in 1787 and 88, the accumulation of all powers in the same hands may justly and be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. That's James Madison. In the Federalist Papers that you keep quoting, Alexander Hamilton, the farmer refuted in 1775, literally says, he quotes, the sacrifices of mankind are not to be rummaged or among old parchments of musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam by the hand of divinity itself and cannot be erased or excused by a mortal power or monarchy. And I can go on. Benjamin Franklin wrote against it. There was any monarchist sentiments in Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, James Adams, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and I could keep going, sir. Everything you're stating, including the papers in which you're quoting, speak directly and succinctly against everything you're claiming, sir.
And that's when I add, well stated, GA. I was going to add that GA pointed out specifically how two of the other authors of the Federalist Papers kind of pushed back against this idea of a king, number one. Number two, there are only 3 authors of the Federalist Papers, right? You're talking about compared to what, the dozen or so people that we call the key founders and the over 55 delegates that are at the Constitutional Convention, and you're quoting essays written by 3 people? Stop it, respectfully.
TC, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Are you getting your teaching from like Kenneth Hagin and all those type of teachers, or are you reading it for yourself?
Kenneth Hagin.
To follow Balaam's advice and entice the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that the plague struck the Lord's people. Verse 17. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man.
Quick.
As a key. That's what you guys are debating. What I said was the founding documents defends the position and the authority of the executive and gives him powers that would liken him to a king. And this is outlined in Federalist 69. And I'll read you Federal 69. Federal 69. The president is to be elected for 4 years. The King of Britain is a perpetual and hereditary prince. Again, making clear and consistent comparisons, as I said a minute ago, to the King of England. They're establishing that the executive position is that of a king, but they're putting protections and checks on his power to ensure that he does not become a king. But make no mistake about it, when they were designing Federalist 69, Federalist 70, I believe going into Federalist 72, when they're establishing the authorities of a president, they weren't looking to a legislative body. They weren't looking to like a Roman form of parliamentary government. They were looking at a king, an emperor, if you will, and giving him powers that would allow him to effectuate his responsibilities swiftly and effectively to protect the interests of the Union. And all I'm saying is, you can't get away from that reality. I'm not saying that the Constitution or the founding members established a king. I said exactly the opposite. They gave him the powers of a king, but then checked those powers with 2 other co-equal branches of government and put limitations on those powers, such as term limits. That's what I said.
TC, this is
You
what we
guys are
fundamentally
debating straw
agree.
man.
And I heard you. No. I heard what you said, but this is where we fundamentally agree. You read the same documents I read, and you read them, and you interpret, hey, we want him to have the powers of the king, but we don't want him to be a king. And all of the documents I quoted, and what has been said historically, and the other 10,000 documents that I could pull up, say, all the founding fathers say, we hate kings. We hate everything about it. We don't want anything in our country to be remotely close to a king. We want to establish the furthest thing from a monarchy that we possibly can. To the point that when George Washington actually took the oath of office to begin with, he didn't want to be the first president. Second of all, he felt so bad and had such an issue with the presidency in and of itself. When he actually took the oath of office, he whispered, and the crowd complained they couldn't hear him, simply because they had such an aversion to everything kingship as it is. You are drawing something out of a document that nothing in the documents that were written support. Because if you read their personal journals and you line them up with their personal diaries, line them up with what they said in public and their speeches, they hated everything and did not want anything to do with the kingship. And I'm sorry, sir, you're way off base on this. And you know what? If you're right, I'll agree with you, bro. But you're way off the left field.
They hated kings
He's
so
coming
much.
from a certain type of teaching. He's coming from John Hagee and all those like Kenneth Hagin. I know he's one of those evangelicals. He's one of those evangelicals.
Where did they establish him as the commander-in-chief of the military? Where did they derive that authority from?
Let's not go back into the religious thing.
Oh, it's not to do with religion.
That's where he's coming from.
I'm just talking to the leader. I'm just talking to the leader, DC. I'm telling you, don't try to get back into that. No, DC, I was talking to you, DC.
Because what I said was 100% clear. What I said was...
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to you.
Okay, but
what I was saying was...
I'm wrong,
but you have to say something
wrong. You don't have those authorities unless they got it from the likeness of a king. Again, the power of the pardon came from a king. They literally likened it to King George. The ability to pardon, okay, to grant reprieves, to establish treaties, the powers of a king, okay, the power to be the commander-in-chief, the power, they get those authorities from a king. Now, they check those authorities, like I said, they check those authorities, but they got it from a king. They're likening the executive to a king. They didn't want just the royal
that's not what they want.
TC,
In fact,
TC,
they were so.
I'm not trying to. Hold up. Let me just say this, TC. In no way, shape, or form am I trying to change your mind. I want you to believe in what you're comfortable. Everything that I stated was for the benefit of somebody who does not know the history and does not know the back end, so that they don't be misled. I am in no way trying to change your mind to convince you to think and follow this. Trust me, I know you are completely, to your dying day, going to believe what you believe, especially from your background and how you've been indoctrinated with the people that you deal with. I'm not trying to change that. It was, my diatribe was for the people in the group that need to know how it's actually worked. That's all. So I'm not debating with you. And that's
I appreciate the patronization. I appreciate the patronization. It's not lost on me that you're soft. The soft punch there. It's not lost on me. Go ahead.
You're comparing. You're saying that they took some of the monarch ideas and instilled them into the president, right? The pardons. That's probably the only unilateral power that the president has. They cannot unilaterally sign treaties. They can't even unilaterally declare war, even though he is the commander in chief. The president can't on his own declare war. He needs congressional approval for that, right? So what you're doing is you're saying that because a bicycle has wheels and a automobile has wheels, they were trying to make an automobile like a car. Like a bike. And that's just not true. Just because they have similarities does not mean they were trying to make one the other. They were so, again, to GA's point, if you read their personal writings, then they hated kings. It's one reason why we have this, because they didn't like centralized power. It's one reason why we have these federalists versus states' rights people, right? Because in our country's DNA, they're so worried about concentrated power because they don't trust it. It's in our freaking DNA. But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna continue on because GA makes a good point. We're not gonna be able to change your mind in this, and so I'm gonna leave it.
There's no changing of the mind. Again, it's okay. Fine. Let me do what you're doing, right? Hey, folks, the founders resisted tyranny. TC is advocating for tyranny because TC is suggesting that the founders wanted a tyrannous executive.
That's not what I said.
So because he's given authorities like the pardon power that's not checked, that's the only example of how he could be a tyrannical executive. But TC is wrong. The founders actually resisted tyranny. Check your arrogance at the door. Again, you're debating a straw man. You're not debating any of my points. I've said it 3 times now, but you continue to do this as if you're winning some sort of argument. Nobody has made the argument that the founders established a king. The founders gave the executive king-like powers because they wanted a strong executive. They did not want a parliamentary system of government. As I said, that's the reason why we don't have a prime minister. You have a president. But you continue to go ahead and spin the narrative so you can get the applause from all of the biased people in this room because you're preaching the virtues of limited government and restrictions on the executive's power. I agree. There's no dissension. There's no debate. The founders did not want a king. You want a brownie, bro? The fuck? I've said this now multiple times. But what I also said which you can't refute, is that the powers he was given in the likeness of the authority that a king would have. Such as the power to grant repeat use of pardons. Such as giving him the commander-in-chief role of the military. Such as the ability to enter into treaties. Yeah, this debate is it's not even a debate.
My bicycle example was better.
Grandstanding by Mr.
And I'm not grandstanding you either. I didn't grandstand you nowhere.
Boy, that spirit of wanting to debate is gonna take you down, brother.
I know, right?
All of this, you said.
I made the position personally. They're the ones that trying to repeat what I said.
Listen to what I'm saying. The fact that we were caping for this particular
thing and saying, well, it's like him being a king, goes back to my original question. And even though you don't think you sound like that, but you're making an argument for it to be, knowingly or unknowingly, that's what you're doing. And people can't articulate that to you because they're just going to keep going back and forth with the points about what you're making. And I always tell people the devil's in the details, right? But let's get to the meat and potatoes. People are listening to what you're saying. People are trying to make sense of this, which then begins to create a vision of that possibly happening. And that there is how things manifest.
So let me say this, First Lady, and this is going to be the best example that I have to link to this conversation. Look at the anti-federalists of the time that Federalist 69 and Federalist 70 was written. If you look at the reputations and the criticisms of the Federalist Papers, and you look at the written documentary evidence that exists, you'll find the very same people that were anti-Federalist Papers were making the same arguments that I'm making, essentially suggesting, that Mr. is making and GA is making, because they argued that even Federalist Papers were giving too much power to the executive to make him a king. Again, you don't have to take my word for this. You guys can Google this. There were writings by anti-Federalists that criticized the Federalist Papers because they were saying that Hamilton, Madison, and the others essentially equated the executive to a king. That was their argument. They were saying you give him too much authority. You give him too much power. You're making him a king. That's the best defense of anything I can say because it just shows that in the context of history, even the people that were there when they were reading those documents, they had the same criticism, such power, and gave him kingship authorities. But I'm wrong. You guys keep telling me that the founders had no relationship with the executive and the king.
In the best case scenario, you make an argument of 3 founders, and there were more than 3 founders, and they were in the minority. Even if they were all in favor, they were in the minority.
Okay, so I read Federalist 69, and I read Hamilton's argument. What TC is talking about is what was called at the time elective monarchy, right? And Hamilton is reassuring people that his elective monarchy is unlike the monarchy in Britain. But TC is correct, he does equate it. What TC is not telling, or maybe he doesn't know, I don't know, is that his proposal, right, of elective monarchy was resoundingly rejected at the Constitutional Convention, right? When was it? 1787, right? He had almost no support for his idea of elective monarchy, I'm sorry. And other founding fathers did not share this idea. So, yes, Hamilton did propose elective monarchy. He got rejected.
Which is a more detailed, but that's a more detailed example of what I said. I said even if they
I thought you weren't trying to debate, bro. I thought you were. Now you're telling me what you said. Protest too much.
I said earlier. I said you're giving the opinion of 3 people, right? And I said there were. What do we attribute? What, a dozen of the main characters as our founding fathers? I said, and the majority of them did not support that idea, the idea of the king. And then I said of the 50 plus delegates, the majority of them didn't. And I reiterated, I said, even if all 3 of the Federalist Papers authors agreed with this idea, that was not the opinion of the majority. And you're asserting that it was.
TC, did you know that this proposal for elective monarchy was rejected at 1787?
I know that there were a lot of defenses of Alexander Hamilton's positions that were not adopted in the documents.
Sorry, I didn't know you were speaking. Sorry. Yeah, I have to respond back to you guys later. I'm going to.
Sorry. Are you withdrawing your position?
No, I'm not withdrawing my position at all. What I said was, I don't know how long you've been in the conversation, Emperor, but what I said was, we were talking about the king, and I think First Lady said, you seek to be ruled by a king. And what I said was that the Constitution, our Article branch, gives powers to the president that are checked by limitations on those powers, as well as the other two branches of government that would liken him to a king. Doesn't give him the authority to be, but it's likened into a king. And so the reason, and this goes back to us referencing King David in the scriptures, and somebody made this argument, made this point about we're not in a theocracy, and I gave an example that God supported kings in the scriptures and gave widespread latitude for kings that even transgressed the law and still resided with them and still supported them and still taught those kings up. I gave the example of King David. I gave the example of Pharaoh and some others in which God had a direct hand in directing their actions and their movements. That got down the rabbit hole to what we're talking about now, essentially equating the president to a king. And I said, as much as you guys don't like it, the president is the present day example of what a king would be.
And you still repeating this crap. Hey, CEO.
Can I?
Lord.
Hey. So, yeah, TC, you can equate in your personal opinions whatever you want to equate with, right? But the historical record that you reference does not support what you're saying. So you can obviously have your personal opinion about King David and likening the president to King David. But the historical record that you presented, right, referencing Hamilton's idea that was rejected of elective monarchy for substantiation of your personal beliefs is historically incorrect because you didn't provide the full context, specifically that it was rejected.
Now, did you say this is in the Constitution?
It's Hamilton's idea of what he wanted. Like he had a vision of
an idea that wasn't adopted.
Yep.
So I don't understand why CC even used it as an example. You see how you playing our faces?
So TC, wouldn't MBS and Saudi be much closer to being a modern day king than the president of the United States?
Yep.
He didn't answer. That was easy. He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer CEO. And I think that they sort of just wrapped up the conversation and put a stamp on it in the more words of Governor Morris, who was involved in writing a preamble for the Constitution. He said the magistrate is not the king. The king is the people. And that's the through line to all of the documentation that TC doesn't want to own up to, in that sense. He's trying to draw a similar, so that's the stamp on that. And the only thing I was saying to Virginia before is let's stay away from the religious conversation and let you actually understand, unless you're trained in hermeneutics and theology and you've been through dispensationalism. You have there's stuff that I hear people quote and pull up. It's so far off base because it's just like our laws and documentation. When you take a smidgen of something, like Philip was saying, and you don't recognize the whole of it, in the background of it, it's just a trash piece of a train wreck of a 32 pilot car wreck on 94 in Grand Haven. It's bad. So let's just steer clear from that because 98% of what I hear on Clubhouse is wrong to some degree. Let's just stop doing that.
Yeah, I think it's more like a 26 car pile-up to be exact.
Somewhere in between 20 and
But the idea is this a new mega point that's getting ready to come out and it's getting ready to start being discussed? Is this the idea we're playing around with this King situation? Is that
I think that's a tease. Sorry.
This is old stuff. This is old stuff because the conservative, the evangelical conservatives, was claiming King Caesarea. That's mentioned in the Bible. They weren't doing that when he was running. When the 200 evangelical pastors got together and prayed on Donald Trump, they were claiming that historical reference before.
Yeah.
So that's what the same thing is. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an old idea, but it's getting trotted out again in conservative circles. Like if you read their quote-unquote philosophers, right? Like this Hamiltonian vision of Caesarism, which is a few steps away from Bonapartism and a few steps away from fascism, right? The idea of Hamiltonian Caesarism and unitary executive is very much revived for Trump. So yeah, they're talking about it. I don't think it's reaching very much the liberal circles because it's, it's just talking points that are dealt with. I don't think it's reaching mainstream yet, but maybe it's normalized. Since TC is talking about it, maybe it's going to get normalized.
That's the danger in it, how I see it. But did he say, so the idea is in the Constitution? Is that what y'all saying?
No, it's in Federalist Papers, specifically written by Hamilton. That's what TC was referencing. On defending, he was defending that idea because people were concerned. He was saying, like, I don't want a monarch. It's going to be like an elected monarch. It's going to have all of these powers, but it's going to be fine. And he's writing in defense of his idea, and later on his idea is rejected at Constitutional Convention. So it's not in the Constitution.
So it's a non-segue.
Yep.
Just sending us down the rabbit hole just to talk about it. Ain't talk about nothing. So how do y'all feel about him removing this daggone Martin Luther King bus?
For real? Wait, what happened?
He put it in a different area. The bus of Martin Luther King MLK.
Where did he put it?
Is that not true?
Where did he put it? Oh, I don't.
Yeah, he did.
Where did he put it?
He put it downstairs.
He put it downstairs. No, seriously, she's not done. He put it downstairs facing the wall behind some things, actually. And he removed it.
Yeah, for the crying. That was crying.
No. And my thing is this. Why are we surprised? Why is this even shocking? I mean, I'm surprised it took him this long. I'm surprised he left it there this long. I'm surprised Obama's picture is still up. I'm shocked. I'm surprised that all of the White House staff has got, of a certain definition. But I'm just saying, why did it take so long? That's the only thing I'm shocked at. I'm not shocked at where he did it. I'm shocked that it took him so long to do it.
So does this make him a racist?
No, he's been one since 1946. So what are you talking about? This isn't making anything. I'm just saying. I mean, if I'm a criminal and I finally get caught robbing a bank, did me getting caught make me a criminal? So I was a criminal for the 16 decades before there. I just didn't get caught. That's crazy. I'm not black because I checked the box. I was black before I checked the box before I got the phone. This isn't making anything. This is what people like to do. I'm shocked that we are shocked.
Speaking of Obama, did y'all read the report about what Trump and Obama talked about at the Jimmy Carter funeral?
No.
I'm gonna play golf.
Yes, Trump invited him to play golf. That's what Obama was laughing about, apparently, because Trump was bragging about how great his golf courses were.
Oh yeah, and Obama was like, "Nah, I ain't going to the golf course, man. They be shooting."
Well, you know,
Obama's when you say, bro.
Oh, y'all just go for my. Y'all just gonna my.
No, I think it's more like even if Obama wanted to, as soon as he ran that idea by Michelle, she would look at him crazy.
Yeah. The whole Tiger Wood too.
Hey, Mr. Finley, how are you? I just noticed that was you.
It's all good. See you. I'm doing good. And I'm gonna say it again. Yeah, Obama didn't want to get shot at.
That's not funny.
It's
hilarious because they were shooting at Trump's golf course at Trump.
No kind of
Too soon.
Just about.
It would be bad optics. I mean, shit, they were giving the Obamas hell for just being able to have a giggle with George Bush. You can only imagine playing golf 18 rounds, or 18 holes rather, with Trump.
I cannot believe how a president as trash as freaking George W. Bush is so freaking beloved today. They treat dude like an old grandpa, and that dude was probably the worst president in my lifetime.
But Mr. Finley,
Until now,
yeah. You remember we had a guy named Dan Rather too? That was
and then Mr. Finley, you got to take this into account. Bush was nowhere near as dangerous as Cheney was. Bush was a patsy compared to Cheney, and we have never had this guy 45, 47 to compare him with. Up until then, I say Bush was nonsensically not really harmful. Cheney was the problem.
Cheney was like,
I actually agree with that. I think if Cheney wasn't a VP, Bush's presidency would have been very different.
Yeah, it would have been nondescript. We just would have moved past it. It would have been nondescript. But Cheney ran everything. He was a dangerous one. And we didn't have anything to compare him to because up until Cheney came around, he had never been a VP that had an office at the CIA, the FBI, had an office at the Justice Department, and at the White House. We never had that before. And at the fans, come on, man.
Okay, we had worse presidents, right? But we didn't have as stupid a president.
We had worse than who?
We had worse presidents than Trump in terms of, like they're leaked out.
I don't think so.
Andrew Jackson.
Warren Harding. No, I don't know about Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Johnson, the Johnson-Jackson thing, they're very similar to Trump, but I would think that Nixon was kind of bad too.
Buchanan was pretty bad.
I don't know, but see, my thing is, at least they were intelligent. I really think at this point we have not had someone with a lower IQ. I mean, that's the issue. Somebody with a lower IQ and clearly is clueless about how government works. I mean, anything obviously clueless about how government works. We've never been at this level of desperation before. Clearly.
A clear Nepo baby. Nepo president.
I mean, we've had people with bad intentions, people that specifically wanted to screw up the country or had bad policy ideas. But we've never had somebody so woefully clueless about how government works and how the world works.
Wait, so we've never had a president do car commercials at the White House or do crypto scams?
But again, like I said before, that's woefully clueless about how the government works. That illustrates the point. Is that who never anybody who is intelligent enough to know how government works would never ever put themselves in that position or put the country in that position. They would never do that. But you know how this thing works. Clearly he does not.
You know, I only got one thing to say. 2 Corinthians.
I got a question for y'all. Do you all think when people say we have to take pretty much like a chapter out of MAGA's book on how they stay on code, should we just become a damn cult ourselves? Should Democrats become a cult and left-leaning independent?
Absolutely not. I mean,
a movement, not a cult. A movement.
They need to stay on code, though.
Yeah, but you see, this is my thing. I knew Mr. Phillip would say something. Because look, the reason they stay on code is because they're a cult. Left-leaning independent Democrats, they don't behave that way. Look, we always critique government. That's what we're supposed to do as a people. We're supposed to critique our government. Not just because it does. Now, mind you, this is kind of like an unprecedented, this is a different situation where I get it. We have to do something different because look at what we're up against. But competing against MAGA is going to be difficult. It's shitty right now to be a Democrat and left-leaning independent because you're going up against a party who can do whatever the hell they want, and their people will side with them no matter what. That's good.
Well, you know what's interesting, though, about your point is that, like, if you ask MAGA what's the greatest strength of Democrats, we'll say their unity and ability to stay on code. So it's funny how, like, both sides think the other side is so great about staying on code. It's true.
CEO, fam, look at I forget which senator it was. Dude said I'm for the bill, right? And then Trump said, well, you ain't gonna never get elected again, and dude resigned. And then people like Josh Hawley, who were huge critics of this dang on bill, voted for anyway. Then got on TV and lied to him. Then got on TV and lied to himself about how the bill's good. And I'm not saying that Democrats should do that and vote for, bad policy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about when it comes to electoral politics, stay on freaking code.
But so
pick some talking points and stick to them.
But like, what part of this Epstein thing is on code? And you have huge different camps. Like Laura Loomer and Candace Owens are at each other's throat. Musk is at Trump's throat right now. There's a whole divide around Bondi and all this and that. There's a lot of division right now. So
the Epstein thing doesn't impact regular table shit that people are worried about. They're not worried about that. The family getting housing, shit like that. The Epstein thing is just a fucking distraction.
So you talking about in terms of congressional votes staying on code? Is that what you're referencing? Like the congressional votes? What do you mean?
I'm talking about running for office. Everyone stays on the same page. They're like Dems don't know how to do that, and their messaging is trash. It's embarrassing. Even in conversation with Dems, it's like, oh my God, y'all sound like the elected officials.
It's just because they operate with a simplified message, and they all stay with those slogans.
And the Dems need to figure it out, because it's y'all got some good policies, but you cannot get the masses to support those policies because I don't know. Y'all let
Finley,
the simpletons.
You know what will happen, Finley, is that like if you look at it, Bernie and AOC do have it together. So if nobody else gets it together, then the messaging is just going to default to what they're saying because they are the ones.
But you know the point I don't get? You keep saying all this about the Democrats, but here's my thing. You keep talking about how much time has the
she, did pretty well. Given the circumstances she had, I thought she did pretty well.
She wasn't gonna win. History was not on her.
Wait. So you see, this is how you get people like this.
We're not done.
Really cut out. Look, you literally just said she wasn't gonna win because of history. So is it because
I'm not just talking about president though.
She was a woman. Or was it because she was a woman?
This has nothing to do with being a woman.
But whatever you just said, it keeps coming out new things.
No. So you guys are focused on one office. One office. I'm talking about all the offices, right? Dems they're getting their butts kicked, and they should not be. On policy, if we're honest, they write way better policy and they're way better for the economy. They should not be losing to Republicans. But the reason Republicans win is because Republicans do a much better job of freaking messaging. And they do a much better job of staying lockstep to win. Democrats don't do that. And my reason for Kamala losing was the vice president. It's hard for vice presidents to win right after they were vice president. It's hard for them to run president to win. Things happened twice in history. So that's why I was saying with respect. And then we were being a woman. It had to do with the fact she was vice president.
I do think Democrats need to fix their messaging. But I disagree that Republicans do so much better. Because I'm going to stick to they're a cult. They don't have to have good messaging. They just have to talk.
Well, yeah. But calling them a cult doesn't change their electoral outcomes, fam. And it doesn't change. Right? It doesn't change anything because during the Clinton. But the same sentiment was during during the Obama years. The same sentiment. Just like the party that loses always or wins always eulogizes the opposition party, and that's never going to be that way.
Well, in fairness to what JD's saying, is like Trump is the messenger for just aligning with it. So it's not like there's a ton of clarity voice. It's like Trump and basically MTG are the biggest voices in the party right now, right? Outside of them, you're not hearing any real original thoughts among the elected officials.
Right, but they're getting aligned. Think about it. The Republicans have aligned with a guy that's not even conservative. He ain't even conservative. That's lockstep, if I've ever seen it.
I think I figured it out. This is the 5D strategy. Follow me. They want to deport immigrants. They want to devalue the dollar. They want to disenfranchise the middle class. They want to blame it on the Democrats, all authored by Donald J. Trump. That's it.
Fam, you're ranking 5 voters in 2025 think Republicans are better at the economy than Democrats. They believe that.
One thing that's hard to get over, though, is that the MAGA versus Democrats focus on fears and hopes as opposed to facts and figures.
Wait, hopes?
Because Drew sounds a lot better than global marketplace.
Like Aryan Nation wish list. I get it. What I want to know is why people who have X amount of hours during a week who are allegedly against MAGA don't want to spend time talking about MAGA, but instead want to talk about what the Democrats don't do or what they didn't do or why the candidates suck or why the messaging sucks. And you actually have the choice, when you actually have the choice to talk about the policies of MAGA, how the individual MAGA politicians are detrimental to our democracy and all that, when instead they want to talk about Democrats in 2020.
Well,
allegedly?
Scotty,
you can just say it.
So, Scotty, there is a reason for that, right? It's just basically that I think there's a lesson that just tearing down the other side doesn't create winning. It's basically there's got to be some
exactly
to inspire. So there has to be an inspirational.
Yeah, there's
message,
also
right? Like I think that the Dems should actually just follow what Newt Gingrich's playbook was in the 90s when he created that contract with America. That was very popular. The Dems should just create some unifying vision like that, and they all run on it. That would be killer.
No, CEO, you spend hours upon hours talking about policies and your job creation, and how other people are uneducated, uninformed, and 3.4 million Medicare cuts. No, talk about all that boring crap that most voters ain't gonna remember in 15 minutes. No, that's a winning strategy. And then when people call you out for having a bad playbook, you say, "Oh, you just hate us and you like the other team."
You see, when you keep bringing that up, we're not the politicians. So when other people are, quote unquote, what you would say, chastising the other side, so what? I mean, we're not the politicians. Democrats ain't up there chastising, well, for the most part.
That's what they do.
Chastising.
JD, I have friends with a bunch of elected Democrats, a bunch of them. I used to be a lobbyist, like personal friends. And I scream at them about this trash messaging and how they spend all this time talking past people and talking at people. And I'm like, y'all, you can't win like that. There's no way you win like that.
Well, what is true about the Democratic Party is that there are plenty on the left, if you want to call them leftists or whatever. I don't think a lot of leftists are Democrats, but they want to eat their own in the Democratic Party, and they want purity politics, and that is an issue that the Democratic Party has in terms of being able to win in 2026. Because you have people like David Hogg saying, if you don't vote a certain way on these certain things, we're going to primary you. And I don't think that's actually constructive for the Democratic Party, because there's a lot of people who, in this great country, that are not on the left. That are Democrats that win in their districts, that are purple districts and sometimes red districts. And they know who the voters are there. And they vote in pretty much lockstep with the people that they represent. And there are leftists or people on the far left in the Democratic Party who somewhere in another state are telling them how they need to vote in their district for their community, even though they are committed to the Democratic Party and voting along with whatever the the minority speaker wants them to do, whatever the party wants them to do. However, they are chastised by a lot of people on the left saying that they are not really about that life, and that is a problem with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they are target boycotters. That's how I illustrate the Democrats, right? You got to do everything correctly. If you don't, we're going to shoot you and we're going to sink the ship. Target freaking passed the minimum wage, $15 before any other company did, right? They were progressive. They were doing DEI before most companies were. They were progressive. They friggin' banned the box before any other company did, right? Any major company did. They were progressive. But they don't do one thing, and then we got to boycott them and then sink the friggin' ship. That's the Democrats. That's the Democrats, and it's embarrassing.
Right, and I'm also saying, and I agree with you, and I'm saying that we can talk about that 20% of the time, and the other 80% talk about how shitty the MAGA politicians and the policies are. I don't personally believe in going after the voters, but I do think the politicians are fair game, even though I think some of the voters are stupid and unpatriotic, and going after the policies. And I spend 80% of the time doing that, 20% talking about my own.
But Scott, you're missing the portion about the vision again, about what are the plans instead of like just
No, I agree. That's a
was the
huge
proactive part.
No, there has to be a plan. And I actually agree with you on the contract with America. There has to be almost like an alt government, like a resistance party with a vision that people can say, okay, I don't know what the MAGAs are doing. I don't like it. But this party over here is moving in this forward direction, and I can jump in with those policies, and I agree with that. So I'm on board.
Hey, Mr. Philly, did you vote Democrat?
I don't vote in federal elections. I've not voted in federal elections since Obama. I used to be a lobbyist, but I do vote state and local, and I vote for Republicans and Democrats.
Okay. Yeah, that absolutely.
Yeah, I don't believe. I believe in good policy. I believe in good policy, not good
partisans.
Me too. So the question is, are you complicit with pedophilia and your alignment with Trump and the absence of Epstein files? I mean, where are you in relationship to that?
In fairness to Mr. Finley and chillism, he's considered a Democratic chill.
I am. They do call me Democratic chill. And when I'm in more blue-leaning rooms, they label me MAGA. It's crazy.
Yeah, to me, so for those of you who haven't been here earlier, he was arguing us down that Republicans have been better to Black people.
Didn't say that.
Over an hour.
Did not say that.
Yeah, in a nutshell.
Nope, never said that.
In a nutshell.
Nope, never said that.
I'm just giving a recap.
You literally tell Democrats to stay on code, and you don't stay on code.
Yeah.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat, JD.
Yeah, you're literally saying Republicans are better.
And when I'm in chillism, they say that I'm saying Republicans are bad.
I'm literally like saying what you said earlier today. A few hours ago.
Yeah.
And now you switch it up.
No, I'm not switching anything up.
It's just the messaging is that. So I'm just giving a recap to the room because I realized that this is foolishness. And so I'm like disengaging. But
no, I think
what happens is
Sam, hold on, family. I think Sam, what happened was I wasn't really listening. He wasn't arguing for MAGA at all. It was a question that was posed, and he answered in the way that he thought a MAGA person would answer. So, based on what he said, I also heard Black MAGA men saying those things. He wasn't speaking from his own perspective, because he said it several times that he didn't vote in the federal election. He said it several different times. So he was, I think to your point, Finley, I think the problem is that you're in the middle, so you can see both sides. So you when you're arguing with, say, Democrats, you're arguing from the side of MAGA, and then when you're arguing with MAGA, and you're arguing from the side of Democrats, and that can cause you to be attacked. And that's just what happened.
Yeah, were you here when we were talking about Reagan and his policies and all that?
I've been here the whole time.
Oh yeah, so like he was like that Black men didn't care about that.
Yeah, mischaracterizing what I said.
He did say that, but he was speaking from the perspective of the Black men that said that they don't give a fuck about that. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm fair in all of it. You understand what I'm saying? Like I've literally been listening, and I can say from my stand,
from your view, but my view was different.
That he was
the entire time hearing his foolishness.
But right, I've been here too. That's what I'm saying. The entire time, I didn't leave or anything. I've been here and mostly just listening. And when he was speaking, I didn't interrupt because I wanted to hear what he was saying. And when I heard what he was saying, he was definitely speaking from the MAGA view, like because I could have said the same things because I've heard them say exactly what he said. That's what I'm saying. So it was like you heard him speak, and I think another problem is with you, Finley, is you have the cadence of a MAGA nigga for some reason.
What does that mean?
Like you kind of talk like them. You know what I'm saying? That I don't know. It's like something in your voice. It sounds a little MAGA-ish. And I'm just saying that might be the issue. Like he sounds like he's gonna be MAGA, but he's not.
It's unproductive. It's unproductive when you have someone who is not voting, at least in the federal election, that tries to play middle, that tries to claim to be the expert of both sides. It's unproductive. You didn't vote. But you're in here trying to tell them, hold on.
I do vote.
You come and you go, hold on.
Why are you screaming?
I was in my car. Anyway, so the problem is it's unproductive. And you know what? There's a lot of independents. Look, of course I voted for Kamala because of my dislike for Trump. So of course I'm going to be labeled a Democrat. Trust me, I'm an independent. I am an independent. His views on how he sees MAGA, I don't agree with. But the problem is when you talk to him, it's something like, no, he's the MAGA expert. That's why he's coming off as MAGA. Because he's pretty much acting as if he was MAGA, because somehow he can be an independent in the federal election. He can be in the middle and somehow be an expert on what black MAGA wants. But me, who is a true independent, right? I'm not a Democrat. I am an independent. I don't agree with his points on what he's saying about MAGA at all. I really don't.
So wait, I got a question. How do you call yourself a true independent, but I'm not? I'm not a Democrat. I said I'm not a Democrat.
Okay.
So I'm not a member of either registered party. So because I vote for both, because I believe in good policy, not good partisans. So and this is my problem, right? With both sides is when you say that we're struggling here, right? And I tell you, well, this is what your voters are saying and why they're voting that way, because I listened to them and I parroted that. They think that I'm saying that for my own. Yes, you don't listen.
No, Democrat. What's my first name? What's my first name?
I don't know your first name. I just know your. No. I'm talking. So if people were listening, then you would be able to understand my perspective, because Brooklyn heard everything I said, and she said it perfectly. I'm not a MAGA person, nor do I speak for MAGA. I'm just sitting here telling you what they're saying and why they're voting. That's it. And then I get pushback. I'm telling you what the customers are saying. I'm reading the reviews. All right, why are you giving me the pushback?
Hey, Mr. Finlow, you need to keep coming in here, because I only catch half the hell I normally do when you're in there.
You're a little bit different though, CEO.
Yeah, we know. We don't need any more middle experts.
You say stupid shit and then you run too. On top of that, he stood down and stayed this whole time, even though people was yelling at him because they didn't understand his point. I get yelled at for hours.
I get yelled at. No one was not understanding him. Right? He switched his point, right?
He didn't.
Never switched my point.
No, he did.
That's what I'm saying. Like you wasn't really listening. Y'all was just really talking past each other. If you were listening, that's not what he was saying. It was basically the question was posed, and he was asked like, what could we do different and some shit like that.
At what point do Americans separate themselves from pedophilia? At what point do you separate yourself from being complicit with someone that is complicit with pedophilia?
That's not the conversation. Will you stop saying that? Stop.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were talking about Epstein.
We're not talking about that. Hush.
Well, you should be. Trump said don't talk about it.
Trump said shut up about it.
You people are complicit.
Okay.
I think there are a lot of times that we be talking past each other and not listening. I'm even guilty of that sometimes. Because I be already knowing what some of these people gonna say, so I just, shut down and don't want to hear them, and I interrupt, and I have an attitude and do all of the things. But if you would really like listening intently, because the only time I really interrupted was. Right, that's all I'm saying. Like
we get it. We get it. She can finish. Stephanie, we get it.
I'm just saying, man.
Because she repeated it several times.
I think the bigger question is this. You've seen me ask people who, like El Dildo, Normal, whoever, you saw me ask them on stage, what is their opinion of lavender, and you saw them run. So I think it's only fair Americans ask MAGA supporters, are they complicit with pedophilia and Epstein disappearing? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
No comments is into that conversation now. I already just said no. Why are you doing it again?
I stand for the Constitution. I stand for the
You should
Constitution.
go in the chillin' room and ask that question, because those are the ones that support it.
Yeah, give me a link. I don't know all the rooms.
It's in the hallway somewhere. It says chillism. It's there every day. And then the
and I get jumped in there every day.
We believe that when we are born.
I talk about it.
Oh, poor you. I don't even know in there at all. I will crash the fuck out, clearly crash out. That's what I was trying to say. Like, I don't understand how Mr. Kennedy be yelling. I mean, he just be like, but you know what? And I thought about it.
I be bored.
You're doing the Lord's work. You fighting.
I be bored, and I enjoy conversation.
Hey, this is Alderman Daniel Espada. I think
Like
you
now.
guys are convinced. Yeah, you're convinced. Hey, this is Alderman Daniel.
It's okay if you do this.
All right, folks.
There's other places to have conversations.
I've been moving around a few rooms. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Typically other bipartisan ones, because at least like it's other people that have an opposite argument. I can't go to church with them at all. Like even in here, it's mostly Democratic, but you know, it's other people are allowed to speak whenever they're allowed to speak. Or sometimes I might bully them, depending on how I feel. But still, like, at least give them the space to say the stupid shit so I can then refute it. So they don't do that over there.
I feel like it's the DMZ. I feel like a lot of Democrats come here.
But that's the part of the thing that we've been talking about, how Democrats are more critical of our own party. Well, the party, and this is a part of the process of politics of the constituents. We get to judge and and critique our elected officials. So I think it's fair, to be honest with you.
Hey, brother, that's what I was saying. It's going to be harder for us as, like I said, left-leaning independents or Democrats, because we've always critiqued our officials. We're not a cult. We're not going to just agree with 100% of everything they do, no matter what.
Right. I agree with you on that point. Like, it's harder for us because because we are independent, we're independent in thought, so we can see the bad things too, along with the good things. We can see the bad things too, so we're gonna critique it. But I think it might be time for us to kind of use some of their talking, even the MAGA people. I don't know. During the election, some of them had critiques for Trump. I guess some of them.
But I agree with you, though. It's time to put on the show at this point.
Yeah, it's time to fight fire with fire.
Pick 3 or 4 central principal positions or political positions and fight tooth and nail for them and fight the long game for them. The Republicans did that for abortion. They've done it with gun rights, and they've done it with taxes, right? And they are successful at those things, right? And they'll sprinkle in a little bit of, we're going to try to repeal the 14th Amendment here, and, we're going to ignore the Constitution there. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of racism. Like, they sprinkle in a little bit of the other stuff, but they are central to those ideals, right? Democrats can't do that. They can't do it. Like, healthcare, criminal justice, and freaking wealth disparity should be, like, central to like the Dems platform, and they should run the long game with those things and get it accomplished and sprinkle in a little bit of, we're going to sprinkle in a little bit of infrastructure here and, maybe, deal with the the school funding problem there. Like, they can't, because they try to do everything at once and everybody's all over the place and nobody gets nothing done. And it's embarrassing.
But let me tell you what I see. Let me ask you this question, Phil. Do you see this?
this is what you just said was facts. The Republicans have been playing their abortion game ever since the 40s and the 50s because they could not sell. Just like they couldn't sell slavery, couldn't sell segregation. That's a hardship to sell. So the way to actually move around that is to sell abortion. Because everybody can get behind that. I love what you said. Here's what I have seen in my 53 years. That the Democrats have been consistently, they can't focus on one thing and ride it up like the Republicans because every other year they're fixing what the Republicans broke. So they can't ever focus on an agenda. And what happens is the Republicans shoot us in the leg, the Democrats for the next 4 years trying to get that leg to heal. And when the Republicans come back, then they shoot us in the arm. Then the Democrats go back and try to rehab that arm. The Democrats never have an opportunity to develop an agenda and to play something a long game because they are like, please like us while we fix what they broke. That has been the case for the last 20 years.
But that's a good point that you made, and I was gonna go to what I was gonna say before you spoke. I was gonna say that part of the problem too that I think we all agreed on was the fact that when the Democrats do have a win, they don't boast about it, unlike the Republicans. That might go far. Like a lot of people don't. A lot of the normal everyday citizens don't know all of the good things that Biden did because they was focused on what Trump was talking about instead of the Democrats focusing it and boasting about it and speaking on it and you're praising themselves, patting themselves on the back like the Republicans do. They downplayed everything and let the Republican talking point go over all of their accomplishments. So that could be another thing that they can do to kind of help their help them win.
Well, another thing, and I agree with you, Jay. I agree with that point. But another thing Dems should do, in addition to fixing, so again, when Republicans get elected in office, if they got 112 things that they want to get done, and they only got 15 minutes to get it done, they get done 100 things in 10 minutes, right? Democrats will have like 6 things. And they got 15 years to get them. And I'm being hyperbolic to make the point. They got 6 things, and they got 15 years to get it done. And they'll do one thing one thing, and it takes Republicans no time to undo what they've done. And that is another thing that drives me bonkers. Like, and then they rig it. Then they try to rig the game so you can't like undo what they just broke, like fix what they just broke. And that's another thing that drives me crazy.
Do you ever think that voting in the presidential election means anything? For example, like I'm a single. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you why I vote in a presidential election. I'm a single issue voter, and that single issue is the Supreme Court and federal judges. And because of that, I've been voting Democrat my whole life because I found out that single issue vote actually matters because the Supreme Court matters. So everything that you were talking about that you may be criticizing MAGA for because the Democrats are feckless and can't get done, a lot of that is allowed because of the Supreme Court allowing it to happen. So if you want to talk about Citizens United, you want to talk about abortion, you want to talk about rights for immigrants, you want to talk about health care, you want to talk about any other thing that has been happening over the last 40, 50 years is because of the Supreme Court and the fact that people like you are too much of a coward to actually vote in a presidential election for the one thing that could fucking matter for this country.
So let me respond to that by telling me I'm not a coward. Watch your mouth. All right. I'm tired of the. I've been nothing but respectful. I've been nothing but. You don't even know why I don't vote. Right? I spent 6 years in D.C. as a lobbyist working with these elected officials that respectfully don't give 2 craps about nobody on the state. They do the bidding of the wealthy. That's why they will do this thing like immigration. They switch positions. They'll sprinkle a little culture war in there so we can infight over the culture wars while they then continue to rig this capitalistic economy that is not beneficial to us. That is a bigger problem than anything else that you said, because when people are crunched for money, they don't care about civil rights. They don't care about none of that stuff. The era in which, with the exception of black people, that Americans got the most done with respect to people's civil rights, like the 50s and 60s and 70s, the economy was amazing for everybody but black people. And I understand that to be the bigger issue. And that's why I don't vote federally. And I'm in a red state, and I'm like, it's not a swing state. And so I'm like, my vote doesn't really matter anyways. And so before you call me a coward, right, understand why I principally don't vote. Now, if I were in a swing state, I'd probably have a different opinion. But I'm not. I'm in a very gerrymandered, hyper-red state.
But you vote, though, right?
I vote state and locally because my vote makes a difference state and local.
Right. So why not move your finger with the little pen or stylus to vote in the presidential, so that people can see that the margin is a lot closer, because people like you have moved the stylus over to check the Democratic box on the same ballot right above the other people you're voting for. It's really not that hard.
We hear people say their vote doesn't matter, and guess what? Look what we're going through now. We're going through, immigrants being unjustly, detained and deported, and U.S. citizens, right? Look at all the shit that's happening, right? We got this big, beautiful bill that's now cutting off services to the people that are in most need. But I gotta sit here and listen to how my vote doesn't matter. If your vote don't matter, then you're trying to tell us all of our votes don't matter.
I didn't tell anybody else what to do.
If everyone stops voting, guess what? I guess, you know what? We'll just do a free-for-all. Just let this shit free-for-all. You know what? Good luck. Let's just see what happens.
So again, this is where the you're not listening, right? I didn't say everyone shouldn't vote. I said this is why I don't vote. Just like earlier, I was telling you why certain people voted the way they voted. And instead of listening to understand, you criticize. Right?
Okay, so Scotty,
that ain't gonna get, that's not going, that's not, go ahead.
Let me just correct the one thing you said, now mute up. You literally said, of course you keep on with this, you're not listening to understand, you're listening to speak, blah, blah, blah. All I said is, you didn't vote, so I guess, G-U-E-S-S, all of our votes don't matter. Did I say the words? Mr. Finley said none of our votes matter. I said, I guess. So you need to listen to understand it. You just want to come up here and hear yourself speak, I got it. But you probably need to spend a few seconds listening.
The projection is not necessary, and the slippery slope is also not necessary. If I try to pick my words carefully, if I believe that nobody should vote, I would say that. I am saying this is why I don't vote, because I saw how the sausage was made, and it is a waste of time in its current conception, right? If you want to be honest, if the Dems were honest, they would undo Citizens United, but they won't, because Citizens United is more detrimental to a lot of their voters and a lot of things that they want to get done. Because they also need that they also want that super PAC money. They also want that super PAC money. They're not going to undo it. Right? To the gentleman earlier, I didn't cut you off, Scotty. I did not. I didn't cut you off, Scotty. Just like the gentleman said earlier, because here's where not being in either camp, you can see freaking clearly. The other gentleman earlier said, and I agree, I'm a Christian, I agree that evangelicals should not put Trump on this pedestal and use the faith for which to get votes. But I also agree that Dems shouldn't come into the church pandering for votes. I agree on both levels, right? But no one can call it down the middle like that, because they're not going to ignore what benefits them. And so I'm not saying nobody should vote. I'm telling you why I don't. In Florida, it does not matter. We're a red state. All right. It's like a Republican saying, that's like we're saying in California, well, just one more of you voted. Instead of losing by 5 million, we lost by 4,999,999. It's an exercise in futility.
Yeah, I want to call out the lie that you said Democrats are for Citizens United because they benefit from it. I want you to point to me where the Democratic president appointed Supreme Court justice voted in favor of Citizens United. and I will wait.
It doesn't matter if they appointed him or not. What are you talking about? Dude, this is how y'all can't see the forest for the trees. It doesn't matter.
You're not on the ground.
If they truly wanted to repeal Citizens United, they wouldn't accept the money, right? They would not accept the money. Number one,
they would start at a lower.
Number one, and number two, they would. Number one. I moved out of your way, Scotty. They would start number one by not accepting the money, or they would do like the Republicans did, and every other session propose a bill to repeal Citizens United.
Right, that the president will sign. I get it.
Yeah, that didn't stop the Republicans from trying to repeal Obama. That didn't stop the Republicans from trying to repeal Obamacare when Obama was president and Biden was president.
You know why? Because Republicans like to waste their voters' time. They don't have a plan, so of course they will do all of this nonsense because they don't actually have a plan to help people. So the Democrats, in fighting to overturn Citizens United, which, by the way, they cannot take less money and they cannot have a different playing field than the Republicans have. That's the reality. Of course they would want to overturn Citizens United. There's probably bills in Congress right now to do just that. But they're not going to get it passed because MAGA is president and because MAGA controls the other branches of Congress. So this is the reality. And you do not get to be on some moral high ground because you work in D.C. or because you have friends who are Democratic politicians, you see both sides, and you don't vote in the presidential election. You are not morally superior to that.
Never said I was.
Well, you certainly have some moral high ground because now you can see both sides. So you have the clarity.
I don't call it a moral high ground.
Because, no, you have this clarity that none of us have. Because we are too entrenched in our party, because we only fraternize with Democrats. Well, your opinion's wrong. Your opinion's your opinion. To be fair, your opinion's your opinion. But it's misguided, because we only fraternize with other Democrats. We only fraternize with people who think exactly like us. We do not have any family members, any neighbors, or anybody that we work with that has a different point of view. None of us do. That's why we are in the cult. That's why we cannot see with clarity what's going on in America. Only people like you who don't vote in presidential elections do.
As I said, it's my opinion, right? It's my opinion. It's based on my observation of watching Democrats move. And I know Democrats aren't going to give up the money because they benefit from the money. Why would they? Right? It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like having a side chick and then promoting marriage. If the side chick ain't gonna say anything, why would I give it the side chick? You know what I'm saying? They don't even take a principal position because this is and they're being paid by the same big business folks that they do the same bidding for. It's a reason that guys like Manchin didn't fully endorse Medicare for all. It's the reason that a lot of our infrastructure bills are filled with pork. Like it's a reason why Democrats still openly support choice schools when they're detrimental to the teachers union that they call themselves endorsing and loving, right? Because they're gonna play both sides of the fence because they're gonna dance to the piper that pays them.
Well, at least you're consistent in that you spend 99.9% of your time criticizing Democrats and then lying on them, like saying that they're all for Citizens United and they're not going to do anything. So at least I really applaud your consistency in this room and in other rooms that you go into, bashing Democrats and really suppressing the future vote and anything that they
How am I suppressing the future vote
in this country. Because this is what you people do.
You people?
You tell everybody how terrible Democrats are, how they're failing at everything, and you don't focus one iota on MAGA or Republicans, because that is just not the clarity.
I'm sorry, Scotty.
One second. Scotty, Finley bashes Trump and Joeism all the time, so it's just not an accuracy.
Well, that's okay. I don't go into that.
I literally hate the man as a man. I literally hate his existence. What are you talking about?
Okay, good.
Oh, so he's the champion like this, you know? He likes to go in the
opposite.
Yeah,
No, JD. What I do is if I'm talking to Jordan fans about Jordan's weaknesses, I can say on one hand he's one of the greatest players ever to play, right? And I can also on the other hand say he had limitations to his game, right? I can say that. But what Jordan fans will hear is you hate Michael Jordan and you like LeBron or Kobe or whatever GOAT player is they juxtapose to Jordan. And the same thing with LeBron fans. I do the same thing, right? And I'm just simply pointing out that your player has flaws. If you want to be honest, have an honest conversation, let's have an honest conversation. But that's the problem with partisans. They don't want to have an honest conversation.
I got it. You can list a million. You know what? I would believe you were having an honest conversation if it were just a few points. You've literally bashed like a million points about the Democrat. You hate the Democratic Party. Just point blank. You haven't named one good thing. You literally, man, I can't even count on two hands what you bashed about the Dems. I can count. I need more hands. In fact, everyone raise their hands. I need to borrow your hands on how many points of the Dems that this man has bashed. You've bashed the Democratic Party so much. You clearly hate the Democratic Party. So maybe you're not a Republican, but you damn sure ain't left leaning. You damn sure are more right leaning for the.
Yeah, CEO, this is hilarious, CEO.
Well, maybe.
I wish this was between 5 minutes from being true.
You're looking for comfort from CEO.
I'm not looking for. I'm not looking for CEO.
Thanks for coming in, Philly.
Hold on, everybody. Get a hold of your britches, okay? Maybe, just maybe, we didn't have any MAGA for him to argue with. Matt is in here. Matt Cool is here, right? And I know everybody hate Matt Cool. But this would be a perfect opportunity for a Matt Cool or a Matt Pavo, whatever the fuck his last name is, to come up here. Any Republican MAGA people, this is an opportunity. You got somebody dead smack in the middle to argue. Come on. Let's go.
And JD, can you tell the truth? Isn't Brooklyn booty clapping for Finley?
You said CEO.
Brooklyn, listen to this though.
I'm not booty clapping for nobody.
You know what? If MAGA came in here and was talking shit about them, yeah, we need to hear this side. We're listening to a man that has no side. So how is his opinion going to help us? He has no side.
I don't vote federally, sir. Stop saying I don't vote. I don't waste my time voting for elected officials that don't do the bidding of people. Why would I do that? I feel it's a waste of my time. So make it feel
Family, you don't vote in the Senate races? Hold on, you don't vote in the Senate races?
No, I don't. No, the Senate
races are going to be closer.
So let me make you feel better. So should I tell you that they've elected a felon that isn't even qualified for office, that doesn't know what the hell he's doing, has no idea what the Constitution is, doesn't read the Constitution, doesn't respect the Constitution, or a Supreme Court that's now paid off, that's endorsing him and kind of moving out of his way and letting him do his will, and the fact that this guy is actually challenging the constitutional law like the 14th Amendment, that even during the most racial of times, the Supreme Court said, hey, wait a minute, you're going too far, they were born here, he can stay here, he's a citizen. Should I start with that, or the big beautiful bill that the party of fiscal responsibility, right? Remember that party? The party that claims to care about the budget and how leaving our kids and grandkids, they're going to explode it by $3.5 trillion by doing the greatest transfer of wealth to the wealthy in our lifetime. Should I talk about that? Would that make you feel better? Huh?
Well, Finley,
is that better?
You're not voting helps him win.
No, it doesn't. My one vote does not change, does not move the needle.
Continuously speaking, driving the Democrats. Yes, that makes me feel warm and tingly inside.
Right. So I'm saying
and for him to say that his vote doesn't count is like really ridiculous, because if everybody thought that way, we would be. That's why we're in the situation we're in now. And I listen to you guys arguing back and forth, and this is a very good example of why we're messed up right now. So I'm gonna wait for you guys to continue, because I like to listen before I speak, and
feel of the people who are on the stage talking. I'm going to tell you guys how I feel, but I just want to break in and let you guys know that I'm listening intently. And this is why we're in the problem, because you said, why is that about one vote? Okay, so let's all say that. Let's all say that our one vote don't count. Let's all spread it in the community sir.
You're not advocating for that.
I did not say that.
I'm not. You're making that choice. And then
hello. I mean, first of all, you have no impulse control, because it's really unfair that somebody who has been silent all this time, and then when they start talking, you just want to overtalk me and interject. But what I'm saying to you is that if everyone, I'm not advocating for it either. But if everyone had that mindset, just imagine what type of situation we'd be in our community with 12 to 14 to 20%. I don't know what it is, because we don't even adhere to the census. We're not even serious about putting ourselves out there and letting them know our numbers. So if we all, the way we're being represented or not represented, the lack of representation, because we don't want to participate in the governmental process, so they'll know we out there and we're big and strong, because we're all sitting around with our individual grudges that we can't even come as a collective to be able to get representation as a group. No one even takes us seriously, because we don't take ourselves seriously. We don't take the governmental process seriously, and our numbers are dwindling. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game in politics. It has nothing to do with what you're thinking and it's the numbers that's going to help us get anything done. So everybody subtracting 1, 2, 3 here. I'm not going to vote. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it like that. I'm not going to vote. I don't believe in it. It just diminishes our numbers. And when our numbers are diminished, no one's taking us seriously. So don't keep saying that, because you have people who are in this room who think when they hear you say shit like this, and the way you say it with such authority and so much, like you have so much intellectual prowess behind it, they're like he don't vote. Why should I? No, everyone should vote, even in the process, so we can have those numbers and we can move the needle. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so I'm gonna sit down and let the men talk and listen more, and then I'll give my what I really want to say after you guys are done. I apologize for jumping in at this time. Thank you.
Sometimes, Mr. Finley, I have a thought experiment here. Did you vote for anybody before this last election?
The last presidential election I voted for was Obama.
Okay.
And I vote in every election I vote in every election but presidential elections. I don't vote in federal elections.
Okay, so for Biden, you did not vote for Biden?
No.
Okay, so here's what the thought experiment is. If we have to blame him for not voting for Trump, and that success, then we have to blame him and say he didn't vote for the success of Biden. Either way, that's a nil conversation. Move on.
Yeah, people preach to me about voting, not about voting, as if I don't understand how the game works. When I tell them I think federally, they ignore the fact that I vote in every other election. And then I'm always giving these speech about the electoral process and all this stuff. And they don't realize that I've written checks. I've helped people get elected. I'm very well freaking connected, right? So with respect to my vote and it having influence, I have far more influence with my telephone or the fact that I can walk into a congressman's office, even today, than me casting one vote for one office in a very red state for a lot of red politicians that I don't freaking like.
You did lose me a little bit when you said you don't vote for the Senate race, though. Why don't you vote for the Senate race, though? That's weird.
Because federally they are so, I'm going to say this one more time, CEO, they are so entrenched in freaking corporatism. I feel it is a waste of time. And again, really clear, for example, I speak in schools, by the way, I don't share that message to young, impressionable minds. I don't do that. I don't tell people that vote regularly that are my friends, don't vote. I don't tell other people to do. But if you ask me my opinion, right, of the kids, I'm going to share it. I'm very well aware of what I'm doing. I thought I was talking to people on stage that were very much well into politics and understood how this works and could respect someone for their position. But no.
This is an echo chamber. This is an echo chamber. No.
But this they do in all rooms. They do in all rooms that people that say that they vote very politically astute. They do the same thing, and I'm like, stop. Like, why? This is not working.
Well, you know what you got yourself into. This is an echo chamber. Everybody has a very specific way of thinking. So if you come in with your opinions that aren't in alignment with that, you're going to be attacked. There is no like, oh, why is this room like that? This room has always been this way. So I just think you need to really consider that. Brace yourself.
First of all, sir. First of all, hold up. This is what we're not gonna do. Let me stop this shit right now. Because because the mods are not speaking, you're getting a little loose and free. Don't come in here and label this room as nothing. You're not a motherfucking founder. You don't know what this room represents. It has never been an echo chamber. That's why your ass is up here. Because if it was an echo chamber, we would have locked the doors a long time ago and had the deacons throw your fucking ass out. So don't do that. If you get a room and you open it up and you want to label it as an echo chamber, you're free to do that, sir. But don't ever come in somebody else's property and start putting labels and signs up and shit unless, you're part of that and you've been a founder or at least a contributor that somebody in here gives a fuck and respects. So you know what I'm saying? How disrespectful of you. Just to make your point, you're going to try to diminish somebody else? You niggas amaze me. That's why you're in the situation you are right now.
You know that was damn, right?
I don't give a damn. I don't like that. I know who it was. I just don't like that, First Lady, when people do that.
I don't like it either.
I don't know what the fuck was going on.
He's been showing out all week long. He can't stay off his mic. He just keeps on talking, just putting the ideas out there. I don't know what's wrong with the guy.
I just don't like anybody disrespecting the work that you guys have put into this diligently. You come in and you provide the space every fucking day. And you put in your time. Like, you disrespect of somebody's time and energy that you just did was amazing. If you want to, you're not running the room. You're not giving your energy, your time, your knowledge, your voice, your spit, your hours. We could be doing something else. You think we don't have a fucking life? You don't think we don't have things we got to do? But we know that this is important. And we're on this app not for entertainment, not for your entertainment. We're here basically to bring information and to bring knowledge and to educate. So if you thought this was the fuck off room and people just come in here to fuck off because they ain't got shit else to do, you're wrong. You're misinformed. Right? I don't open up my room every fucking day after I get off of work and helping people in the operating room to have you motherfuckers come in there and tell me that, I'm just doing it because I'm a clown on Clubhouse and I need attention. I don't need attention. I am attention. I get attention wherever I go. And I don't need to come on Clubhouse to get more of it. I need less of it. So I'm sorry, I to disrespect your space, and I'm not like that. But when somebody comes and say this is an echo chamber, you better know what you're at when you're that. I don't care how you were saying it, or you should have said "ha ha" after. Just kidding.
That's fine. We ain't even gotta give him all that energy. I was gonna say something, but hey, Brett. Oh, somebody got Manfinity Block. Which one of y'all got Manfinity Block?
Hey, Lisa, that was a good line. I am the attention. I like that.
That was good. Who's got Manfinity Block? Who's gonna come first? Sen, JD.
It ain't me, lady. It's not me.
If he got him blocked, what's next?
Yeah,
I just playing, lady. You know you my number one.
I'm not sure about that. I think somebody else is there, but that's fine. Yeah, he was here earlier, but something could have changed. I don't know. I'm just asking. Go ahead, CEO. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was done.
I don't know what happened. Mr. Fenley was totally involved. Hey, Moosey.
I'm as innocent, lady.
Oh, it's me. I'm sorry. I got somewhere to go.
Oh, so we gotta leave? Hey, Matt. Hey, Marshall. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to everybody, too.
Thank you. Happy Saturday to you. We got Matt, Marshall, and then Cindy on his way, but apparently we're an echo chamber. Yeah. It's wild.
Amazing.
Your Marshall. I've been labeled a dim hater, fam. I've been labeled MAGA, Marshall.
I am from chillism. I'm very surprised.
I am too.
He's usually the dude arguing for the Democratic Party, believe it or not. Chillism is like watching Chillism's like watching Maury Povich. So it's not exactly like you can rate it high on the listen-omometer.
So I think if we did an experiment or paid attention to this past experiment, people listened to his cadence, they listened to some of what he said, and it automatically equaled and assumed something completely different. But when you take the emotion out and you actually listen to the words and the context and the message of what somebody is saying,
Hey, lady, it was the cadence, wasn't it? I said it was the cadence.
Oh, you said
it was
that
the
too?
cadence. Yes, it was the cadence.
What the hell? Y'all making me sound up?
No.
I was thinking
Finley, you have MAGA cadence.
Allegedly.
No, but that's the thing.
See, I got the same cadence, though, to be fair. See, I got the same. Yeah.
That's deep. So why don't we figure out a way to get to know what somebody actually says before we pass the judgment and respond accordingly? I think that's a good thing to start with. Can we do that? Can we start there?
That's very ambitious.
It's very ambitious. And Aleph, you've been really showing out lately.
Can I join the MAGA cadence group? I want to be a part of that group.
I want to know, did you eat some bad fruit? What's going on?
Well, I saw some bad stuff today on the streets of LA. Yes.
What happened?
Well, LA's got some things going on. It's just ice, baby. But there's also a Tesla supercharging station that is actually a 24-hour charging station, but it's a diner and a mood. A dine. What do you call it? A drive-in and a diner. So there you go. So my apologies if I jumped on anyone or anything. I was so MAGA. I can't take MAGA, right?
Well, what does that diner and the Tesla station have to? What are you saying? Is somebody blew it up, or you robbed it, or what happened?
The stuff stacks on top.
That's that shit they were saying about Biden.
FEMA. I tried to move those. So much of it. It was heavy on my mind, and then when I came into the room, I just heard all the MAGA sauce, and it fucked it up.
MAGA sauce is crazy. I wonder why. Well, I know Matt Cool don't come in here because he's scared of y'all, but Matt Cool, this is your opportunity, and you just won't take it, and I understand.
PC is hard for me, and I hate to center people, but for someone to work so hard and trying to make his point valid and using obtuse references, and all of that, and you just want to slap him. Not him, but you want to slap the concept,
So what I can't understand is, instead of us being triggered by him, find a way to actually argue back with him with the intelligence and the facts.
I don't want to obliterate him.
And obliterating is cathartic. Talking is not necessarily cathartic.
Okay.
That's true.
They always get beat in the fucking debate, though. That's nothing new. And he just doesn't believe it, so that's really a waste of time. You gotta just stop him from spreading misinformation like he did earlier.
Well, I think we got to the bottom of that, didn't we?
Yes.
Exactly. And we found a way to do it without all the, calling names and stuff. I'm just saying your message is heard when people can actually hear it. But all that anger and stuff like that, it's not helping. And Mr. Finley and what he was trying to say and what he's bringing is what a lot of other people have been trying to say that's still kind of in the middle. But the more we keep pushing, you're pushing them further and further away. And I get it. People are like, fuck them. We don't care. But then it's like, but we need them. So it's just like, which way are we going? Are we going to be like, fuck them? Or are we going to be like, finding a way to actually have a conversation so we can find some way to negotiate? Or we just don't, we already at the point that we don't trust them. So we like how Israel don't trust Iran at this point. And it's up in the sky.
Stricter protocols and laws might help.
I don't understand that. I mean, I'm just saying, is it up and it's stuck? Is that what it is?
It's various ways that things can flow, and when you got a big group of people that wants to have talk about a topic, and they're all in the queue, and it's building up. There's a certain amount of anxiety and frustration that comes with that. So having private
That's a you problem. That's a you problem. So
yeah, I have a lot of you problems. But what I'm saying though, as a solution, you could have private rooms that you branch off into, and then they could resolve some of those really tight conflicts. Not everybody's interested in the thing that's been the thing of the thing so many times before.
I don't get what you just said, but okay.
Ice, baby.
So did y'all see that they dragged some people, like they ran through the crowd and the one person got ran over? Did y'all see that? Ice.
Yeah, I saw that first lady.
You saw it?
Yeah.
That was crazy. I tried to find a clip on it. I can't find a clip. I'd be scared to Google certain things, so that's probably why I can't find a clip on it.
I'm at the nail salon when I get home. When I get home, I'm at the nail salon. When I get home, I'll run it.
Let me tell you,
What?
Why y'all keep getting your nails done like this? What's happening?
I haven't been in the nail salon in a while with you guys, but today I went and got that facial thing first. No.
I heard Mingling in the background talking.
Mingling was doing something else.
Breaking news. MC Matt Cool will join when Nanfinity comes in. If we've unblocked Nanfinity.
Netflix is already here. Chill back. Y'all always want. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all be looking for the excitement. What's going on? Y'all want the fight. Y'all can't wait to fight. Everybody can't wait to get in the battle. Why y'all want to fight all the time? Dang, I can't even get rest on Sabbath. My. What's going on, Dan? You came to apologize, or you doubling down? Which one is it?
The Lord says, peace, be still.
Amen. That's a fact. I can move forward with that.
Amen. That's a fact.
Damn, I like you. Oh, can I just say this real quick? Okay. I like you, damn. I don't have anything personal against you at all. I like you. It's just that it's just to me, and this is not my space, but it was hurtful because I know how much energy and time that these ladies put into this platform. So that's the only reason I came like that. And I apologize if I injured you or something like that, but it was just a moment.
Finley, you want to? No, that's cool. My apologies too. I try to be careful with my words, and I think that was just poor choice of words. That was a triggering kind of phrase, so I need to be more just thoughtful. So, but yeah.
Amen. Look at God working. Don't tell me my God can't do it.
Can we go back to burning down democracy, please?
No, chill out. See, were you going to say something?
Oh no, Finley responded to Brad in the chat. It's all.
Oh, okay. Hey, Brad, how are you?
Now, what Brad is this? Is this the white Brad that be talking poorly about black women?
Brad does not talk poorly about black women, and this is what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, that's what I asked.
Hold up, wait a minute, hold up. Because then we put stuff out there on people. We need to be able to judge people by our own accounts and our own accord. Happy Saturday, Brad. How you feeling?
I'm tired. I'm exhausted. But I'm back home after a week of.
You been hiking?
No, I was down in Kirk County, and I've been down.
I knew it.
I've been down Center Point.
I was just going to say he's probably down to help rescue folks.
He's been part of the rescue effort in Central Texas.
Is that for work? Or were you hunting or something?
No.
He's literally just helping out. He was part of the first responder effort in Central Texas, Miss.
Oh, right. Kudos to you.
Thank you for your service, Brad.
Look at Brooklyn wanting to attack people that are helping us save others.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank those heroes that
I didn't attack him. That's why I asked him what Brad is to me. Okay. And Matt Boo in the audience, don't stop because I got my matches for your ass, all right?
Oh, no.
Why the violence, Brooklyn? Why the violence?
For the record, if you would have said it's Brad, the Brad that attacked white women, you'd have been accurate. But yeah, he has a problem with.
Yes.
He hates Karens.
Wholeheartedly. Oh, man.
I now have a new group that I hate too. It's idiots that come down and do TikTok videos pretending that they care, and they're just sitting there with their little camera on their phone and taking selfies and showing how much they care, and then they turn around and leave without even so much as picking up a stake, a shovel, a rake, a chainsaw, and they don't even get dirty, they don't get muddy, but they sure look good on fucking Instagram or whatever.
Yeah, exactly, Brad. They're getting their influencers, right? Influencers got to get their content.
That's dirty work, man. That is dirty work. That's disgusting.
So, do you know the total now, right? Is there a total?
I don't have those numbers. Like I said, I just got back, and I see messages from time to time, and I was letting friends that I'm really close with, like, updates on here. The one that I was aware of that we found was Friday night, and they were deceased, and we pulled him out and found him in a debris pile underneath a bunch of crushed RVs. So that was the last I was able to do, and I learned a valuable lesson. For those of you that never think you're going to need it in life, horseback riding lessons. They help. My ass is so sore because
You never learn.
Pause.
Did Brad get booted?
All I heard was my ass is so sore, and
he's back in the game. Somebody boot Brad. Shout out to horseback riding lessons. Shout out to rural Florida.
Run that to some.
The horse. Astro Blade. Yeah, I don't know. But I would say horseback ridings will help save you. I lasted 2 hours on one of those big dogs, and I had to get off. I couldn't do it. It was just too painful going over all those bricks.
What? There's a nature thing I can do greater than Brad? I'm right.
I heard they were up to 121, but I don't know if that's changed. 119, 121, and 170.
How can 170 be missing, bruh? 170, that's a lot of people. I mean, have you ever been around 170 people? Where could they possibly be? Are these just people who haven't reported in to their family or they can't get in contact with? Because it almost seems like an impossibility to have 170 bodies. The number, 170 bodies that
that are missing in Kerr, Kerr County, in that particular place in that riverbed. It's going on several counties. It's not just Kerr. Oh, okay. I apologize.
And the river is like what, 250 miles long.
250 miles long.
It could have been
wild. It's a beast.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. A lot of people don't know, and it's slow going. Like on the first couple of days, you go through really fast. You're just trying to listen, and you're trying to poke and prod, just trying to find anything that's moving, or you can hear voices. And then when you go to the recovery phase, then you start pulling back, and you start doing more methodical searches and digs, and you got to get through the brush stuff. It's going to be a long time before a lot of those individuals are covered, because it's just, I don't think people understand, like, whole cars are just now covered in dirt and rock and trees. Like, it's their whole houses that are just obliterated. It's just, there's Center Point, the entire town is pretty much gone. There's nothing left there. And there's pretty much nothing along the banks. And the surge itself happening in 45 minutes, nothing was able to withstand that. Nothing in its path was able to withstand that.
You know, what I did hear, what I did learn was that one of the first responders was actually in the river, in the flood, rescuing a lady, and he was summoning for help, and he was asking, what do you call those operators, the 911 operators, to activate Code Red, and she responded that she needed a supervisor to activate it, and that was before, I don't know what time it was. I think it was either 1 or 3 a.m. And that the mayor claimed that he was not aware of that. So when they do the RCA, you're going to find that there's a lot of not just incompetence and failure to act and processes that are filled with holes. You're going to find that was evident because the mayor, for whatever reason, whoever the supervisor was not contacted to activate that Code Red, which definitely could have saved lives.
But should we focus on that right now?
Yeah, well, we're in recovery. When are you going to focus on it? We have a market season coming up.
There's still 170 lives.
Yeah, and I pray and I wish, and Lord knows I pray that they recover them. But I'm a realist. I deal with code blues and codes and people who die all the time in the health field. Even though I pray for miracles, I know what the science says. I'm hoping for a miracle because that's what they need at this point. But I think we can chew gum and walk at the same time because we have upcoming hurricane season. So if they were failures and we know these events, we don't know if it's going to be at that extent, but could possibly happen again. Then we need to know what they are so that we can go ahead and plug those failures or put in processes, update the processes. The FEMA, there's a national type of, I think it's called the IEAW. That was not utilized by Kerr County. I think the other counties utilize it. There's so much things that need to be fixed. And I don't know if you don't start looking at it now and updating it, these things are going to happen again.
Not just that, LaVon. I don't know if you can hear me, LaVon, but not just that. With us being in our profession, can you hear me?
Yes, darling, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, and with us being our profession, we are having these rooms and we were talking about ignoring warnings, ignoring signals. When I have those monitors, when they have these warning signals and these buzzers and these alerts, they're put on for a reason. And I hear them all day, every day. And we have to learn not to ignore or to devalue when there's any type of warning systems that are in place. I know they tend to be, you consider them a nuisance. You consider them to be something that, I get them all the time, so I'm just going to ignore them. If I set up and ignored the little oxygenation warning buttons or
arrhythmia warnings or all the other things that are set in place in my profession, then I would get the same results as what they got that night of that flood at the river. So we have to, at least give your warning signal a second look or a second consideration. And that's why you guys asked for them. That's why they asked for the alerts for the children who are being abducted and the Amber alerts, the this, the that, and that. You notice how we don't even look at that anymore. Does anybody else in here agree? But when they have an Amber alert and we look and we're annoyed and we just keep on moving down the road. But they were put in place for a reason. So anyway, it's gonna be more if we continue to be apathetic about the ones that we have in place currently. Yes, they could be updated. Yes, they could be improved. Yes, they could be elevated. But at least the basic warnings, we should at least have consideration of the basic warning that are currently in place. Because it's going to take years, if you agree, for them to get to, and it's not going to happen next week. It's not going to happen next month. It's not going to happen before the next rainfall or the next flood. So at least we can be a little bit more diligent when we're getting these alarms that we ask to be put in place that are currently available to us.
So there was something else with the alarms, right? There was also FEMA appeals. Buildings were identified, structures were identified to be removed or moved, and they were not. And there's a lot of that kind of backlog still exists. So I think that's another area that's not really being talked about right now. They were reducing regulatory oversight and flood insurance requirements.
Well, Christine has this new thing. I don't know how that's going to impact recovery and help that unless they change it. Any expenditures over $100,000, he has to personally approve. That seems to me that would be every request because this is like millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of resources that they're going to need. It seems to be low for her personal signature signed up.
I think the people in Texas need to be more involved. This is a tragedy that affects our entire country. But, the people in Texas, I know that they are involved. And Debbie, I don't know if Debbie's in the room, Pastor in the room, all the people. Do you live in Texas alone? You live in Texas alone?
No, I'm in Florida. No. Texas.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you were in Texas. But yeah, because the way that this president treats California or treated California, we wish we had these problems as far as getting any money whatsoever to help those people, those fire victims and whatever. But this is what Texas need to do their due diligence and get their shit together. The people that live there.
With the climate problems we're having today, there has been over 20,000 buildings that have been removed from flood maps via appeals.
Now, this information, have you researched?
What does that have to do with anything, Ella?
Okay, so there were buildings and structures on the Guadalupe River that were scheduled to be removed or to be moved. But they were not because that particular county decided that they wanted to have those buildings there.
Is my mic working?
All right, I hear you.
First say you got a hot mic.
Because I'm asking you a question. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, no, we couldn't. My bad, we couldn't hear you. You sound far away, like big echo.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out. Have you done the research? Have you verified that this is all true?
Yes, I'm putting a link in the chat. One of them is from AP News. FEMA removed dozens of Camp Mystic buildings from 100-year flood map before expansion.
Yeah, just FYI, Trump just released a new statement about Epstein. It's a doozy.
Oh, wow. Make my day. Make my day.
It is. It's long. All right, it's long. I'm just warning you now.
what's going on, my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more? They created the Epstein files just like they created a fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on them to me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left, they haven't even given up the JFK or MLK files. No matter how much success we have had, securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, is never enough for some people. We're about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years. And we have so much more to do. We are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to our complete priority. The left is imploding. Cash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals, instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG, and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
He is misreading his
the hottest
face.
country in the world because of
First of all, you see how he threw in how the election was stolen. You see what I'm saying? And we ain't saying nothing about him and Elon stealing the election this time around. So yeah, he continues to rhetoric.
He's totally misreading his base. This is the first.
He's not misreading you all. You know that y'all stupid and y'all gonna fall for it.
Okay,
He knows his base. Matt.
His base doesn't
Yeah.
face it.
His base is retarded. We get it. He knows that too.
I put the letter in the chat.
Nah,
You have to be careful with Trump because in that one place, where was that? He was, where did he, was it Texas that he visited, right? Someone got arrested for posting something on Facebook saying next time, or that he would not miss. So, even on a platform like this, that could happen at one rush.
What I'm saying is he's misreading his base.
Just play to y'all face and y'all believe him. Look at you, Matt. Look at you.
His base.
Go ahead, Matt. I'm after you.
I mean, just take it for what it's worth. Yes, MAGA wants to know exactly what fucking happened, and he's misreading his base. And there's heads will roll, and Trump will be. This is the first, in my opinion, self-inflicted scandal within the administration.
The fact of the matter, I said I was after Matt. Are you guys not hearing the ladies anymore?
No, they muted for like 1 minute.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Well. No, seriously, if you want to go get that, go ahead. I'll yield to you.
No.
Let me know when you're done. I was just gonna say that if we just that Trump message was just It's just the more of the same. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know if it surprised you guys that he would come out and say what he said. We need to keep saying and keep reiterating that the reason there is this so-called list is that he's on it. And the reason there is an Epstein is because he was enjoying the fruits his services that he was providing. He was there. It's been confirmed that he was there. There's pictures of him there. There's a court case that is trying to be buried of a 13-year-old, was he 13 or 15, child that was raped between him and Epstein. So, I mean, we can sit here and allow him to come and say whatever he wants. But we will fight back with facts and the proof, and we will continue to tell the truth. Sometimes people want to believe lies because it plays into their agenda, but also the truth will always prevail. So he can tell whatever he wants, and now let's counteract it every single time with dates, with facts, with pictures, with proof, and let's keep it rolling. MAGA's gonna say anything, and you notice how he goes, MAGA, they're trying to ruin our thing. Well, yeah, I congratulate you, MAGAs, because you know what? One thing you don't have thought process, independent thought. That you're a good sheep. You're able to be told what to do, and you're able to continuously numb yourself to reality and intellectual thought and debate and follow anything that this person says for you to do. If he told you guys to meet up on the cliffs of California and jump off, I'm sure you guys will be on time and respond. It's all personal. Well, I mean,
You mean what? That's personal files.
You think it's false?
Yeah. Like you saying that these people all this stuff or whatever just because they think differently.
They do think differently. But when I'm called on the Democratic plantation, and I'm called the Democratic shield, and I'm called one of the other names that I'm called because I feel one particular way about people that I consider to be important enough to have my vote. I mean, I don't know how else to respond to that. Am I just supposed to say?
I'm saying you always say that you want to have the conversation with the MAGAs, and then
all the time.
You're taking the time to insult them personally. That's all.
I didn't consider it a personal insult, but maybe it is a personal insult. No, I didn't really think of it as personal insult. I thought it was just being observational, but maybe it is personal. And I don't know, First Lady.
Well, that would be the majority of this nation that voted for Donald J. Trump. He won the popular and the electorals. And down ticket, he actually had some.
That's not the majority of the nation.
What are you talking about? What are you responding to?
Well, you said that people that Trump are sheep, and that they.
And you haven't called Democrats slaves on a plantation?
No, not that phrase. I've said other things.
Okay, so what makes your observation much more important or elevated than mine?
But you didn't say it in this conversation, so you trying to ask or to say something that I don't know. Like, what are we doing?
Well, he's responding to what I said.
You know what?
He's obviously.
I think we should let Brad and Lisa interact. I've known both of them for a long time. They have different perspectives. They're both intelligent. Let the two of them interact for a couple minutes.
I don't know. I'm Mr. CEO. I do what I want to do.
I'm going to be.
I mean, less than 2% of the majority. Do you really have majority of the vote?
Because what I'm trying to do is have an actual conversation where people can actually express themselves, right, without the personal attacks. If we can't do that, then guess what? In the next 20 minutes, we're going to all be fighting.
Do you guys think it's a personal attack?
Let's fight.
I don't want to fight.
Brooklyn, you like the fight.
If y'all want to fight, go your own space and go fight. But that's not what I'm about. I'm not about fighting.
And First Lady, I apologize if this seen as a personal attack.
But when people say, and I don't know Brad, and I apologize if I hit dog is hollering right now, but when I'm just saying overall, when we separate ourselves into these camps, I have been as an independent Democrat or the Democratic independent. I don't know what they call myself now because everything is negative. But whatever I am, when we have these conversations with MAGA, they're quick on the draw of calling us, this, that, and the third. But I can't elevate the conversation at this point because I'm just trying to respond to things that are being said to us as a whole.
Right now, in this moment.
But he was responding to something. What were you responding to, the Brad? What were you responding to?
I was responding to your own comments. I was responding to your comments that you called MAGA people. So you called MAGA people sheep and that they would all jump off the building if Trump did. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. There's a wide variety of reasons why people back Trump. There's a plethora of them. But if you're not going to bother yourself to actually go and just say MAGA's on there, then
did you say bother myself? That's a personal attack right there.
That's not a personal attack. If you've never actually asked a Republican, conservative, or MAGA.
What did he say? What did he say, Lisa?
I said if she didn't bother herself to actually learn about MAGA and wants to talk about it or their views.
Let them two have their conversation.
Please.
Okay. Well, then fine. Y'all can have a conversation.
No, but I got a clarifying
As if they weren't having
question.
the conversation. Are we serious? They're having the conversation. I was asking a point of clarity. What did he say that was attacking to her?
Well, I took it like this, Brad. I took it like this. You said if I would bother myself, you don't know what I bothered myself. If you're asking me or telling me, it's totally different. So if you're saying, Lisa, have you ever investigated whatever, but you're making a statement and an accusation and accusatory telling me if I had bothered myself, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with you, and you've never had a conversation with me. So let's just start out by I'm gonna put down my shield, you put down yours. If you want to talk to me and we want to have a dialogue, you don't know me, say I don't know you, Lisa, and I don't really know where you're coming from. We should start from there. But other than that, I can hear where this is going.
And hey, it was Patty that said let them have the conversation. It wasn't no Brooklyn, it was me. So if you're getting upset about that, I'm just telling them let them have the conversation because people were saying stuff in between.
Yeah, I was the one that was saying something because I was trying to foster the conversation so that the two of them can have the conversation.
Well, I got you. But I was just saying, let them have the conversation because it's kind of like, because I don't like when Lisa does this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I'll leave sometimes. When Lisa do that shit to her own mind, I be like, yo, like this enough. I gotta go because I'm not gonna be in the middle of that shit.
Yeah, well, then that's the reason why the conversation goes to hell real quick. So if that's
right,
what y'all want to do, then fine, go to hell. Go to hell with it.
You can stop it then. You can stop that conversation.
No, but if I can foster it before it goes there so that an actual conversation can happen, that's how I foster the conversation. But if you want to come off the mic now, if you want to curate the conversation,
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you, okay? I'm not going to argue with you. You can deal with everybody on this app. No, you came off the mic and got smart. I just said, yo, this is Patty. I was just telling them, let them have the conversation. Now, if you want to get feisty, son, because it doesn't move me. Not one.
Nobody's trying to move anybody.
Why are we? You is really bugging right now. Like, I don't like when Lisa do that, I leave. When she do that to her own mind, like, you can have a conversation with them, my God, and foster the conversation. But damn, like...
Can I ask, what exactly did you hear me say that made you...
No, I came off mic, and the only thing I said, hey, I'm back, and then I said, oh, let them have the conversation, because someone interrupted. Then you got smart, and I'm like, yo, who's she talking to?
What did I say to get smart, Patty?
Lady... Chill, because I can talk. We can text each other. We don't have to do this.
Right, but
but you said I was getting smart. I'm trying to figure out when did
Well,
I
I
get
was
smart.
like, she was talking to me, not you. She was talking to me, and that's fine. But when y'all done, can I ask my clarifying question?
Wait a minute, but the clarification is between Lisa and Brad right now, right?
Correct.
So go ahead, Brad. You were responding to Lisa. Lisa was responding to you. Lisa, you want to pick up, or you want Brad to pick up?
Brad can go ahead. Because maybe I am out of line. That's just my personality. But I can moderate myself. So, and I'm learning something from Patty because I wasn't really aware that was going on with me and my mod. But now that she's pointing it out to me, then I need to address it if I feel interested. And I appreciate you guys. But sometimes we don't see ourselves when we don't hear ourselves. So I appreciate the correction. And
Y'all know what I'm gonna say.
I'm waiting for Brad. I'm waiting for Brad.
Honestly, I forgot what we were talking about. I'm like unpacking.
I think we were
Okay, so we
talking
can
about
move on. If you don't remember, if it's uninteresting enough that you can't remember, we can.
Y'all were talking about MAGA and are they sheep? That was a conversation.
Oh, yeah. So I'll apologize. I'll retract my statement of saying that you've never sat down with MAGA and bothered to learn about that. But I will state this, that even in the conservative rooms and in the Republican rooms and the MAGA rooms, I can critique this, that they're not open to definitive ideas. Like, we could take a look at this latest disaster. I will agree with some Democrats. I will agree that, the town council playing with FEMA funds and deciding on that, and the people advocating or against some of those. The ARPA designs that the gentleman spoke about there, I can see it too. I have questions about it. If I was a resident, I'd be asking myself, because no one wants to spend, 100 hours out of the week searching for bodies of children. And there's a lot that can be held accountable for this disaster. The same thing in California with the LA wildfires. We can ask questions and say, hey, there needs to be some criticism, because right now we all pay a shit ton of tax dollars, and we have an expectation that there is some kind of emergency management system that is going to be there to at least alert us or to help guide us in the event of a natural disaster or impending doom. And we should have that expectation, because we are the wealthiest country in the nation, and we should be able to rely on those systems, and they should be updated. That should be one of the first priorities of any elected leader. But currently, the only state that seems to get it done right, and it's unfortunate, but people won't like this, is Florida in response to hurricanes. They seem to have the ability to react and motivate. As soon as the storm's lifted, they are moving in. They don't care. Their warning systems are on par. The reaction times are good. They are going in with cleanup crews immediately. They're staged and ready to go. So maybe a lot of states and a lot of these areas, we need to start looking at lessons around the world, because there's other countries around the world that do a better job than our own elected leaders who virtue signal all day long.
Yeah, I'm in Florida. Can I just wait? Hold on, LeVon. I'm having a conversation with him, and I will be very brief. I apologize if I'm stepping in here, but I just want to get this over between me and Brad. So, Brad, I have a question. Are you a resident of Texas?
I am. Yes.
Okay. And I'm a co-resident of California at the right time. But do you guys have some type of warning about this particular event? Don't you guys have a warning system? And weren't you giving some? I don't know. I'm not going to argue the type and the levels. The question is, do you have warning systems in place for that area for floods, and weren't they activated at some level for that event?
Yes, they do have alerts in place. Are they effective enough? No. I should retract that. I don't know if the most alert system in the world that I have seen in place would have prevented this tragedy, or would have spared maybe 1 or 2 lives, and that would have been worth it. It would have been, I don't care how much money, it would have been worth it. I don't know, and I can't honestly give you a correct answer on that. I don't have all the details. And again, I've only been working on the ground. I can only tell you what I see from the ground. I haven't been privy to a lot of the news. And even when we have leaders of other search and rescue organizations and politicians walk through, and influencers, and you got like fucking rappers and singers and country music stars and Instagram models trying to trump through the area, I don't get much information. So the thing I'm learning is learning it on the fly. But right now, I don't know if any system in the world would have been able to do necessarily what you're asking in 45 minutes. 30 feet in 45 minutes. That is just that's a volume of water that you can't expect.
So last thing for me, as I'm learning, and after this I'll go on mute and listen. There was a report from the Hill. I think I read it from the Hill. I'm not at home, so some of this information might be spotty and less than 100% accurate or helpful. But I read that 24 hours before the storm even hit, that the meteorologists in that area warned the community that there was going to be an excessive amount of rain and that the ground would not be able to absorb the amount of rainfall. That was the first warning. So with that in mind, within 24 hours, me, and maybe I am Tuesday night quarterbacking, thank you. Tuesday quarterbacking here. That would have given some indication to a campground that if the meteorologist is saying that the amount of rain is coming, will not your ground wouldn't be able to absorb or support it, that we might need to activate at that point some type of contingency plan that have to do with campers and children. Am I sounding like I'm making sense, or I'm just babbling, sir?
No, I mean, it sounds good. In theory, I do believe, from what I've heard here, that there were some people were aware of the alerts, others were not. Cell phone coverage is spotty. It's how those alerts are communicated. Also, I'm going to be honest with you. Since I've been in Texas, the number of potential flash flood warnings that meteorologists give out that to no fruition is an alarming amount. It also comes in massive rains, like flash rainstorms. They come through and they drop for 2 minutes and then they just stop. It's the weirdest crap you ever saw. In fact, I don't know if that would have helped. If they reacted that way, maybe they got complacent. That's a very common one. Much like people dismiss a lot of alerts that they get on their phone and go out into the storms anyway.
I land. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. We can talk more about the political parties, I guess, in another situation or space, because we're talking about the storm now, and I don't think people understand if we just start going back and forth. But I appreciate talking to you. I've never met you before, and I am going to apologize because I'm a full-grown adult, and this is a different day and a different topic. So I would like to, at some point in time, be able to have dialogue with you on what we originally started talking about. Okay, sir?
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna start following you. Yeah, I'm going to start following you, and maybe we can get into rooms together where we can have that dialogue about the MAGAs and whatever. Okay, Brad?
Absolutely. And again, I apologize if I offended you, and I would love to have a discussion on the various sides of right-leaning on MAGA to conservative to Republicans.
All right, tany more
apologies and turning around? Can I ask my clarifying question, please?
I'll go after you.
Thank you. Brad, are you there, Brad?
Yes, I'm here.
Coming in? Do you happen to know a guy on the app by the name of Sig?
Yes.
Do you host rooms with Sig?
Yes. Once in a while, yes.
Oh yeah, you're the Brad that I was assuming. Yeah, you're the Brad. Yeah, and I don't take anything.
Here we go.
Look at God. Look at God. Can we do this 300 million more times?
Hey, Brad, I wanted to jump into something you said when you talked about Florida. I'm in Florida, and I will tell you, we learned invaluable lessons from Hurricane Andrew. And if there's any state that could be the template, and I can't stand DeSantis. I can't stand him. I can't stand him. Even before him, all of our governors from Andrew, blue or red, Florida has an amazing response systems. And they activate and they don't hesitate. And to what Lisa was talking about being in a medical field, I can tell you, when we have patients, especially in the ICU, so many bells and whistles and alarms go off. You really can't sleep in it. And family, they tell the nurses, can you turn up the alarm? Can you lower the alarm? Because we set it the parameters, right? To alarm, let's say, for instance, the heart rate, if it drops below a certain level, it's supposed to alarm and blink lights. If the ventilator, they have a low pressure alarm or a high pressure alarm, that not only alarms, it's going to blink. And I will tell you, if any nurse turns those alarms down or off and I find out, they're going to be fired. I will definitely write a counseling recommending that they fire. Because as leaders, we have a higher responsibility to the patients that we take care of who are weak and infirm and under our care. So why am I saying this? As leaders and county managers and city managers, they're held to a higher standard. Yeah, we have something called alarm fatigue. And just like, the nurses and family get tired of hearing those alarms all day. They're there for a reason, right? So yes, the population can have alarm fatigue, but the people in charge cannot afford to have alarm fatigue. They're charged with the responsibility of their constituents. And that's why I come down so hard on if there appears to be these gaps and delays. And from what I'm reading, there was definitely delayed. The NAAS, and NOAA, they do their job. They send the alerts out. But when you have a first responder, and I'm talking specifically about Buckeye County, not the other counties. When you have a first responder calling in that they're rescuing something and asking for their, what do you call the person who answers the call, to activate the code red. And I know the dispatch operator. And I know they're following procedures. So my beef is not with the dispatch operator. She has protocols to follow, and she said, I cannot do that. I need to get approval. Okay, I need to get a supervisor approval. Okay, from that point, push the damn buttons, make the freaking calls, and get the damn approval. You can't have a mayor saying that he was not aware of that code red request until 45, 50 minutes later. We all know what happened.
So again, yeah, there's a lot of criticism to be had about the systems and the operations and the guidelines that are in place, and those will be critiqued. And you're right, everybody's right to critique them, especially the residents of that area and those that were directly affected. They have an absolute high priority to be critical of that. My only thing is I want to caution you is that not necessarily.
The fuck is a hypothetical?
But the hypothetical is based on reality.
The hypothetical, which means the reason,
why do you
which
have
means
to
none of
make
this
this
exists. The war doesn't exist. You didn't have the 6 Day War. You didn't have the You did not have the 6 Day War.
Qué pena tu boca sucia.
Mira, pendejo sucio, cabrón. Mama bicho. Cállate la boca, pendejo.
No, tú.
Feo.
Okay, let's go back to the conversation. What's the point of your question? Did you One at a time, guys.
It reminds you of something on the
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Look at the flip-flops.
One at a time, guys.
You see it? You see my PTR?
I know you need attention from a team.
No, look at the PTR, actually. Look at it. Reminds you of something that happened a few days ago?
Amir Baba, how could you have a war? Amir Baba, how could you have a war? How could you have a war with nobody, Amir Baba? What does it mean?
It's a hypothetical, you fucking idiot.
If we wanted to, no, it's not a hypothetical.
So let me give you this. Hang on.
Yeah.
Now, according to the, as far as we learned about Amalek, right? Because Netanyahu brought it up. Aren't you supposed to go after the trees and everything, like including whatever's left there? So let's say if there was no Palestinians, if there was no life,
you're not.
you still go after the trees, right?
No. The answer is no.
That's what I heard.
The tree thing comes from your Quran, not from us. The Jews hiding behind the trees and the rocks and the trees cry out.
No, that's maybe you don't know the Torah very well.
That's for combatant, by the way. That's not for every Jew. It doesn't say every Jew. It's for combatant.
And Amalek.
Combatant.
Yeah, it's for combatant. You gotta go learn the.
I did. It doesn't say combatants.
Absolutely does.
Yeah, in there.
Go ask the scholar.
In the Hamas charter.
Yeah.
The Hamas charter doesn't say that.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Edward, if you
trees and the rocks.
If you actually look into the Torah, Edward, and you look at what the Amaleks did and compared to what's happening in Palestine.
No. That's an old charter. The revised charter doesn't contain any mention.
That's what I'm saying. Like Amalek, that's what they did.
That's literally.
Yeah. Say again.
You're
Amalek.
You are your people are.
No problem.
Tell me what did they do?
You're in good shape.
Tell me what did they do according to the Torah?
I'm not going to teach you Torah.
Yeah, I'll teach you Torah if you want. I can teach you.
I study with the rabbi, not with the
barbarian. According to the Torah, the actions.
Was terrorist.
Yeah, but according to the Torah, you guys are
you don't
look at my PTR. Okay, look at my PTR.
You have to cleanse yourself.
Look at my PTR
before you can even go near it.
This is the end of all of you. Look at
You're unclean. You are unclean.
Look at it.
You were unclean. You are Amalek. Okay.
We're unclean. Have you seen yourself in the mirror?
Right. Yes,
Have
I do.
you seen yourself in the mirror?
Every day.
No. Once you can't get back at him like this. According
Let's
to
have
this
a real
book,
discussion.
he is him.
Yeah.
They're the Amaleks. It's them.
Right. You are
the Amaleks. You are
Hold on. Let's talk about the news, man. Forget him.
I wish things happening. I wish the Romans were alive again. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we got Lottie. It says, hold on. There's 74% of Israelis back war ending a deal to free our hostages. Now the issue here is you got 82% of Israelis don't expel Gaza. You got 70% of them they want to. No, it was a recent survey.
Which survey? The one with 563 respondents?
It was done from the U.S. University in America.
563 surveys in that survey, Amir.
No. It was one survey.
563. They got 563 people responded.
And 56% of them, they want to expel Arab Israelis out of Israel as well.
You didn't even get the 600 people.
Hold on. Norma, back in 2016, there was another survey done from Pew Research that says 48% of Israeli Jews they want to expel Arabs.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not accurate.
Do you want the Pew Research?
I definitely do.
Do you want it? Okay, it's from 2016. It's not even after 7th of October. Let me put it in the chat.
Definitely put it in the chat.
Sure.
I'll have a look. So what's your question?
They're bleeding, bro. They're bleeding, Amir. Don't worry. Nobody's getting expelled. They're getting expelled. Yeah, you're getting expelled, bro. You're getting expelled. History repeats itself. You already made it into the death triangle zone inside of Gaza.
History of
Similar to 2014. Do you know what the death triangle is?
Okay, no.
Go look it up. That's the reason why you guys are facing a lot of losses in the last 10 days. Yeah, but I'm just letting you know who you are, you fucking scumbag terrorist.
Well, no, you're talking about yourself now.
I'm talking about you, Amalek. Yeah, Amalek.
They got in the death triangle in 2006 by the Hezbollah too.
Yeah, they made it to that zone. You know that?
Can I put the survey link? Can you go read up the survey please really quick?
Let's talk about your question.
Talk about your mother.
So the question is, according to the Amalek verse, after you get rid of the Palestine, you got to get rid of the trees as well. It's not just one-way street. So they do have some olive trees and whatnot. They just stole olive tree, by the way, in the West Bank. I heard about it. So are they going to steal them or burn the olive trees down?
I cannot follow what you're asking. Give me
I said Amalek verse talks about, the Amalek verse? Yeah, the Amalek verse from your Torah.
The Amalek words or wars? W-A-R.
Worse.
What's he doing first?
Yes, it talks about, Wednesday has a lot of noise on the microphone. Mike. Okay, so the Amalek, it talks about that you want to go after the trees and a whole bunch of other things. So once they get rid of the Palestinians, they want to go after the trees and whatnot. And then you do have these surveys, the Israeli community agrees on this. The recent was 82%, 2016 was 48%. You see what I'm saying? So there is some sort of a thing there, the hatred
between Amalek and the
you and your people,
it's just a fact. Look at what's happening. They're burning trees, they're stealing.
You and your people, you fucking scumbag. You and your people.
I know you feel guilty.
You're the Amaleks. You are, according to your book, you're the Amaleks. According to your book.
God, I cannot.
According to your book, it's you.
You need to pray.
The reference is about you fucking idiot scumbag terrorist. The reference is about you.
Delulu.
You fucking scumbag bitch. The reference is about you.
Is telling us to kill ourselves.
Yes, your book is talking about you. Yes. Corruption. Yes.
We're our own people.
It's about you. Yes. You're the Amalek.
We're not the Jews.
You read it.
I see. Okay.
Read it
every day.
Tell us what's the definition of Amaleks. What did they do?
You'll have to read it. I'm not
you tell us. Tell everybody here. What does it say? What did the Amaleks do? You fucking big.
I don't teach Torah.
Tell us, and then connect it. Connect the dots. Tell us. You can't. You're a coward, bitch.
Innocent women and children.
You're a coward, bitch. You're a coward, bitch. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to get you, fucking scumbag.
Amir, it's your
I'm getting kicked out of Spain right now.
You fucking nasty.
No.
I'm getting kicked out everywhere.
Actually,
read it. Tell us. Educate us. What's Amaleks according to the Torah?
Everybody's yelling at once to me. Feeding time at the zoo? Is it feeding time at the zoo now? I thought you wanted to have
They're feeding you in San Yunus, you fucking scumbag.
You got some girl thinking you're a handsome fucking guy. You think you're a fucking handsome guy?
Amir, is this what you want?
So,
is it feeding you?
You tend to project these things, right? The zoo, look, just because you
I said it's a feeding time.
Stop projecting. Okay?
I'm not projecting. Everybody's getting
feeding time for your wife.
A conversation, or are people cursing like that?
We're having a conversation about the community survey and whatnot. They align together with the Amalek. What it talks about. Yeah, it does.
So normal, you're the only Jew that's gonna make it in Hollywood, man.
Now in religion, the Amalek, how many people are religious Jews inside Israel? What's the percentage?
I don't know offhand. Every Jew is really religious, though.
How could an atheist Jew be religious?
Wait, what?
You can't be.
Yeah, we are though.
No. The reason why, if somebody's an atheist, they deny the word of God. How could they be atheist? How could they be religious?
Hey, that's not the way the
No. It says in your scripture.
No, it doesn't say that. You're wrong.
It makes them a kafir. Anyways,
correct. We don't have kafirs to do that.
Yes. The rabbi will tell you that it makes you a kafir. In Arabic, we call it
have a rabbi, Amir. You're wrong.
Okay.
That's not how Jews work. We're not Muslims.
Yeah, how do you guys work?
I call you Muslim.
How do you guys work?
Believes that Judaism is a fucking religion. You guys are the ones that keep on trying to say it.
No, you guys are all converts. You have to believe to be a Muslim.
Stop trying to make us believe that Judaism is an ethnicity and a religion.
I never said that. I never said that. I said we're family, a tribe.
You're not even part of that fucking tribe. You're fucking European.
No, we were in Europe, just the same way you're in America, but you're from Puerto Rico.
You're getting sunburned in Israel.
Nobody's getting sunburned. We
European.
I'm
fucking allergic to olive trees, you fucking pig. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know, you have the highest rate of skin cancer.
So remember, I do have one question.
You're supposed to be indigenous. And your life expectancy is nothing. You're the one whose land is filled up. The land is spitting you out. Look at Gaza.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that.
Because you guys have entered the United States. You guys have entered the United States.
Hang on. We don't believe in your book. Your book says spitting it out. That's what's happening to. You know they're leaving to Cyprus, right? You heard about it? The Cyprus officials. Cyprus officials are pissed off, right? They're mad. They're tired. They're like, you know, these people are coming and taking over our land, stealing the land, freaking buying the land. Yeah. That's coming.
In South America too. They're kicking the
Can you not shout, please, guys, not shout, man.
Giving Baba a headache.
Yes, and then we.
So what's your question, Amir? Let's have a talk.
Okay, what did we do about that 2 Palestinians that were beaten, that were killed by the settlers? What did we do about it?
When? Where? How? Why? Where?
In the West Bank.
Where?
In the West Bank.
Where?
Why does Israel get a free pass here? You can kill as many Palestinians. Good thing that you guys didn't know that he was an American. So America will get it down here. Go look it up. It's available in the Times of Israel.
You want me to look up what's in your mind?
If I put the Times of Israel, are you gonna read it or are you just gonna blabber?
Look at everything, Amir.
Okay, let me put it in the chat for you.
Look at everything. Okay.
A Palestinian American gets killed by the Zionist entity.
When?
This was a couple days ago.
Okay, I haven't seen it. I can't help you. You don't seem to know about it yourself.
Yes, I do. I read it.
So it happened in Judea and Samaria? What town?
Yeah.
What town?
Not Judea and Samaria, in the West Bank.
We don't have a West Bank. That's a Jordanian term.
International University. Everybody knows it's actually the West Bank. Nobody knows Judea and Samaria. That's your understanding.
The Palestinians don't call it that, Amir.
Yeah, read it. It's a Palestinian American. Go read it.
No, the Palestinian.
Your news calls it Palestinian American. Go read it. That's an Israeli newspaper. Israeli newspaper calls it Palestinian American.
One of them was one of Florida.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Go read up this. What happened to this?
Okay, Amir. So you don't know where it happened still?
Read it. I gave you the article. There was 3 incidents.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free parking in Palestine.
Free your nose. Free your fucking
Let's go Palestine.
Did
you see what happened in Beirut?
Did you see what happens? What's happening in Khan Yunis? Look at my PTR. Happened in Khan Yunis. Look at it.
I'm not interested.
Look at it with the flip-flop. It happened in Khan Yunis. Look at it.
I'm just having the
Look at it. Look at it. It happened in Khan Yunis. Look at my PTR.
I know you need my attention.
Look at it with a flip-flop.
I know you want the attention of it.
Look at it. Look at it. This is what happened. You fucking bitch.
So the settlers are killing. Hold on. The settlers are killing Palestinians, right? Okay. They've been doing this for a while.
Is that what you think?
Check the link in the chat. I posted it.
Okay, where did this happen?
So are you gonna? No, just read it. Read it yourself.
I'm asking you. You don't know.
Oh my God. Let me give you the city name. You want the city name? You want the area name?
Did you read the article?
Yes, I did. Did you want the area name? Okay. I'll give you the name. The person's name is Muhammad Rizq Hussein al-Shalabi, 23.
For the 10th time.
Died after being shot, during the attack. And bleed for hours.
Where did this
I'll give you the name. He was born in Florida. Okay. He was born in Florida. I'm about to give you the name. Just saying. It was north of Ramallah. A village north of Ramallah.
Say again?
A village north of Ramallah.
So you don't know the name?
I told you. North of Ramallah. Oh my God. I just gave him the name, the city.
Area A. Area A.
You said something happened, and I said where? And you don't know. What is there to talk about? You don't even know.
It doesn't matter. Area A. These settlers are coming into Zone A. The whole fucking thing is occupied by a Zionist entity. It doesn't matter. Zone A, Zone B. I know on paper you have Zone B. Half of it is occupied by PA. Half of it is occupied by the settlers. But it's not. The whole fucking thing is occupied by the Israeli settlers.
So wait,
the whole thing from Zone A to Zone C.
In charge in Area A?
In charge? Okay. Let me ask you this. If one of those... Hold on. If one of the hilltop boys comes down and attacks a house in Zone A, can they call the PA?
Yes.
No, they can't.
Sure, they have a police force.
They can't. They do not have jurisdiction over a fucking settler. When they call the IDF, when they call the IDF comes around, IDF fucking protects the motherfucking settler and protects protects the settler and arrests the Palestinian. Just an idiot, man.
I don't think you're going to get anywhere with him.
You can't get into area.
What's the story you said about him shooting in the air to some Palestinians?
You can shoot in the air.
Oh, yeah. Norm, why don't you tell everybody the story about how the Palestinians were in Area A and...
No, not Area B.
No, Area A.
No,
but you said they were on the border of... You were on the border, and you were not in Area A. They were in Area A.
You're incorrect. You got
it wrong. This is what you said.
No, that's not what I said. Remembering. I know exactly.
Oh, okay. Why don't you tell the story?
They came up the road to our village.
No, they came up to you?
In the air.
They never came up to you. You're such a fucking liar, Norm.
I'm telling you what happened. I'm
You're a liar, bro. Everything you
How am I a liar?
It's not what you said. It's not what you said when you were in Israel.
Yeah.
And you were proud of the fact. You said, I can't wait to get my gun too. And they were in Area A, and you were on the border. Because I asked you, I said, are you on? How are you in Area A? You said, I'm not. I'm on the border.
That's right. The village is on the border. The entrance is in Area B.
Yeah, Edward, this guy is a waste of time. He's a piece of shit, man.
I think so, too. I mean, I don't know.
He's a piece of shit, man. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking pig. Go, you fucking pig. Get the fuck out of here.
Thank you. Give me a headache on normal. You're a very dishonest person on this app.
Daniel's there. Daniel's down there.
Daniel's here. Okay, if you want to come on up, Daniel, I'll send you an invite.
Daniel, in the other room earlier, Al was talking.
And Dave, if you want to come on up, I know China called me. They said, "Where's Dave at?" They were asking me about you, Dave.
That was the one that everyone has those pictures of her.
Her
right naked pictures.
Yeah. She was saying, how basically how.
By the way, I know those boob. That's a boob job, but that's the worst boob job I have ever seen in my damn life.
So Al was saying how it's how the Israelis on here are embarrassing, and how and Galilean too and her were talking about how when they talk about children and doing things to children and raping animals and Galilean was saying how somebody earlier today wanted to stick a gun between her legs and kill her kids. But the thing is about children, and they both said it, that's a red line. Daniel comes up and says they're anti-Semitic. And Yael is Jewish. And by the way, Yael, thinks Palestinians are disgusting, so she's not like, but she's anti-Semitic. And about the children, he said, well, what about the children in the IDF that have to serve every day? Those are the real children. So he's conflating soldiers to be the children, not the actual children to be the children, and would not speak up against threatening children or raping children or doing anything to children. So to Daniel, children are not off limits, and he has a very skewed perception of what is and is not a child. An IDF soldier is not a child.
Hey, come on up and, if you want to defend your position and relate to the children, at least for the sake of children, you shouldn't be saying these type of things. And look at this Chinese Dave. China called me. They said they will tell you to come back to China. Majority of the Chinese, they support the Palestinians. They don't support Israel. I don't know where the hell how could you find a Chinese person on this app supports Israel? I don't know, man. Unless he hates the Chinese government.
Why do you need support from the Chinese?
I don't need support from the Chinese. We have Dave down in the audience. He supports Israel. I didn't say I need support from the China.
So, who do you need support from?
I don't need support from anybody. Everybody's looking at it. They're going based on the evidence. They're doing it on their own. I'm not begging anybody for support. Do you see me begging? I did talk about the news and whatnot, and the recent news. We have the Smotrich, right? I think Smotrich basically runs the fucking government. There's an article from. It was posted in New York Times. It was posted in Times of Israel. Smotrich, the finance minister, and what's that? Ben Gavir, they're getting in the way to restore the peace.
I'm with you. I'm with you in this. As a Muslim Ummah, where's Saudi Arabia for you guys?
What the fuck?
Are you Muslim? Hold on. Are you Muslim? Are you Hindu? Idol worshiper? Are you idol worshiper?
Oh, atheist?
Are you idol worshiper?
No. I'm Charlie Hebdo.
Okay. Who are you?
Okay. What do you need to know more? When I said Charlie Hebdo.
Yeah,
I don't know Charlie Hebdo. I don't know.
Are you a walking dildo? I thought I heard he was a walking dildo.
Okay.
A butt plug for gay men. No? Okay.
Anyway, cows, by the way, cows are better
so
on a
you
plate.
are a butt plug for gay men.
Okay. All right. So.
No. I've asked you a simple question about Muslim Ummah and.
Is this what a drunk Indian sounds like?
So we have look.
I think he needs to just admit the fact that he's a butt plug.
I mean, we're not asking what. When I am in India, don't you?
It sounds like he's now full of.
Nobody's shaming the Indian. We're shaming the person, Islamophobe, piece of shit. I come across a lot of Sangis, but these fuckers, they hate Muslims. They like to oppress and suppress not only Muslims, even from Christian. What'd you say, Azim?
Yeah, that's right, but.
Okay. Which Muslim? Is it a Sunni Muslim or a Shia Muslim?
What do you want to ask?
Well, how do you pronounce it?
Let's focus on what happened today, bro. They killed over 128 Palestinians so
I wanted to say what kind of butt plug you're seeing.
Most of them
No, hang on. Hindus hate the Muslim,
bro.
The Sunni Muslim.
Get back to the news.
I'm done. Your voice. Look, we're gonna pivot. So let's talk about the news. There's a lot that came out. I think the ceasefire. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not. Right? They're working on it, and this particular article about the Palestinian American allegedly beaten to death by settlers. There's two of them, and this is the thing we don't get: is how do they get a free pass to kill any Americans?
I think that's one of them was American Amir, not both of them. But two were killed.
No, two were killed. One of them was actually, Palestinian American. It's not just one. It's not the first time. It's multiple people that have gotten killed. And that's what I don't get. How do you, why do they have a free pass and America doesn't even investigate? Daniel, if you want to come on up, I did send you an invite. Hey, what's up, Omi or Chucky? I'll send you an invite as well if you want to come on up. What else? If anybody else want to come on up, any of the other Zionists want to come on up, we can have a conversation.
And Lulu, what happened in Gaza today?
They killed over 128, and most of them are women and children. And they're targeting all these children and women that are going to get help from these 8 sites. As soon as they make it there, they just bomb them and open fire at them, So far, at least, it's over 128, but I think the number is a little bit more than that.
Wow.
But also, on the other hand, Khan Yunus is actually teaching them a very good lesson so far in the last 7 to 10 days. Like, even a few minutes ago, there was a serious incident that happened there, but I'm still waiting for some information on it.
Good. See, those are not children that the Hamas are going after.
No, they're not. They're terrorists.
We know the difference between a child and an IDF soldier. Unlike Daniel, who thinks that.
I think Daniel should fly out there and join the fight.
Well, Daniel said that the children are the IDF soldiers. Those are the children.
No, let Daniel, he talks a big talk, right? Let him go out there and fight against Hamas.
Daniel showed up when Iran bombed the Shmuli's dildo shop, and the dildos went flying everywhere. And that's when Daniel showed up in Israel.
I bet he loved that. I bet he loved that. He get hit in the face with all the dildos, didn't he? I bet he loved that.
So, Daniel, that was the case after Iran did the attack, and the other one was the orgy one. Did you see the video about the orgy thing? In the bunker, they're talking about they want to do orgy and whatnot. It was just crazy.
Wait, who's talking
People
about?
on the other side, in the bunker, the guy's literally recording and butt naked, half naked, and they're talking about how they would do orgy and whatnot, and they're all freaking half naked. They're about to do something,
These people need to be neutered, like my cat.
I don't know.
They want to keep pumping
Daniel,
everything.
you seen that video? I can put the video in the chat for you.
Daniel, why do your people keep pumping everything? It's crazy.
Because they're going to get wiped out, so they want to try and reproduce quickly.
Let me see if I can put the video in the chat, Daniel. You want to see it?
Yeah, they're shooting bullets at them.
Yeah, you see, Azim, you see this bitch, his Islamophobia is coming out.
Just throw him out of
Hashtag go on my block place, fucking bitch. I hate Islamophobes on this fucking guy. Get lost. Get away from my room. Get lost. Yeah, I need to.
I had a question actually, because it was mentioned before. What is Holocaust porn?
They made the Holocaust porn to mock the Holocaust.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's the Israelis did that. They made a Holocaust porn to mock Holocaust.
Like a porn, so it's based around the Holocaust, and it's a porno.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I didn't know until Lee brought it to my attention. This is the problem, man. A lot of these Israelis that live in Israel, right? People look at what happened to the Holocaust, but a lot of them, they're not from the Holocaust. I don't know where the fuck these people are from. The Holocaust people is less than, I would say, maybe 300,000 living inside in the slums of Israel. You see what I'm saying? And
I wanted to ask that yesterday. I forgot about asking it when somebody mentioned it. I'm like, what the hell is that? That's crazy. And killing.
Sam, you want to come on up, Sam? No, not today. You changed your picture, I think, right?
128 Palestinians that wanted food were unalived. I mean, these people are so sick.
Yeah, simply for going, waiting for food.
So sick.
Using food as a weapon. It's disgusting.
The food is actually the sick thing too. Is somebody is getting paid. Like somebody had to get money from the Israeli government, whatever government, whoever paid for it, and pay this private foundation, and they're getting paid to render these services. So they're making a profit out of this, and they wouldn't even let the Palestinians get food and water out of it. But
Somebody said that it looks like a mousetrap.
It's like a maze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn up the hand raising. If anybody want to come on up, just unmute and come on up. Alnomo's not here. I don't know which. And guess what? This is a kind of crazy. You have the several IDF troops hurt in Gaza fighting as Palestinians reported killed at each side. So they're killing the Palestinians and their IDF troops are getting hurt. I think it's the same thing. Remember what you shared yesterday, Edward? They're ambushing some of these IDF soldiers, right? They're trying to take them in, right?
Yeah.
And I think that they're not willing to come out and say that, look, this is what Hamas is doing now, taking our IDF soldiers. So we have to be careful. So now they have to be worried about their own safety,
Yeah, they are. The IDF soldiers, they're worried about, and you know what they're worried about? They're worried about if Hamas ends up touching one of them, their squad mates or whatever, or company, whatever they call them, will say, "Oh, Hannibal directive," and shoot the Israeli soldier dead. So shoot their partner, whatever.
So one of the worst Israeli IDF losses that took place in 2014 is happening near the areas that the IDF are getting into nowadays, and they call it the Death Triangle. Look it up; it's very interesting, and they're making it to that area right now as we speak. And they're bleeding. They're suffering badly. They don't speak about it. Now, recently, they started posting a few videos. I think they're jealous that Hamas is getting more views than them, so they started posting videos. But yeah, this is what's happening.
Yeah, and they're not saying how many, are being killed either.
No, they don't publish that.
But in the videos, you could clearly see that it's more than what the Israeli government is saying. By the Hamas videos, it's more than what the Israeli government has been saying. That's been a pattern since the beginning of the war, and then they announced December 2023, end of December 2023, that they'll start publishing casualties in real time, and then Hamas started hitting them really hard, and so they didn't publish them in real time. And from January until June, the numbers pretty much stayed the same, 2024. And then they went up, one here, one there, and that's it. But, thousands were killed. The IDF chief now, before he was chief of staff of the IDF, was on TV and he said 1,500. And that was in the middle of last year. So, wait until all the numbers come out. That's when the Israelis are going to go crazy.
Not that anyone gives a fuck, but I'm very curious to know what the numbers are.
So, I forgot who did the counting. I was going through. This is the beginning of 2025, or when the ceasefire happened, February 2025. I was on YouTube. And someone went through all the videos that the resistance posted, and they counted, I forgot what the number was, 10,000 something or 11,000 something that were killed from the videos.
Edward, what about that commander? The IDF commander came out, he said it's a 5,500 some change, and Yaakov tried to debunk it. He said he had somebody read the newspaper in Hebrew, and it doesn't mean that. Do you remember it said 5,500 and some change?
No, 5,900.
Lost the memory.
Yeah, 59. I read the actual. He said it on TV. I read the actual transcript and what it said, and it said 5,900.
He didn't say number of soldiers. He said number of families involved. It's not, but maybe it's too difficult for you to understand. But it's not the same. Because
number of families that were affected was 5,900.
Yes,
you wouldn't count the families. You would count.
This is very. You have you don't know your enemy. That's one of you, and maybe it's our.
No, if we didn't know you, we wouldn't be able to kill you so easily.
I will tell you why.
Because we know you well enough to kill you.
I will tell you. I know exactly. Because every soldier who died, we know about it. There is no possibility in
No, that's not true. Not every soldier that dies, you know about it.
To hide the dead
you literally wipe off people off the record. You wipe off soldiers off the record.
Enemy. Yeah. The number IDF published are the exact number of soldiers who died. The exact number. To the one, there is no one soldier who is not published. In every
so is that why they have have them. That's why the government has them have group funerals.
You
They have group funerals,
you do not understand.
and they tell them to keep them quiet. That's been reported last year.
He's on a you do not understand your enemy.
We don't understand. I understand this.
We don't.
The Israelis are dying.
It's not possible.
Great.
You believe Hamas lies.
The whole world understands who you are now, bro. It's not only us.
No, I didn't say I believe Hamas.
We're not even talking about Hamas, bro.
You do not understand. You are stupid.
Your mom is stupid. You fucking scumbag son of a bitch.
And though, if we're stupid, why is it that your soldiers with all their technology are dying?
Your mom is stupid. Your whole family are stupid.
Your soldiers are dying. Get out of Gaza. Get out of West Bank.
But the number is exactly the number which I can publish.
No, you look at the videos. That's not true. Let's look at the videos.
It's
if you look at the videos, you could see that
exactly
that's true.
Your fucking Hamas
it's on video.
Are fake.
These videos are fake now?
You don't understand your enemy.
These videos are vetted by so many groups around the world, and you're saying that they're fake.
You accepted the videos on October 7th. Now they're fake.
Yeah, exactly.
It will lead you to hell. The belief of you in your own lies.
Ego, we see. The videos are there.
If you are an intelligent person, check about this issue of number of soldiers. Check it deeply, and you will see the time correct.
Ego, you never checked the videos, though. You never looked at the videos.
So let's draw an analogy right here and give an example. Ego.
Every soldier is published in all media.
Ego, you hear me out. Let me give you an example, Ego. So let's say the IDF says they killed 20,000 members, right? 20,000.
I'm talking about the Gazans. I'm talking about
No. I'm going to draw a number.
I do not the numbers about Gazans are not exact for any.
Okay. Whatever it is, everybody on this side.
Just about the number of Israeli
Can you listen to the analogy, please? Egal, can you please listen to the fucking analogy? They killed over 60,000 people. Hold on. Bro, can you stop? Listen to the fucking example. Like, what is he on about? Are you on fucking crack?
I do not know the number of.
Oh my God! This idiot keeps on speaking out of his ass. I don't know, man. If the 60,000 of Palestinians are dead, 40,000 are Hamas, or 30,000 are Hamas.
I'm talking about this, you idiot. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the numbers of Israeli casualties.
I just told you.
I'm not talking about
analogy. Oh my God, this guy. They have a handgun and they end up killing each one of them. It's 5,000 right there. It's a 40,000 Hamas. I just don't get it. This idiot is not able to understand. 60,000 people are dead. Out of the 60, they always claim 40,000 is fucking Hamas.
The
idiot, we're going based on the Hamas casualties. The amount of Hamas killed according to the IDF data is so much fuckered. Oh my God, this old man, I hate cursing at him, but this keeps on speaking out of.
You have to look at the Hamas videos.
How intelligent are you? How you do not know about anything about this?
Okay, if you're intelligent, why do you only go with one source and not verify?
Every source, every possible source.
No, not every source. The Israeli source. Israeli government. That's one source.
Every source. Check
no,
every
the
source.
Israeli government. That's one source.
Not Hamas source, but every other source.
Okay. What if there are videos? What if there are videos? Listen. What if there are videos for the operations that Hamas has?
Are you crazy?
Okay, what if you take the videos that Hamas puts out, and you could see the battles, and you could see from the videos how many Israelis were killed? That's not a source?
No,
that's the highest source.
For numbers of...
actual video, showing them. That's the actual source. That's like the original source.
Videos right there. Can be manipulated. You don't.
But they're not. They're vetted. If they're manipulated, people would.
You are talking nonsense. Checking your serious source.
Okay, if these videos were manipulated, like you say.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
You can.
Don't
No.
about videos. Check the serious
Listen,
sources.
if they're manipulated, then Israelis, all the pro-Israelis anywhere in the world, and anybody with a computer and knows about video editing would be able to tell you that they are manipulated.
Fight any casualty, not possible.
So how come no one has come out and said that they?
You don't understand Israel. That's a problem.
I do. I heard what you said. Israel said
the
this.
same way like Hamas attack Israel, thinking that they will be able to destroy Israel.
That's not what they were thinking.
Gaza is destroyed.
No, that's not what you. That's not what
the same way of thinking.
No, that's not what they were thinking. If Israel, okay, if these videos that I'm talking about were fake, wouldn't you have heard that they were fake a long time ago? But the videos show which how many people were killed.
Not sure how many people can.
Yes, they do.
Not killed. It's bullshit.
No, they do. Everybody's seen them. They've been doing it for 2 years.
Hello everyone. Hello Edward. Hello Amir. Amir.
Hello. How are you?
Hello. So I have quickly 2 requests from you people and brothers. First, Amir, since you are here, the host of this room, I highly suggest you to not, allow people to interrupt in this way and to heckle the conversation, because that would never lead anywhere, talking this way. And just to remind a lot of you, and I'm sure a lot of you are aware that a lot of Zios here, they are not here to discuss, they are not here to hear the reality, they are here just to heckle, to stop, and to bully people spreading reality and talking about it. I know these bastards. I know a lot of them. I know normal. I hope that Daniel downstairs is not the same Daniel on Tandem, because I've been, debating Zios with other people for a lot of time. So I know these bastards to the heart. So again, Ego, you are here. You keep denying reality, which is something that a lot of Zions do, which is called gaslighting.
We know the names of every soldier who died.
No.
Exact name of every soldier. If you think we can fake it, you simply don't understand Israel. You simply don't know.
You gotta give it the mic afterwards. Let him finish.
Every name of soldier.
You gotta let him finish. Can you please let him finish?
I'm going to stop until you shut the fuck up. I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Good, great. So that's the point. I highly, it's your room. You are the host, and people who are more who come here more calmly than I do. You are. I know that you are a group of people debating and trying to spread the reality. It's the objective of everyone here. But I see a lot of them, they come here, okay, with all this nonsense, denying all your arguments, and they are not really, they don't come here with, a good intention and good hearts to just have an honest talk, an honest debate, or maybe, a real conversation. It's just, something that they do, okay, and they keep doing that. It's just a whole tactic. Okay, they talk to the rooms. Hey, go to the other room and heckle them, and try to deny or to doubt or question all their arguments, all the infos they are presenting. Just you yourself, you can see that. You came just with a bunch of numbers, a bunch of info and arguments, and they just keep denying, and then they will just make the conversation not working by interrupting and doing all the shit they are doing here. So, since you are the host, I think maybe you can keep them aware that someone who's trying to do that here is not welcomed. And unless you are an honest guy, wanting an honest conversation with everyone and respecting everyone here, you better, stay among listeners. I highly respect that. It's just a suggestion. I'm not, lecturing you how you should do. Oh, no. It's not my business. But again, it's just an advice. And since I presume that all of you, at least by this time, know these people.
Tarek, brother, we know these people are not here to have a genuine conversation. I look at a lot of them as punching bags. So while we're going back and forth, people in the audience, you never know, from the pro-Pali side or pro-Israeli side, they're learning about the facts on the ground, because I talk about the news as well. Even the Zionists, in their own rooms, they don't even talk about the news. I talk about the fucking news inside Israel, outside Israel, because inside Israel, it affects the Palestinians directly. Anything happens in the Knesset, it affects the Palestinians. You see what I'm saying? And when we're debating them back and forth, people in the audience, they're learning from these, that what is true, what is not true. And when they get cooked really badly. You see what I'm saying? Like Egan, he gets cooked multiple times. He's an elder. I don't like cursing at him, but sometimes he curses at me. I curse at him. He just I don't know, man.
I don't know. If someone curses at you, just ask him to behave. All right. It's not our values as Muslims to curse others.
Actually,
I believe in tit for tat, Tarek. I believe in tit for tat, brother.
Brother, let me just tell you the simple thing.
You're better than most of us, so.
Actually, I went to the stage to condemn the settlers who killed the Palestinians. That was my intention.
Oh, thank you.
But yes, I think they are criminals.
He's genuine on one point. Wow.
But when then you started to say such a nonsense, which shows so ignorance about Israel.
How could you do that, Tarek? Why you say such a nonsense?
I think I'm talking about me.
I'm just kidding, Tarek.
I'm talking specifically about the numbers of soldiers. Israel is a small country, and every soldier who died.
Don't look at 2014.
Is published.
Stop your bullshit. Stop your
bullshit. I am talking about.
You literally have military
Please don't
censorship.
interfere me.
Please allow me to speak, and then we can go back and forth. Go and finish, Eagle. You see, I'm an honest person. I'm giving you the mic, but you need to mute up when Tarek speaks, okay?
Every soldier who died in a war is published in all the media. The name, the full name, the place where he is from. There is no possibility, and it's not the way Israel does, because it's not possible to hide the death of a soldier. It's not possible, because everyone knows the names of all the soldiers who died. It's published openly. And it's the exact number, and you check it in every serious source that you will see that that's the truth. That's
except for the mercenaries and other Jews from other nationals who come to fight for you. You can't publish their names.
Every soldier is published.
Please let him finish. He didn't interrupt you.
Let me finish. We've heard about soldiers from Italy, Spain, France dying during the fight in Gaza. They were declared by their countries, but never by the Ministry of Defense of Zionists. They didn't declare that. They kept it secret and announced it.
You just don't start.
Okay, bring me a name of a European citizen who was declared, or at least published, or his name was published by the IWAC.
I can give you names of soldiers who came to serve, of Jews who came to serve in the IDF, and then their names were published. I can give you a list. I can give you a list of those soldiers. There are no secrets here. Look, there are no secrets in this case. No secrets. You are. If you think there are secrets, you do not understand. You do not know. You are ignorant.
Yeah. I really can't understand you because
that's a good point. Tarek, I learned something. That's a good point. People that came from.
every soldier who is part of IDF is published, no matter what.
Edward, that's a good point, right? People that came from outside of Israel, they weren't reported. They weren't reported.
They are reported. They are reported.
Hey, God, wait a moment. Wait a moment. They are not published because they are not, soldiers. They are
soldiers.
They are mercenaries.
No, they are soldiers. Only soldiers participate in the war. No, there are no civilians who participate.
No. Sorry. Hey, look. Italy, France, Britain, a lot of their MPs,
Please welcome Fawad Jalani is in the room. Welcome Fawad Jalani.
I'm Fawad.
Yeah, they ask their governments and their parliaments, to sue citizens from their countries who went to fight, in Gaza, without permission or any, or any communication, with their authorities. So they are considered to be mercenaries and not soldiers.
They are part of IDF. There is no outside units. All of them.
Right. Since for you, it's all in paper. Yeah, we since he's a Jew, even he's a French guy, and we can just add it to the list of the reserve army. No problem. Yeah, right. Hey, God, let's get the crap. Okay, bring me the names.
Did you just hit your hand on the table, Tarek? Did you just hit your hand on the table?
Oh, for this guy? Never. Come on.
Okay. I thought you hit you. You got mad at Tarek.
It's my hand on my desk.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Igal.
Jalani, do you want to say something? I think he's busy. Okay, he'll say it. Lurgans, welcome, morning, welcome everybody. Daniel.
Hi there.
What's up?
I just want to say, I want to say a great hello to Fawad. I have a secret crush on Fawad, and I've had it for a while. So, who's Fawad?
Did you say hello to Fawad, man?
I don't know who Fawad is. Oh my God, Wednesday. She's so lovely. So. Really? Who is it? I know you're not talking about Hold on, I'm going to DM you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Wednesday?
It's Fawad Jalani. Igal is here. Edward knows who Fawad. Edward, do you know Fawad Jalani? Did you say hello to Fawad Jalani?
Who is that?
It's a new guy that joined us.
I kind of haven't met him.
He's not old. He just got renamed.
Huh? He's like morning and we just like.
Oh,
So,
great.
I think we were having this issue with Igal versus Tarek. Igal is saying the numbers are less than 1,000 people, 1,000 IDF soldiers. Tarek is saying it's more than 10,000, right, Tarek?
I don't
IDF
know
soldiers that were killed.
the exact number is the number which IDF published. That's all. This is.
But Igal, you don't think it's a lie?
You are, fuck you.
Come on, be honest. You're leftist. You ain't got nothing else.
Fuck you.
You don't think it's a lie? The IDF number is a lie? That was funny. Fuck you. See, I didn't crush back at him because he's an. You see, Tariq, sometimes I don't feel like cursing him out, It's like whatever, he's Israeli.
Should not. Ask him to behave himself.
No, brother, no, I don't want him to behave. I want the expose. I want the expose. I want the whole full on. I don't mind getting.
Okay, brother.
Freedom of speech, limited freedom of
What's the
speech.
expose? And the expose.
So Tariq, you came from a different app. You know Daniel from a different app. Daniel, what are you doing going on a different app? I thought you were attached to Edwards.
I hope.
And I heard you.
Yes.
I hope he's not the same
I'm shocked.
Danielle that I know. Because there's someone,
Is he gay? From Germany and Israel?
No. I think he claimed that he's from the US back then. And actually, we all knew that he was lying. And then he said that on the 7th of October, when Hamas, attacked, this, the settlements around Gaza, he said that he was there, and he wanted to secure his, sister, to protect his sister, and killed 3 Hamas mighty commandos with his pistol and something like that. Okay, so he came with this nonsense all over the days, and he was there just heckling and talking with this, he was he had some sound, a voice like a gay sound, something like that.
It doesn't sound like Daniel. Daniel's never talked about being in, in that area, and he's never talked about killing people.
Well, why don't you come up and maybe if he hears his voice, you can say yes, it's him, or no, it's not him.
Yeah, if I hear him talking, I would never forget that sound. No.
How gay was it, brother? Do you remember it? Definitely remember this Daniel's voice. It's like
So I do want to tell you guys one thing. So Daniel has replaced Edward with Mikhail. So Daniel, this is a big news. Daniel was attached to Edward. They were debating on a lot of points. Edward is a Palestinian. Daniel is a genocidal maniac Zionist, right? And they used to do this, back and forth. And I think when they parted ways, he realized Edward changed on him. So now he's grooming Mikhail. Are you grooming Mikhail, Daniel?
Of course.
Or Mikhail is grooming you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I give you my hypothetical? I honestly think I think Daniel's attracted to Palestinian men. They're really more handsome than Israeli men. So, he has a type.
Well, I could tell you that I have a type, and it is not men at all. And I just want to make that clear for the record.
Yeah, but it's a crush. You can't help who you crush.
Oh, but you can, though.
Like for what? No, I wear my heart in my soul.
Oh, yeah, I think Edward loves Fawad. No, but Fawad is good.
Girl. Fawad. Edward, do you know how hard Fawad is? Do you know?
Fawad has never actually said he was straight, so we can't assume.
I don't know if I've ever heard his voice. I wish he would come off mic.
Haven't you heard him, darling? Oh my God, that voice is just.
Oh my God.
Breath.
Marcus, please.
I've heard Fawad's voice before. It's very manly.
Listen, Morning Wednesday and I are willing to share one man. That's how much we love him.
Fawad is probably gay.
Include me.
Fawad is probably gay. He hasn't denied, or he's not refuted that someone is saying that he's gay. So he hasn't refuted it. So what's that tell you?
I think you're jealous of Fawad. That's what it tells me. Just relax yourself, please. Relax.
Wow, Fawad, don't stop projecting, Edward.
Nargis, next time Mikhail puts you down in the audience, I'm not going to bring you up and defend you.
Stop projecting.
Huh?
The fucking motherfucker's couch after Fawad. Who needs it?
Does Daniel believe Mikhail was straight as an arrow? Like, I heard he was a clubhouse whore. Like, these women just showing their vaginas and breasts and stuff.
To Fawad? No way. Are you kidding me?
I don't know if Daniel knows that.
Fawad is gay, and he does certain things to cats. We shouldn't speak about it, though.
Wow, you see? You just gave a heart symbol to me.
Thank you, Fawad.
If he was gay, he would give you a heart symbol. A heart emoji. I know, Edward.
I don't know why we're doing this. Why am I doing this with it? Why am I doing
So we gotta
We're
go
talking
back
about
to the
material.
numbers. Okay, let's talk about the numbers. Now, in relate to the numbers, right? Numbers. General, did you say hello to Fawad?
Good evening, salam alaikum to everyone. Not
Okay, right. You need to mention Fawad by name.
Shalom, Fawad.
Shalom.
I knew it.
Anyways, going back to the numbers, this was very interesting with Tariq, and Tariq brought up some new point. I didn't think like that, Tariq. You planted some new questions in my head today, and relate to questioning the whole freaking narrative that people that came from outside of Israel, like Turkey, more than 10,000 Turkish citizens have served an IDF after 7th of October. Now, were their names posted? There's even some Indian Jewish people that actually served in the IDF. Were their names posted after they got killed? Or did they get killed?
And we don't know if they, if all these mercenaries are all of them Jews actually. After all, mercenaries, they ask just for money. It's not really, it's not like they don't care about religion or your ethnicity or, they don't care about that. They just, all what matters for them is money. So basically, Zionist, they can recruit any, mercenaries from the US or, Africa, or we don't know about that. After all, even if they did, they won't even talk about it. And they won't even show any of these soldiers or, so, we know for fact, these are facts. It's like there are a lot of, Jews from the US, Europe, I don't know about Russia and Eastern Europe, but from mainly Italy, Spain, France, Britain, US and Canada, they went to fight in Gaza, and some of them they were declared as casualties by the governments. We've seen politicians, calling for legal procedures to stop these people going fighting, overseas for other governments. I don't think that the Zionists would just say no. That we didn't ask them. No, they would say they are Jews. They are, fighting for the people. And even if they were not, as the previous guest was suggesting, even they were not, from belonging to their IUF, they would just hide their names maybe, or just keep it quiet. Like a lot of countries, they lose either soldiers elsewhere, and they don't really declare them their names, because they went for special operations or secret operations, like for instance as it happened with some members of the SIS in Britain. So to come with the argument that the Ministry of Defense in the Zionist state cannot hide casualties, that's just absurd. That is just nonsense. They absolutely can do that. It's not really rocket science.
Yep, that's true. Apparently, some Iranian person texted me yesterday. Texted me Pallywood and Gazawood videos. The videos that are actually Pallywood and Gazawood is owned by Zionist entity that created these, movies, right, with kids with the makeup on or whatever, and they've streamed it on Twitter and a whole bunch of other places. They even opened up a website called Gazawood, Pallywood, and it's all owned by the Zionist entity, right, to spread their bullshit narrative. To discredit anything that comes out of Palestine, that these people are still living good life and whatnot. There are some Israelis that are like anti-Zionists. The Haredi minister dances to anti-Zionist song, drawing a bipartisan calls for aspiring. I mean, there's a lot of people, not a lot, there's a small minority number of people inside Israel, they're anti-Zionists. And they don't really get a voice, and they have to be really careful what they post on Instagram and this and that. They can get arrested. Even on this app, some of the right-winger Zionists, they're after Amos. They have Amos' information, and if Amos makes any other wrong move, they're recording it, Amos' room, and he can get arrested for, the so-called democracy that they have. It's all filled with nothing but bullshit.
I mean, you mentioned something very important in your initial remarks with regards to the so-called Pallywood and Gazawood. If we go back to Nazi Germany and the rest of the world to an extent, they were denying what was going on in the concentration camps. They were literally saying that the reports are fake, that the Jews are being gassed. This is exactly the fucking same. They're in denial about the murders and genocide of the innocent people of Gaza. They literally are saying the same shit the Nazis and the rest of the world were saying when the Holocaust was being committed. This is fucking insane. I really can't get my head around how these Zionists want to be accepted as humans. I don't understand.
Yep. Apparently, they're claiming today's news was senior Hamas official killed in targeted strike on Gaza hospital as idea of Biden's offensive. I think they would call anybody like a senior official without naming any names, right? Without giving us any details. How he was connected to Hamas.
They're trying to show their people that they're winning. And
that's a good picture, Lulu.
No, he actually says something very
important. I'm saying about his picture. He's got a good PTR. Watch it.
My PTR is actually something that happened 3 days ago in Gaza, by the way. You saw that, General?
Yeah, I seen it.
You saw the video?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're trying to shape that they're winning and have control over Gaza, and no one inside of Gaza can do anything. But look at what's happening to the men. They can't admit it. They're losing. They're bleeding. We're suffering a lot from our side, which is not going to change. Like, we will suffer a lot, but at the end of the day, they are losing. It's slow, but we're going to get there.
But remember, I don't want to say this, but when they say that the Zionists always come out with, the Palestinians are paying a heavy price. The free world paid a heavy price against Nazi Germany. The Soviets lost how many million people to fight this scum? And the world is unfortunately paying a heavy price to deal with these scumbags in Tel Aviv and this Zionism, this cancer of Zionism, to be fair. But the world is waking up, Delulu. But actually, it's woken up. And the politicians are going to find it very difficult to keep spreading the same bullshit that they've been spreading for 70, 80 years. They can't fool the people anymore. They're having to change this. But policies are going to be changed. Don't worry about that. The Zionists, they can either wake up to a very terrible dream, or they can wake up to a very terrible dream, because there's no other choice for them now. They can keep fooling themselves.
Okay, Amir, just, for public knowledge and to everyone here, whenever, a Zayu comes to you, like our previous guest, and claim that the numbers published are true, you can just refer to them to a declaration made by Zamir, the new, chief of staff of the IOF. He made a declaration back in February 2025, and it was published in new magazines, like, for instance, here, MSN.com, which is an online, it's like Google published news, the Cradle, and the new Arab UK. So he made this declaration, saying, there were at least 5,942 registered bereaved families. That means families who lost at least one member in the war as a soldier since the 7th of October, with some likely having more than one family member killed in the war area in Gaza. So these are the declarations of Zamir. Here again on MSN, IDF chief admits army's losses way more than claimed. So, these are published in news that it's a declaration made by Zamir himself. It's not. It didn't came from an anonymous source or maybe someone who leaked info. No, it was a public declaration by the chief of staff himself. Just following his coming to the rank as the chief of staff. So to hide that and to go into denial that numbers are correct and so on is just nonsense. Without forgetting that back in December 2023, Haaretz published this investigation or this claim made by Israeli hospital, Israeli Zayum, Ministry of Health, saying that there's a big disparity between the number of wounded soldiers reported by the IUF compared with hospital records. So to contradict this and to deny that, it's just nonsense. The proofs are are overwhelming, and the guy, when we asked him, I asked him personally, not just to come with an argument that would how can I say this, would support his claim. I asked him just to come with some names, or few names of non-Zayus or European Jews who fought in Gaza and failed during fighting. He wasn't able to answer me, and I've been waiting for him. And he ended by insulting everyone and leaving. So again, I can just send you the links, guys, if you are interested, and you can check that out by yourselves. So it's up to you, whoever wants that. They are here in front of me.
Right. So I actually asked ChatGPT, right, to see what the AI is going to tell me about the numbers. It's the same fucking thing that we're talking about here, right? The accuracy of IDF soldiers casualties in Gaza has become a matter of significant debate, with claims ranging from widely accepted to deeply disputed. Like the official figures versus disputed estimates, right? Official IDF reports as of mid-2025, Israeli officials reported 431 IDF soldiers killed in Gaza, of which around 29 were due to friendly fire, over 2,600 wounded, right? This was in Wikipedia and a bunch of other sources. Reviewing 2024 figures, the IDF acknowledged 363 soldiers killed that year, bringing the total since October 2023 to 891, right? Former Chief of Staff's claims ex-Chief of Staff Herzi Halabi stated on camera that 5,942 soldiers were newly added to the bereaved families list in 2024, far higher than official public counts. This disclosure implies a significant discrepancy, over 6 times more than IDF's publicly acknowledged losses, raising suspicion on underreported. And now it says, why the discrepancy, right? Public morale and political imperatives underreporting may serve to shield domestic support and maintain political stability. Number 2, accounting methods. IDF typically reports combat deaths. However, the bereaved families list may include, how do you say this word? Bereaved or bereaved? Or how do you say it? General or anybody? How do you say it?
What are you trying to say?
Bereave. It's bereavement,
right?
Like lamenting, crying.
Oh, thank you. Bereaved families list may include additional categories such as missing soldiers or non-operational death, Number 3, friendly fire and non-combat fatalities. Up to 70% of casualties are reportedly friendly fire or accidental, many of which may not be clearly communicated in mainstream briefings. Number 4, data opacity and internal versus external records. Discrepancies may stem from different bureaucratic records, e.g. Internal Defense Ministry versus public IDF statements. So is the kill count accurate? Public IDF figures are verifiable, consistent, and credible on their own, yet internal testimonies, notably from Hillary, suggest a far greater toll that hasn't been publicly reported. Analysis conclude that there's a credible likelihood of systematic undercounting, whether due to classification, inclusion criteria, or international omissions. Bottom line, the official reported figure of 430 to 900 IDF soldiers killed aligned with public IDF communications. However, starkly different internal figures suggest that the actual number may be significantly higher, potentially thousands more. And this is, so that's where I ended this, the report from the ChatGPT. So Daniel, even ChatGPT disagrees with the numbers. It's heavily disputed. So I just don't get it. How could it be only 800 or 1,200 soldiers? It's been, more than a year and a half? I just don't get it, man. And he knows. I think a lot of Zionists, right? They know that their government is lying to them, even about the 40 beheaded babies. They chopped off a breast of a woman, and they were playing. Their Hamas was playing with like a soccer ball, and a whole bunch of crazy shit that they've said, fucking bunch of lies. And there's a guy on this app. His name is Tom, and he believes in this. He came in here. I'm like, fuck you, man. And then I had to kick him out. I'm like, stupid fucktard.
In fact, they lied about a lot, not just the number of losses. Even like regarding the number of casualties among Zayus on the 7th of October, they said that most of them they were civilians, and then the number of soldiers among those casualties kept raising and like until like most of them actually they were soldiers. Like they acknowledged that Gaza division, which is like basically the main unit that was attacked by Hamas on the 7th of October, was destroyed, and most of its soldiers and a lot of its soldiers, therefore, as prisoners of wars. And just reminding everyone here, me neither, I know that, but I had to check this. That a division in the military, vocabulary, it's basically a military unit. That includes 10 to 15,000 soldiers. So to say that it was destroyed when the number of casualties it's 1,200, it's really unlikely that most of these people were actually civilians. No. I would say even that maybe some of them they were civilians, and probably these were killed by the IWF itself, because then when they reviewed all videos, all like the data from that day, they spotted that a lot of Apaches, they were deployed, and they actually attacked the area of the festival. A lot of videos leaked from the helicopters were showing them like firing at everyone. They didn't even know that they were civilians or Hamas militants. And there's like this story that was leaked then, of that Merkava tank that shot, or bombed literally a whole house, where some Zayu females, women, okay, with their kids, they were not kept as hostages there, but they were kept there, and some Hamas militants, they didn't want to hurt them. They just went them to hide, okay, and instead of negotiating with these militants, okay, or asking them to release these women, or maybe to leave the house where they can fight elsewhere. The tank commander, I can't even find his name now, he just asked his soldiers to fire on the house. He destroyed the whole house with those militants and the civilians and and 2 kids. They died because of that. It was basically a decision by the IOF itself and not by. Okay, so again, I can bring you now like the exact data if you want to, but yeah, there are a lot of rights to discuss here. Just
yeah, we want to see the data. Show us the numbers, man.
The data what?
The data about the day, about those attacks and how Zayu civilians were killed by the IOF.
You mean 7th of October? 7th of October?
Yeah, on the 7th, yeah.
Yeah, that was a Hannibal directive.
There's maybe they were given the directive, but
yes, they were ordered a Hannibal directive. It was a Apache helicopter that has a capacity of 1,200 bullets.
I mean, I'm referring to the Merkava tank that destroyed that house and killed these women with their kids. And
that's what I'm saying. They went from they were in a Merkava tank as well. They did a whole bunch of shit, man. These Israelis. And there's even testimonies from the IDF, from the Israeli side, right? They saw a chopper. We had Shalomi in here. So Shalomi was a captive under Hamas. Do you know they killed about 200 Palestinians to save Shalomi? Can you believe it? One hostage, they killed about 200 Palestinians. And he said, and I asked him about the Hannibal directive. He said yes. He did see Apache helicopter shooting, bullets and whatnot, and it has been applied multiple times, and that means, look, Hannibal directive doesn't just mean shooting bullets. It means they can go from different houses as well, and if they have to kill their own, they can kill their own, so they don't get taken as hostage. You see what I'm saying, Tariq? Yeah. So the Hannibal directive gets applied on everything, kibbutz, non-kibbutz, outside, inside, it doesn't matter.
Hannibal directive is not denied even by high Zayu officials.
So the first time it was applied, I believe in 1987 or 86, and then for 13 or 15 years it was on silent mode until somebody that was a reservist. He was a doctor or something. He went to go serve in the IDF and whatnot. He found out that there's an option called Hannibal directive, and then he told Haaretz. When Haaretz wrote a story on this, Haaretz newspapers, one of the oldest Israeli newspapers, they wrote a story on this, and the story was out in the open. A lot of people, right, they saw the news, they were like, okay, whatever, they agreed on it. The Israelis, they actually agreed on it. Instead of getting taken as hostage or whatever, right, by anybody, you'd rather just kill me. And this is the way people think. There was no objection. If there would have been some sort of objection or something, they would have stopped the Hannibal directive. But they believe in that. Just like they have the Samson option. Samson option was, they were going to apply it, I believe, in 1973 or something. And they do have nuclear capability as well. But they don't allow any inspectors to come in to inspect their facility or anything. Samson option means take everybody down. Los Angeles is on their target. New York is on their target. A whole bunch of cities and countries are on their target. So if they go down, they're going to take down a whole bunch of other countries. You see what I'm saying? And this entity needs to be controlled. We need a big control on the nuclear and this whole Hannibal directive bullshit or whatever they believe in. We got to stop that. This entity cannot have a fucking nuclear plant. It's dangerous for America, dangerous for all the nations. And how do we do that? You would have to get in there and get rid of the nuclear program or damage or something, because we can't have this disgusting criminal Zionist entity to have any type of nuclear facility inside Israel.
I highly doubt that they would give up their nuclear arsenal. I think the war on Ukraine taught everyone lesson about about how when you have a nuclear arsenal, you should never give up on that. Personally, this, context of Gaza war and everyone and everything else, I highly believe that if there will be, an end to this Zionist entity one day, it won't be done by Muslims or Arabs or any other entity. It will be the Jews themselves who would destroy their nation or their so-called nation, because it's the problem.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, the problem is beyond nuclear weapons and having really control over them. The problem is, that out of the context of this war, the Zionist society is so unstable. If you see now the argument between religious, Jews and secular Zionists and all of that, nonsense. Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, or Sephardim, all there's this how can I say this? It's heterogeneous picture and society, with different political, conflicts, and there's a lot of hate, and there's a lot of plots who would control the future of that entity. Would it be like a secular state or a Jewish state? And the religious Jews, they play their part of the game, their nasty game, and so on and so on. So I think it won't really matter for if the Zionists they have these nuclear weapons. After all, they are no use for them. Just look at the war, the last war with Iran. Tel Aviv never witnessed such a destruction. Never witnessed such how can I say this? Such failure, and the whole world was just watching, that unbreakable army, falling down in front of these missiles and these attacks from Iran, and they couldn't do anything about it. Just flying a couple of aircraft, a part of the Iranian territory without being able to do much. So it won't matter. I don't see how would they be able to deploy those weapons. And maybe Amir, I would agree with you in a single case. There would be a single scenario where it's really dangerous. Yeah, maybe I need to realize this. Maybe if some crazy bastards, just like Greer and Smotrich and all these guys, someday they come to power, they would nuke, maybe they would do a very stupid idea,
Bro, they believe in Greater Israel Project. It's disgusting. Ben Gavir, Smotrich, they even believe taking over half to Saudi Arabia.
I know that. And they would be sufficiently stupid to do so. Because no one would be able to support them.
Tariq, I'll give you an example. Look, this argument that nobody will support them, I'll debunk your argument on this. So in 1947, when the UN partition plan, when they denied it, right, they went from different villages to ethnically cleanse them. The Jewish militia, they went from one village to another, right, to ethnically cleanse them. And, people didn't agree with it, right? There were some Jews that didn't agree with it. Guess what? In 1948, when they established a state called Israel, do you know the ones that disagreed, they agreed with them? They had a majority vote that, yes, we agree on the state of Israel. Okay? So, and some of these Jewish people, they even sold out their Arab neighbors to the Jewish militias, right? So, it's the same argument. Let's say tomorrow Ben Gavir, Smotrich takes over the office, okay? And they want to do a Greater Israel Project, whatever, even though you'll have people like Black Rabbi and all of these psychopaths, they might disagree at first. But once it happens, once they take over these places and these areas, they will all side with each other. And this is the problem I have. This is the way of this is how they think. First they condemn it, and then they start becoming buddy-buddy. You see what I'm saying? They started, and a lot of leftists were involved in creation of the Jewish state. Do you know the leftists are anti-Netanyahu? And some of the leftists, they don't agree with the settlers in the West Bank. They don't agree with the occupation, some of them. But again, when it comes down to Israel, and when Netanyahu was attacking Hamas, aka babies, they all agree on it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, lefties, Zionists who claim to be lefties. I'm really.
No, not all, Tarek, not all.
Yeah, but because
Shoki's on the right, Harry Balzac is on the right. You have Shimi, that idiot that comes in here, genocidal maniac, is on the right. I think Daniel supports Netanyahu as well. The Al Normo supports Netanyahu. Yaakov, I don't know about him if he supports Netanyahu or not. I got a whole bunch of these people. They come in here. Caleb is an anti-Netanyahu. But when it comes down to Netanyahu fighting Hamas, they all support it. They all side with him, and that's what ended up happening in 1948 after the creation of Jewish state. Majority of the people that disagreed, that condemned these terrorist mofos, they started siding with these people, with the Jewish militia and all these. The leader. Oh yeah, we have our own state now. We have, according to the international law, after 1945, you cannot take over somebody's land and call it yours. It was in violation. The state was created by force. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the same type of story here.
But I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but can we at least agree that all these names that you mentioned are a bunch of psychopaths on Clubhouse, and they're literally
they're all genocidal maniac because they all side with Netanyahu, including leftist people on the right, centrist. I want to talk to Amos's brother. Edward said Amos' brother feels bad for the Palestinians. He supports the Palestinians. I actually want to have a conversation with Amos' brother, right? I want to see what his take is and maybe ask him some questions and what does he think of this plan. It's better to talk to new people, man. I'm getting tired and fed up talking to the same disgusting Zionists on the side.
As for the crazies, the guys you are referring to now, I guess maybe the way to deal with them is just to to change the rules for them. Okay. If you just don't behave, you would be silent, and that's it. I don't see any other alternative, to be honest. It's just maybe it's better to not, give them space when they try to heckle and to to bully and to assault and to do all this nonsense, especially this gaslighting stuff. As for the part of what happened in 1948 and other events maybe I'm not aware of. Okay, what to say? To be honest, I got nothing to say here because you see the point is, Amir, is look, if you take for instance Irgun, okay, it was recognized by Britain as terrorist organization, and when they go into net and white Irgun, okay, and said, okay, you would find as a terrorist organization. It's well known. But then when you learn that all the members of these, the terrorist Zionist militias, they merged to form the Likud party, which is not the leading party in the Zion entity. You would learn that the world is really going crazy. Not going, but it went crazy since 1948. And to ask the Jews to oppose that. Jews are basically consider that a lot of them they went through a lot. Even the anti-Zionist Jews, whenever you hear them talking about they are opposing the establishment of a Zionist state or Jewish state because for theological reasons, because the Torah denied them that right. Okay, they would still acknowledge that a lot of Jews who supported the Zionist state and all these terrorist organizations, they were
hopeless at some point of history. They just went through the Holocaust and all this, criminal or European criminal history towards the Jews. So I guess maybe I'm not here saying that that maybe it's an excuse for them or no, but it's just a context to understand what happened back then, and to say today that maybe someone like Smotrich or Ben-Gvir comes to power, with his party, and we will have just an extremely fascist or like government in the future. People having access to the most destructive weapons on planet Earth. Okay, and this would explain why we should be disarmed. Values for nuclear weapons. That makes sense. But to be honest, if you, how can I say that? If you project that on the current political situation around the world, the American influence and the influence of, Zionist lobbies in Europe, in the US, you would find that it's quite big challenge, and there must be an alternative to asking just to retrieve the weapons. Now, I think if some of you like here living in the US, you would know that a lot of Americans know that they are becoming aware that AIPAC is taking over their country and controlling the politicians, the congressmen, the White House, and so on, and yet they can't do anything about it. They can't. They are American. They are, citizens. They can't speak loudly. They can't even, change the history through elections, and yet they can't. They can't do anything. We've seen a lot of, people in the media, in YouTube, and on your podcasts, asking to recognize AIPAC as a foreign organization, as lobbying for foreign power, okay, and no one could do anything. It's like no one is listening to that, or even if they listen, they won't even answer that or react to that. So things are like from a realistic perspective, I think it's way harder to even suggest that such a thing might happen. For them, like the Zionists, the day they got these weapons, they won everything. We fooled everyone. We got all countries to help us, from France, Norway, all of them contributed in the Zionist nuclear program. And today, like, everyone is heckling Iran to give access to its nuclear facilities, But when Iranians say, "Hey, we would agree with that unless you do the same with the Zionists," well, they are not, they are not even answered. They are not even listened to. So I don't see like how such a thing would happen. I hope maybe one day, like, someone would have the courage to put that file on table and, hey, people, let's talk about this, discuss this. But I highly doubt it, at least in the next 5 or 10 years.
Hey, what's up? Welcome, Andre. Anybody else want to come on up? Just unmute and come on up. We're just talking about how you have these psychopaths in the Knesset called Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. They're actually anti-ceasefire. They want to continue, kill more people. Smotrich even came out with a statement that we don't care about the hostages. We're gonna kill everything and this and that in Gaza. It's a disgusting. It was reported, I believe, in Times of Israel. And he's a disturbing person, and he's a government official. You had the Herzog. Herzog said something as well. even though he's not a government official. Apparently, the president of the United States, president of Israel, is not a government official for some reason. I don't know how that makes sense, man. In America, president is a part of the government. And even he said it, that we lost our focus on hostages and whatnot. I went back and forth with Daniel last time on this. And, you know, if you hear a statement from a government official of a country and you see their actions that are going on in Gaza, you would put two together and yes, make yourself, you know, make it sense that it is what's happening to them. It's actually what the statement is saying. And even the IDF commander, the Yoav Galant, has said it, no electricity, no this, no that. And it's like pretty much everything is coming true. Everything that they said. And they're still saying crazy psychopathic shit, you know, like in relation to the ceasefire with Trump, even when Trump was about to take office, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, they thought that Trump will give them West Bank on a gold platter by annexing the West Bank, because they look at West Bank as Judea and Samaria. State of Arkansas in America passed a bill. They call it Judea and Samaria, right? There's a bill in the Congress as well. It might become real or not. We don't know about that. Bill says that to call West Bank on paper Judea and Samaria, not the West Bank. And it's very disturbing. Is this a Jewish state or is this a Christian state or is it what? I thought we started with the Christianity. Is it becoming Jewish? Is this country? I just don't get it, man. Because
who said the president's not a member of the government official? Who said that?
Israeli president Daniel said it. Daniel was here. I debated him last time. I found out by searching, Israeli president is not a freaking part of government. And I was in a shock. I'm like, how could he be president? No, he's not a government official.
Head of state.
Yeah, he's a symbolic head.
Countries where presidents have executive powers, the US and France being prime example.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. Yeah, it's a symbolic. So that's what it is, but it's sickening.
I mean, I'm reading here on the Knesset. Mm-hmm. It says they sign laws and things like that. I mean, that seems like a pretty powerful position to sign laws.
No, actually, in the Zaire entity, the president has no executive power. The executive power.
He's similar to the royal. He's similar to Charles.
Yeah. It's actually like a monarch.
Yeah, he's like more of a traditional head of state, as in just signs and looks pretty.
This is here. This is on the Knesset.gov.il. The duties of the president include signing laws that the Knesset legislates, fulfilling the duties assigned to him in the basic law, the government, including the role of assigning a member of Knesset who agree. Yeah, so he has to sign laws. Our king doesn't sign laws.
He does.
Actually, he does.
Does he?
He does, yeah.
So they are a government official. They're signing laws
by the House of Lords to an extent.
Yeah,
so
it's not just a figurehead. They actually have power. That's what I'm saying.
Sovereignty lies with the king in Parliament. That means the king, the House of Lords, the House of Commons.
Yeah.
Most of the actual power lies with the House of Commons. The king would never not sign a law unless advised so by a prime minister. If there is a flying change of government between the law being passed by the parliament and the new prime minister coming in and advising the king not to sign it. But that hasn't happened in recent history. So no.
Does he do it directly or not? Does someone donate his power?
Actually, it's a commission in the House of Lords that does it on his behalf. That the royal assent is proclaimed, and then it's summarily kind of given assent through letters patent, by the King and Privy Council.
So my question is, what's the definition of a government official then? If someone assigns laws like the president of Israel on the Knesset,
Well, he's the head of state. He's not part of the government.
How can you be not part of the government if you sign laws for the country?
No, he's part of the parliamentary system. And I don't know whether the president of Israel appoints a prime minister or whether election by the Knesset is enough. But he's not part of the actual executive branch in a sort of, at least not de facto, de jure perhaps, but not de facto. I mean, you do have people like Shimon Peres who were both prime minister and president, but basically it's completely separate.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what I was debating last time with Edgar, with Daniel as well, right? And it's interesting to see a president of Israel and not be a government official. But then I moved away and I used this footage to say that he wants to kill everybody and this and that. The Husted don't really matter, you know. And that was crazy, man. Anytime you want to look up anything, yeah, Edward, you want to speak?
Well, you could tell that the Israeli government is really disorganized, and because when you have like the Minister of Heritage or the Minister of Education saying genocidal things, basically going outside of their lane or their purview to say publicly like things that they want to see happen to the Palestinian people. To me, that's an indication that the government itself is really dysfunctional. Because you don't really, like in America, you don't really have that. You don't have the Secretary of State coming out and telling the Secretary of Defense what he wants to, to accomplish in a war. So to me, it's a sign of dysfunction. And it's been getting worse. It's like all over.
Donald Trump does say lots of crazy shit though.
Yeah. Well, Donald Trump can though. He's the commander-in-chief. Well, Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief, so he's not crossing boundaries. It is within his purview.
He is crossing. Come on. If when he turned, independent organizations, including the CIA, from being independent to like people working like organizations that follow the orders of the White House. That's not really correct. I don't see like how that would be, respecting laws and so on. Trump at some point, maybe now he's like busy with all these conflicts and all these geopolitical changes around the U.S. But when he would be done with that, he would like keep like the job going. It started with changing, like removing all this independence for some organizations, again, including the CIA, and God knows what would be the next step for him.
So my point wasn't about Trump. Trump can go to whatever department or agency he wants and do what he wants, whether anyone is going to fight him on that legally or not is a different matter, or if it's ethical or not is a different matter. Netanyahu could do the same thing. It doesn't mean it's right. But what I'm saying here is the agencies themselves are not going to go outside of their purview and their responsibility and interfere with another agency's responsibility, especially, the equivalent of ministers, which will be the secretaries here in the U.S. but you have in Israel the minister of heritage and the minister of education and minister of, I forgot what the other one was that I read a few weeks ago, that are, talking about destroying Hamas and wanting specific methodologies to be implemented in Gaza. It's like, that's not even your job. That's not even your purview. That's not, your job is heritage, your archaeological sites. What are you talking about, And that's what I mean by dysfunction. So they're not in their own lane, so to speak.
I don't think that was really, for instance, dictating some other minister, what should he do, okay, or what should be like the policy of the state. But I think it's rather like a populistic declaration, like, hey, all you far right, I'm the like the bloodiest future MP or maybe minister or even like prime minister that you can elect. I think at some point they have this some sort of competition, like who sounds more radical, who sounds like more crazy, who sounds like more Zio and bloody and anti-Palestinian. If you see the level of craziness, and it's not just among the ministers, even like among like Israelis MP. Like this one, I call her the crazy witch. I forget her name. I just need to check her name. Like she's I think she's like oh God, she's a lawyer.
She's the one that says there has to be a winner and a loser, and either we have a decisive victory, or not, and if we don't, then it's a failure. And this was last year. Everybody was like, all the guys, oh yeah, that makes sense.
It was that one who called to starve Gaza, population in order to have like people who deal or give information to the army. Gosh, forgot him. I have it here. I hope I can give you. I think she's Iliad or gosh, she's always screaming and yelling at the Knesset.
That doesn't narrow it down. They're all screaming around.
Yeah, I call her the witch. I don't forget her name. I don't know what she has her name. I call her Jewish witch. Oh God. So yeah, like these people, like they make all this crazy kind of declarations. I think for their future elections, or maybe to mark some political goals, I don't think that they are trying to interfere or maybe to provoke.
Brother, sorry, were you talking about the human rights lawyer?
No, she's not a human rights lawyer.
She's in the. Sorry, I missed like almost most of the conversation. Is she in the Israeli Knesset?
Yeah, she's an MP in the Israeli Knesset.
Maybe it's not Rosolio or something like that.
No, I found her picture, but I'm trying to find her name. She's crazy. She's insane. Oh my God. She's always yelling.
That doesn't narrow it down then, does it?
What?
They're all fucking crazy. And
okay. Her name is Tali Gottlieb. Yeah. She's like the same kind. She's from the Likud party, but she sounds like just like Gvir and Smotrich and all of that. I think following the 7th of October, she called to nuke Gaza and to nuke Iran, and she's insane. She's crazier than that minister of heritage. So I think like all these declarations are not
Smotrich is the minister of finance, right?
Smotrich, yeah, is the minister of finance.
But you would think he was the minister of war. I mean, you would think he was the minister of defense, the way he talks and he interacts with the government and the people.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Smotrich.
No, Smotrich is the minister of internal security. Like he's basically controlling the police and the Shabak or the.
Isn't that Ben Gvir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smotrich was finance minister.
Yeah.
That's I'm talking about Smotrich. But he's a finance minister, but the way he conducts himself and the way he's able to, threaten to, remove his coalition from the government, he's conducting himself as the vice
defense minister.
Yeah, like the defense minister. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's finance.
First, you should not forget that he's like his position as a minister of finance. It's not really negligible. Like he's the one who would say no to the minister of defense if this one asked for more weapons or more finances to recruit more soldiers, and he did it. Like at some point he said like we don't have like enough money, so he has the like he's so conditioned like to say that, and his authority allows him to say so. So yeah, like he has like his word, and the fact that he said, okay, I would resign from the government, it's problematic because if Smotrich goes, like Ben Gvir would do the same.
They came out today and they said most probably he won't go.
Sorry?
They came out today with a statement saying that he most probably won't leave the government.
Of course, I mean, he'll be nobody if he did.
Because Netanyahu is doing what they are asking for the war to go on and to not stop the war. That's not what you want. Netanyahu wants to keep fighting and to keep, killing Palestinians, and prolonging this war, make it as long as possible and to last as much as possible, because he's trying to just avoid that going to court for his, corruption like cases. As for Ben Gvir and Smotrich, these two are fascists. They are terrorists. They would love like to watch the show going and like they won't care about how much soldiers they would die. Like none of them, including Netanyahu, none of their kids, for instance, or nephews, is fighting in Gaza. They won't care about that. They won't care. And these values, they are sufficiently and hugely stupid to not even question. Hey, you are, we've seen, like the leader of Hamas, he's like the general leader, okay, like falling like down, okay, or dying as a fighter, while you, okay, you are not even like there. You are not willing to sacrifice one of your 3 sons, and all of them they are elsewhere, even in Israel. So it's just crazy. Like it's just that. Like the situation like suits everyone, and they are okay with that. And people like they are not opposing to it. Their own people. So yeah. And the US, if Trump, believe me, if Trump, like he was not, he didn't see that opposition from the MAGA movement, okay, and people around him questioning his policies, why like all this money is going for a war in like overseas, and people like are suffering. Like we have like over 800, like nearly 1 million homeless American people. We're like at least I think it's around 20 million people with no access to healthcare or without without insurance covering. Okay, and you are like spending all these millions, or maybe billions. I don't know, to be honest. They didn't publish like odd numbers. Like seeing that, like it was like hesitant to keep going with Netanyahu. At some point, he asked him, you gotta stop this. So, the thing is, like, is supported by a lot of people and a lot of congressmen and congresswomen until now, until this day. despite all protests and all your people talking in the media and on podcasts, about the evil, role played by the US in Gaza, you stop saying, hey, I'm supporting Israel because they are working for the impact. And it's, it's like a win-win for all these, monsters. So to question now, oh my God, forgot the beginning point. So yeah, the point is, it's suiting everyone, okay? And the situation would never change unless, the war may be like something big happened, like just like the last events in Khan Yunis and so on. Maybe such event like would be repeated. Maybe that would push people forward, like would make more pressure on Netanyahu to stop the war and just to accept, hostages, and stopping the war, and that's it. I don't see like how things would go in. I don't know.
He would have to stop the war. There's nothing left for him in Gaza. The army said there's nothing else to do. They all want out, and he wants a win or two. The illusion of a win, so that he can go to early elections, and I think he's hoping by the end of this year he'll be in elections. He definitely wants to go into early elections before the new budget, which is I think in February of 2026. So way before that. But he needs a time where he is, or he perceives himself to be the most popular in the best chance of winning. And I think that would come after all the hostages are released from Gaza, and then he could claim victory. I think that's when he'll go to elections.
I don't think they would allow him, to be honest. If you look, for instance, to people like they have like that they can get to that position, like on the top of the list, Lapid and Olmert and others. None of them that we would accept, Netanyahu to come back to
Well, no, I didn't say he would win, but I'm saying that he wants to pick the time and of when to dissolve the government, to go to elections, because they have to go to elections by October of next year. I mean, that's when the elections are scheduled right now. It's in October of next year.
And that's Edward. Okay. Do you think somebody who is as ruthless as Benjamin Netanyahu in protecting himself and his interests is going to respect the Israeli democratic framework? Do you think he's not capable of actually, prolonging and worsening the conflicts around Israel and then just impose martial law? What tells you he's not going to do that? Because he's certainly going to lose no matter what. He's going to lose, like Winston Churchill lost after World War II. And he was not quite as bad of an asshole as Netanyahu, and he still lost. Because people want the change for the change's sake. And they know how corrupt he is, and we know there are alternatives. So I think he might actually just turn it into an autocratic state before he gives up that power.
I don't know if that's going to be that easy to do in Israel. There are too many people, too many factions in Israel. Right now, Trump wants a win too. I think, in my opinion, that Trump has bribed him. The U.S. will be giving Netanyahu something in order to end what's happening in Gaza. And Netanyahu does need to choose a time, the best time for him to go to elections. And if he waits until October, that's too close to October, 7th. So he doesn't want that. And people are blaming him for the failure on October 7th. So he doesn't want any elections close to that date. So, which means that he has to go soon. There has to be, it has has to be some victory for him, something that would make him popular temporarily. And I think getting back the last hostages in Gaza, that would be the prime of his popularity, and that would be the best time for him to go to elections.
Or he knows he has no way or no path to victory, and he's going to just leave and go back to the US and live there, settle up in safety under Trump.
When it comes to his criminal charges, that's a different matter. But when it comes to path to victory, there isn't a path to victory out of Gaza. But that's why I said the illusion of victory. He can, and is, those that are around him will spin it in a way that, taking failure and making it look like victory. Look at Zionists, the way they do not question the Israeli government or the narrative. It's not that wouldn't be hard to do in Israel. They don't question anything about Israel or the Israeli government. They'll protest when there's something that they don't like specifically, but as far as they're concerned, the Israeli government doesn't lie, doesn't withhold information, doesn't do what other governments around the world do. Israel's immune to that. That's how they think.
Yeah, Edward, so you really think that at some point they're going to agree to a ceasefire?
No, definitely not. I completely disagree with that.
I think it's highly.
They're not guaranteed.
I think it's highly probable that they will. As a matter of fact, I think they've already agreed to a ceasefire. It's just a matter of.
Anyway, I mean, if that's the case, unless you just come back from America, or is he still in America? They killed over 120 people today at airstrikes, and they've been doing this for the past week. So you really think that there's the want to calm down the aggression in Gaza?
I didn't say that.
No, what I'm saying is, if someone has the intent to do a ceasefire, you'll notice the difference in the behavior, right? They wouldn't be continuously killing people.
The question was, do I think that there's a chance of a ceasefire? My answer is, I think the ceasefire has already been decided upon between Hamas and Israel, and I should say Hamas and the United States and Israel.
But yeah, they're already talking about the ceasefire thing collapsing.
Yeah, I think it's already done, and this is all just a theater. They want to release it when it's convenient for Netanyahu.
Okay, I'm just curious. So you're saying that Israel accepted leaving their whole IDF leaving Gaza, all of Gaza?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know the.
This is the obstacle they're facing.
Well, actually, we don't know if that's even the obstacle. Like, we don't know exactly, because at this point now, the Hamas is dealing with the U.S. directly. And they are not saying anything, and they're only releasing very little information. And it seems like they're releasing these little tidbits and saying, "Oh, we're almost there. We have X amount of points, to that we don't agree with. Now we're down to this amount of points, and now we're down to these issues." And it's like it's all orchestrated. So
what do you think? Because I think actions speak louder than words. I think Netanyahu is bombing.
I think this is definitely the obstacle. I'll tell you why, Edward, is because Israel wants to take over more land, and they want to displace and get rid of Palestinians from Gaza. That's their goal from the beginning. They also funded Al-Shabaab, which is almost a little bit over 250, and their goal with funding Shabaab is to have them in a way take over Hamas and become the dominant power in that area. Whether it's going to happen or not, we don't know, but that is the goal. So there's nothing really that is an obstacle other than them withdrawing their troops from Gaza. And this is something that Hamas is not going to accept whatsoever.
No, let me create a sign. Me and you two were having a massive fight, but then we agreed to settle with peace in a few days.
Well, no, I think it's between the U.S.
Hold on, I'm not going to then go and kill all of his family, am I? And then still be like, oh yeah, well, I want peace with you.
you know, at work, sometimes what I find weird, like, wallahi, like, seriously, I'm being genuine about it. I'm not trying to attack you in any shape, form, or way. Is that you kind of disconnect the U.S. from Israel. Like, you make it sound sometimes that they're two separate entities, each working on their own. And that's not really the case. They both work together. Like, everything the U.S. says is what Israel told them to say. It's not the U.S. said, oh, Israel, you're going to stay out of the picture now. I'm going to put the rules and stuff on the table, and you just have to accept it. It's literally, they're working together, yani.
So are you saying
they're putting the U.S. in the face as if he's the one who's acting, you know?
So you're saying the U.S. and Israel, and those that are in power here in the U.S. and those that are in power in Israel, all have the same motivations.
Maybe it's not. No, it's not about money.
So if you can't say that, then your statement can't be correct.
But they have no choice.
But your statement, them, you know, if U.S. and Israel is one thing, one unit.
Yeah.
But if they have separate motivations, then they can't be one unit.
No, in a way that the U.S. is not going to go out there and put something on the table that Israel doesn't approve.
No, in my opinion, they're like two brothers. One's older than the other, and they continually fight. The younger brother's bigger than the other, potentially has more influence over the older brother.
Yeah, they get the approval.
They're just constantly fighting. They're arguing. Trump tells Netanyahu to return the fighters and not bomb Iran, so he does it. And he listens, and then he's now in America having a meeting with Trump. He's still bombing Gaza. He's talking about ceasefire, but you're still bombing Gaza. Of course you don't want a ceasefire if you're still bombing people.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple. I think they.
Because if Trump had a kind of a lean on Netanyahu, Trump would have said, if we want talks, we want peace, we want ceasefire, stop the aggression. Whilst the diplomatic talks happen. Diplomacy and war don't really go.
But you're assuming that Trump wants the best for Palestinians. I'm not assuming that. I'm assuming Trump has his own motivations. Netanyahu has his own motivations.
Probably in line, then. They're probably the same.
Well, no, but I mean, everybody has separate motivations. I mean, we can't say, two different human beings have this are exactly aligned. I mean, what two human beings are exactly aligned? That's
Trump said, Trump wants Gaza for himself. He said that we'll get it, we'll hold it, we'll cherish it. He wants it for himself. Maybe that's what the argument is around at the moment between him and Netanyahu.
But he says crazy things like that, and that's not been. I mean, he's walked that statement back multiple times with the White House. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think he has bribed Netanyahu. I think Trump's interests are not with the Palestinians, but he needs this to end because his interest is with the Abraham Accords, and that's where Trump is going to make money. That's where Kushner is going to make money. So that's where I think his interests are. But the Gaza war is in his way. So he and to the point where he's talking to Hamas directly. And you have to be in a very precarious position and in a weak position to go and talk to Hamas directly. If you're the U.S.
What happens to America's motto, we don't negotiate.
America's being ran by a fucking buffoon, an idiot, and a pedophile.
Trump is being Netanyahu's fucking messenger, bro.
Trump's a pedophile.
I mean, there's no indication of this, but he's his messenger.
There's no indication of that.
That he's his messenger to Hamas? No, I mean, there's no indication of that.
No, not messenger. I think they're two cheeks of the same ass.
I mean, they both have their motivations.
No, Edward, what's interesting is, with what Delulu said, we've got to be really naive to realize or think of the contrary, simply because you have to look at American policy. America will not do anything to jeopardize Israeli security, so-called Israeli security, or Israeli interests. They will burn the U.S. to the ground if it means securing this entity that they have in the Middle East. We've got to be naive and realize.
Trump burned himself to the ground.
He would.
No, he wouldn't. He wants money.
10 years to live.
He wants money.
Yeah, but you've got to understand who is controlled by.
Wait, his motivation.
Look at what happened in the last few weeks. The facade and the theatrical performance to tell the world that he was having a bitch fit with Netanyahu. It was all an illusion as a prerequisite to attack Iran, to put them on the back foot as in false sense of security. Everyone was thinking they were having a fallout. And overnight, as soon as they started attacking, they're back to square one again. Do you really
is there any evidence of each other? Well, is there any indication that they did not have a fallout?
Is there any indication that they did?
Yeah, well, because their objectives weren't aligned. Trump's objective is calm in the Middle East so that he can go ahead with the Abraham Accords. A war with Iran would be the opposite of what Trump wants. Same thing with Gaza. A war with Hamas would be the opposite of what he wants. So I'm just going by what their motivations are.
I don't know.
I think Trump does not give a fuck about Hamas, bro. He bombs Iran, he doesn't care about Hamas.
I didn't say he did. That's why I said their motivations.
We have to
He doesn't want a war with Hamas, he doesn't care.
If you look at the war hawks, even the war hawks in Tel Aviv, do they really want a war with Iran? Personally, and if you look at the parameters and if you look at the stats, I don't think they do. They simply want to neutralize Iran's potential of nuclear because it's a threat to them. They do not want a power that can challenge them in the Middle East. They want to what they want to be.
Let's certainly agree on that. I mean, yes, that's true. But
you also said that they want money. He wants money from the U.S. Is that right?
No, I said that. I'm sure they want money from the U.S. But no, what I said was, I'm sure there is some bribery that has happened or is happening, where Netanyahu would end the war in Gaza, and Israel would get something for it.
So everything that he's been planning for 76, 78 years, now he's just going to throw it out the window?
Well, I don't think he wasn't planning. What do you mean, Gaza?
Yeah, it is part of the plan, and if you look at what's happening now, it's kind of an opportunity for them. I'm not going to say he's winning, but from their perspective, it's an opportunity.
Yeah, it is an opportunity. Go ahead, Wednesday.
I don't think Netanyahu wants to end this. I told you. And I say this because it's going to be, this October is going to be, 2 years of this? They even in between, they bombed Lebanon, Syria. They even had like a 12-day war with Iran. And they go straight back to killing the people in the Gaza Strip, the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and to doing horrendous things to the people in the West Bank. This is their go-to. This is all they know. So I don't really think he wants to end this. He needs to keep the lie of make that Palestinian.
I don't think, again, I don't think Netanyahu wants anything good for the Palestinians. I'm not saying that. Maybe he wants something good for themselves.
Maybe he wants to, because all this that is happening now, it's affecting the U.S. along with everything that's happening in Germany and the U.S. In the next 5-10 years, we could see a disaster falling on the U.S. government. I'm not saying he doesn't want to. Maybe he does want to stop it or end it. At the end of the day, he's not going to go against Netanyahu. At the end of the day, whatever Netanyahu says is what Trump is going to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but China is more important than Israel. And Netanyahu wants the Abraham Accords too. So both Trump and Netanyahu want the Abraham Accords. This won't happen unless there is no war with the Palestinians. And Saudi Arabia said that, there would have to be a Palestinian state or an agreement to have a Palestinian state and be working on one.
Why do you? I'm a bit confused, to be fair, with all due respect. we've seen time and time again the GCC, even to an extent, Saudis. They say one thing publicly, and privately they're saying something completely the opposite. With regards to what you've just said, publicly they say this, privately it's the complete opposite. We've got to stop taking them at face value simply because they've said something. Is that really what they want?
But also, I think we're going to witness a shift in alliances. So this whole Abraham Accord. Yeah, I don't really think that they're going to go with it. And for example, even Qatar came out yesterday or today, and they said the next time Israel is launching an attack on Iran, we're going to stand with Iran, you know? Saudi Arabia, they made it clear that if you don't have a state of Palestine, we're not going to sign the Abraham Accords. So I don't really think that people or countries in that region are too comfortable with this anymore. Maybe the UAE is the only one.
No, I don't know. I disagree with that, brother. You know, because we have to understand, when it comes to material support, publicly, fair enough, they will not recognize Israel. But when it comes to material support, investments, the Saudis are investing. The GCC, by and large, is investing in Israeli technology and Israeli companies. When they want to support militarily, they supported Israel. So what are we doing? Publicly, they're saying we're not going to recognize. Fair enough. I'll concede to that point. Well, materially, but this is public relations, isn't it? Publicly, they won't accept it. But materially, when it comes to when it comes to the foundation or the crux of the matter, they're supporting it militarily. They're aiding and abetting it. They're financially investing it. So what have they got left publicly to say? Oh, okay, that's all that is left. To be fair. All that is left from them is to say that, okay, we accept Israel, or we acknowledge that they exist, or we accept we're going to have diplomatic relations. Everything else is already hunky-dory. It's already, it's already in the process. Investments are going through. Some of the biggest arms manufacturers in Israel, the bombs that are being dropped on Gaza, the aeroplanes that are being used on Gaza, the companies that are building this technology, half of them are financed by the GCC.
And we don't do it.
So how can we say they don't accept it?
I don't know if they're financed by us. Illegal immigrants. I did say this earlier, like multiple times. So what you said earlier, not to take them at face value, and for like 20 minutes now, I've been saying I don't take anyone at face value. I look at their motivation. And for the Saudis, no, the Saudi MBS doesn't want anything to do with the Palestinians. The Saudi family, has a disdain for Palestinians. I think it's, I don't want to get into why, but however, the Saudi people and the Islamic world, if Saudi Arabia wants to be a credible player within the Islamic world, being the representative of the Islamic world, that's how they see themselves.
I think that's all turning it.
That ship is long sailed.
2032
That ship is long sailed. Saudi doesn't give a shit.
No, they don't care about this.
They don't care about it anymore. They don't care about they don't care about keeping face anymore. Those days where you needed
what you're saying is why are you doing it? Like, where's your, what are you pointing to that makes you think they don't care? Because MBS did say that my own people would kill me if I don't.
They would show some freaking response right in the beginning when everything was in the air. People were getting all flustered. The world was so talking about it. Saudi kept very quiet. And right after that, shook hands on the table. They don't give a shit anymore. And they don't care about representing the Islamic world anymore. I mean, you just see it with the blatant Iran and the pageantries calling Nicki Minaj and your Kanye's, etc., doing concerts by the Kaaba. He doesn't care anymore. MPF
The head of the Islamic world is a very powerful position.
That's brain damage and brain loss.
If he cared, he wouldn't invite Nicki Minaj.
Well, I don't think Nicki Minaj is going to affect if Saudi Arabia.
those people.
They know they've established a very singular principle, going off of the hadith that says, "Do not revolt against the hakim or the ruler."
They're afraid of revolt.
To be a very popular Wahhabi hadith circulating in those circles. Why do you think there was no revolt?
They are
Muslims, and they can do what they want, when they want, and how they want it.
Okay, they are afraid of revolt. MBS has said so. MBS has said so. That he doesn't care about the Palestinian cause, but his people do, and they would kill him if he doesn't. If he goes Number two, to give up being the head of the Islamic world or the representative of the Islamic world, voluntarily just giving it up. There's no way that Saudi Arabia would do that. That is a very powerful position. It's a powerful position.
I mean, he wouldn't.
Okay, why would you give up such a powerful position?
Say that again.
Why would a nation give up such a powerful, geopolitically powerful position?
He's never going to lose it. He has it all set up.
He said they don't care about it anymore.
No, that's idiotic. He has all secure for himself. If there were to be a revolt, there would have been one a while ago. But he came and said, the ahadis, I'm going to kind of reduce them, make them, whatever the heck he wanted to do, that went against the country. He does what he wants. I mean, and he's never going to lose his position as that leader.
So if I may, I think there's a problem in GCC because there's a little bit of falsity going on. So the GCC do not export their military power to Israel, but it's the other way around, where the Israeli defense firms, because of the Abraham Accords, have given
my day off as a mom. I started my day off by going to my favorite matcha place called Damo. I got the matcha and I got the chestnut nightstand. I absolutely love the matcha. It's high quality and the stuff is so nice. And they also have a lot of perks. And they also sell sushi. If a strand of your hair was trying this week's crumble cookies. Starting off with a biscuit cheesecake.
I think it was Bahrain or Oman, one of the two. They're the ones who partner with Israel defense, right?
That was an out of 10. Up next, we have a raspberry banana cookie.
That one specifically.
Let's unbox some baby molly cupcake brands. These are $50 each.
Not
necessarily. Okay, we're not let's get something soft. I know the Parmesan mixing sheet spice. Ranch. Have a bite.
Was the one where Sally was forced to
everyone needed this flavor. Cheese sauce.
Back in 2016, around 2016 election, when
let's unbox this $300 blind box.
She kind of went over to
try more beautiful dessert.
Middle East and said you have to invest with the Kushners, all that stuff, whatever. And then I think it was Kuwait that said, no, we're not going to do any of this. GCC and everything. Trump and the Republicans went on this entire tirade about bombing Kuwait, bombing and what do you say? It was very stressful for those 4 years about what was going on. Now, with that being said, Trump again, when he does all these dealings, these countries also understand that Trump is so like kind of hostile towards them that if they don't do this bidding, then there's no he just talks about bombing over and over again. So it's kind of like this really weird song and dance about like how to appease the United States while also being really hands off as well. But GCC weapons, like F-35 sales, that's strictly and directly from the UAE, and that is under direct supervision of the U.S. as well. None of the other GCCs allow for that to happen, including Saudi Arabia. So that's the problem in that sense. And then they always mix up the information there. As for this whole claim about like how Saudi wants to be like whatever Muslim nation or whatever, it doesn't really help the conversation when we have to understand that
we need to look at the substantial facts and the reason behind them as to why the actions were taking place. And I solely think that, at least right now, under a Trump administration, a Trump presidency, if I have to look at Saudi Arabia's involvement with the GCC, and if it has to do something with Israel, I know 100% it is because Trump has this entire thing about going banana modes on them, and they have to kind of respond to that. Because under every other presidency, they did not respond in kind when another U.S. president requested the same thing out of them.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully a ceasefire will come soon. But,
I have a feeling that the UAE will be very problematic in this whole ceasefire thing and just takes Israel's side completely, because the UAE has sold out the Palestinians completely.
well, was the UAE and Egypt, or was it Egypt and the UAE that Israel was talking about coming in initially to transition to a new government in Gaza?
I thought that was the UAE and Bahrain.
No, it wasn't Bahrain. I don't remember Bahrain being involved.
Bahrain is, my views on Bahrain is they're genuinely an asshole where they go ahead and act nice, but then behind closed doors, they do some of the most evil shit.
Yeah, but the name doesn't sound familiar. I think it was UAE and Egypt, I want to say.
What was the claim, Matt? What were you saying, sorry?
This was a couple of weeks ago when they were saying, it was, I believe it was the UAE and Egypt going in after the ceasefire and taking charge of Gaza and until it transitions into a new government, so taking it away from Hamas. Hamas responded with whoever comes in would have to ask us for permission first, or else they'll be treated as enemies. They didn't say no. They just said, you have to deal with us first. You have to deal with us also. I thought it was Egypt and the UAE that was floated around. I could be wrong though.
Also, I'm just kind of curious, because I was hearing this a little bit in the background, but how did Wahhabism come into play?
Nutgus was mentioning that. I don't know how much Wahhabism has to play in this, because Saudi Arabia has, been for the last decade neutralizing the Wahhabi movement in Saudi Arabia. Not that it's gone, but they've been actively ousting Wahhabi people from positions of power. Things like
Saudi Arabia actually was not neutralizing just Wahhabis. Saudi Arabia, as my previous colleagues, they mentioned earlier, they want to turn the page on the ancient image of Saudi Arabia as a reference, as a leader of the Muslim world. They don't want that. They don't want any of that. They want to change that, how can I say this? That stereotype that Saudi Arabia is basically the leader and the main representative of the Islamic world. They just trying. It's not trying. It's MBS basically. He's so inspired by the advancement according to them, it's advancement of the UAE, and at some level, he sees the Emirati leaders as his competitors, even though both countries, they are allies, and they led a lot of coups, whether in Yemen or
the attempt to occupy Qatar, at least on 3 occasions. The last one was 2017. He's just like, he wants to change everything. Okay, he's a guy who was raised as, the spoiled boy. He practically had no serious education. He's basically the loser child who wanted to shine up, and he made it, clear that, okay, we don't want Wahhabism, we want that, modest Islam, okay, that is, which is open to all religions and all, ethnic groups and so on. But it's not really that, again here, I'm going to support the thing being said earlier, that Saudi Arabia in secret is never Saudi Arabia in public. Never. There's 2 faces. There's 2 images of Saudi Arabia. Okay. There's public Saudi Arabia, the one, okay, as he mentioned, we want a peaceful Islam, okay, that is can deal with everyone, and we deal with everyone. That's including Zionists, because for them, they want the picture, their word, that there's no difference between Zionism and Judaism, which is something that people who are maybe well educated about the topic would probably say, yeah, it's crazy. Zionism and Judaism, even Jews themselves, they would say the same. There's a huge difference between Zionism and Judaism, and Zionism would never definitely in any case represent Judaism. But these guys, these idiots, including Sisi, by the way, President of Egypt, MBS, the other guy, of UAE, the people leading Bahrain and all these, traitors, they would all do the same. They would all do the same marketing, trying to, show Zionism as the same as Judaism. Okay, so if we talk about an Islam that is open to everyone, okay, and everyone is welcome, and we have no problem with Christians or Jews. Yeah, it's okay to have a problem with Christians, but when it's Jews, yeah, that would include Zionists basically. So that's the picture, and that was a lot of people. I'm not sure if Hamas said that publicly, but a lot of analysts on Al Jazeera, for instance, they mentioned that when Hamas launched the war back in October 2023, they were actually did that because Saudi Arabia was in talk with and they had talks with Israelis about a normalization agreement, to follow the steps of the UAE and Bahrain, and they were even targeting and visualizing similar talks with Oman in the future. If you were paying attention to news in the last, let's say 3 to 4 weeks, there's a very controversial picture. It was, it was on the streets of Tel Aviv, a very big picture. I have it on my phone, even because it was really shocking. Showing, those leaders, Benjamin Netanyahu with Trump, and around them, some Arab leaders, including you, MBS, the Omani Sultan, okay, Barak bin Haytham, okay, the new Syrian president, Sisi, the King of Jordan, all the guys that they think they are the good ones, and if you are a good one according to the Israelis, according to Zionists, you know to which club you belong. So it's not a secret that actually Saudi Arabia.
It's also not black and white like how you painted. There is something called balance of power, and you think people that are embedded in politics for 70 freaking years in that region wouldn't understand what America is for the Israelis and how they are protective of it. People that went into wars
on several freaking occasions. Like, the people in power, either CC or MBS or MBZ or all of these people, they also understand the balance of power and what kind of capabilities that they can.
I'm not talking about that. I was answering Edward about the Saudi Arabia, okay? If they would accept, a normalization agreement, regardless of the state.
I wasn't asking that question. The claim that I made was, and I don't know who brought it up first. I was saying that Saudi Arabia would be crazy. They would be insane to give up. No, not that. They would not give up their position as the so-called representative of the Islamic world. That's not a position that they would give up, because that's a very, very powerful position geopolitically, especially when it comes to soft power. And it's also, being, what's the king of Saudi Arabia? The official title is, custodian of the two holy sites of Islam. So this is directly tied to legitimacy of the royal family, of the monarch in Saudi Arabia.
What they did, they already did. They gave up with that position. To who?
To what? Zionists? Now you're going to tell me Medina and Mecca belong to Zionists?
In the eyes of Arabs, okay, they had no shame when Gaza was bombed. They had this festival.
But you're doing something totally different here. I'm saying that Saudi Arabia, okay, their legitimacy depends on being the custodians or caretakers of the two holiest sites of Islam.
They have their position secured, Edward. I'm telling you, they have their position secured.
It's secured.
If the Muslim world wanted to revolt, they would have done
it a
long time ago when they were partying.
No one
once the
mentioned
children were being killed.
Nobody mentioned revolt. No one is saying revolting. I'm saying the legitimacy of the Saudis is dependent, and I don't know why everybody's arguing with me about this. This is really basic.
They are very established already. They can do whatever they want.
No, this is basic.
They can.
No, just about it. You guys are both completely wrong.
Let me something quickly.
Okay, but you're okay. It's fine.
Can I just something quickly? In the past, every Saudi king had a title called Khadim al-Haramain al-Sharifain, that's means the servant of the two holy places of Islam. That title they gave up. They gave up the title.
They did not give up the title. What do you mean? The Saudi king did not give up the title.
The Saudi king is no longer called Khadim Haramain. The only kings, first, it began with King Fahd. He was the first one to adopt the title. So there were there were like 3 or 4 kings before him. Okay, then came King Fahd, following the revolution that happened in Mecca. Okay, I don't remember. Like it was, I think, in the 70s.
And
what? Yeah, Juhayman revolution. So he decided to have that title in order to give himself the legitimacy you are talking about. But currently, he's not doing that. Don't care. Do you know, like, Islamically, again, and from a historical perspective, that title was specific to the Khalifa, okay? So, and since the fall of Khalifa, like, a lot of royal, like, families, a lot of monarchs, they wanted desperately to be representatives of Islam. So, the royal family of Morocco, they call the king Amir Mu'minin. That's mean, the prince of prince of believers, or the leader of believers. Same thing in Jordan. They call them
do you have anything that says that the Saudi king Salman has abdicated his responsibility for the two holy sites of Islam?
Actually, Edward, I can prove the complete opposite, because here's the thing. Well, hold on. I'm going to actually speak with facts now. Because this whole, thinking whatever, and yes, it's supposedly doing, that's not factual at all. So the custodians of two holy mosques, yes, it was first formalized. It was King.
In 1986.
Yeah. King Fahd. Sorry, I don't remember the name. Yeah, but it was King Fahd, right? And then there was a King Abdullah
after him.
Yeah, and there was a King Abdullah after him, and Salman. Yeah. So the thing is, they all still kept the title. However, in 2023, Saudi Arabia went ahead and added two titles onto this. So one that was established in, I think, the 2010s, and one that is being established currently right now. One being the presidency of affairs for the two holy mosques, and then the general authority, right? The reason why I remember this is when MBS was like trying to argue this point about wanting to become the authority of Islam, he went ahead and called Iran or the Ayatollah the modern day Hitler several times over, right? He even said that he designed a state solely for the fact that the president at the time, I think it was Obama at the time, to enter like a kind of understanding
just
where
don't ignore what you're saying, that in context that the Arab Spring was an earthquake to the whole region. That's why we are suffering from what we're suffering now, because of the Islamic Revolution, or brought the idea of political Islam into the picture.
Yeah, but that's a separate point for now. I'm just trying to address what Narjis and Tariq is saying, and it's just like, this is completely opposite of what Edward was saying. Edward is completely right on this, where there's a lot of facts that support this narrative that I've pointed out, and Edward's completely right. I think the problem here is that there's just so much speculation as to what could be
because of the actions of the MBS's actions, but we did establish we shouldn't look at what Saudi Arabia does publicly, at face value versus what they do internally. And can I just point out real quick, Sam, when you go back and when you mentioned Iran, so Iran is actually one of the major variables here regarding Saudi Arabia not giving up the claim of and strengthening the claim of being the representative of the Islamic world, because Iran wants to be the representative of the Islamic world. And they're it's not really a competition. Well, they're in competition. However, it's not a competition that Iran could win. But at the same time, it is still enough of a threat to the Saudi royal family to where that they would actively want to strengthen their position as the supreme leaders of basically the Islamic world.
It's not even a
competition.
You're talking about Shias and Sunnis. They consider each other.
Yeah, no, but Shias and Sunnis.
It's not even a competition.
No,
there's only that many minority Shias in the
Shias in the region, Iran, over 90 million people, plus the Shias outside of Iran. These are all still Muslims, and they still fall under the purview of the King of Saudi Arabia if he's the
30% of the population in Saudi is Shiites.
70?
Google 30.
Oh, okay. I was like 70. But
Bahrain is Shia, Qatar is Shia.
But Iranian Shias, though, they fall under the purview of the Saudi king, because the king is the custodian. This is his official title of the two holy sites of Islam, and the Shias still, perform Hajj and consider them the two holy sites of Islam. Therefore, they fall under the Saudi king's purview when it comes to Islam, or Islam. That's what I'm saying.
And to add to your point, Edward, right? The thing is that the Ayatollah, especially even the first Ayatollah, I forget his name. He's even pointed out the entire idea that the Persian empires have always wanted to take a hold of the Khulafa title or the Khalifa title. And they always talk about reigniting the Khalifa. Yeah, under them. So now, this whole struggle between the Saudi Arabian kingdom and the Iranian government, there's a reason why they point fingers at each other most of the time. Exactly what everyone has to say. Because they're trying to reinstall caliphate under one of their names, and whoever is the most victorious out of this ends up going ahead and controlling the entire Islamic narrative. Something Saudi Arabia doesn't want to give up. Look at the way Saudi Arabia is even responding in 2025. Like, okay, I'll highlight some actions that Saudi Arabia has done, right? Saudi Arabia, it has went ahead and decided that it wanted to be allies with the United States. Many people questioned why. Well, one of the things was they understood, and this was actually like something spoken about within the Saudi government. They understood that if they were in constant war with the United States or constant struggle with the Zionist regime or anything like that, then they would basically be on a gigantic back foot when it comes to the entire idea of them being the general authority, which they were trying to establish ever since King Fahd made the custodian title.
About to talk to her. Real did it.
A year or so ago, he was heavily pushing for Christian nationalism, and we make fun of him for it. And first of all, he's like he married a woman, and he's raising her kids. He's a fucking cuck. There's a lot of things. I'm sorry, I don't want to change it about him.
No, I just like when he destroys OnlyFans models. It's fun watching.
Yeah, but it's easy work.
I mean, he did pretty good against the chick from Jubilee, the black chick with the dreadlocks or the braids, whatever.
I mean, talking down to uneducated black people is that not really that difficult either. I mean, Charlie Kirk, debate actual college students.
You may not like. I love Ben Shapiro, and he does the same thing. When you watch him debating, I mean, he just destroys them. And also like when he did it at Oxford. I guess it was at Oxford or Cambridge.
Yeah,
he was amazing.
Charlie Kirk did Cambridge. That was really, really good.
But you have, I mean, Ben Shapiro is a good debater. He graduated from, I believe, Harvard Law. I mean, he could have easily outclassed these college students.
Yeah, but
it was funny to watch.
You don't have to have a Harvard degree in order to be a good debater. Like, he is just a good debater.
Well, not that you have to have a Harvard degree. I mean, he's I would say he's a lot more intelligent and verbally gifted than 99% of the population. I mean, that really helps.
Yeah, I think
Wait, you're understanding why Jews are successful now, Pepe?
When did I say that?
It's a joke, Pepe. I was joking.
Abby, did you see when Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk debated Catholicism?
No.
And oh my gosh, and they're like friends. So it was really, really awesome hearing them. Like they were like dunking on each other like in good faith. That one is really, really good. And it's comical. And Ben Shapiro did that with Michael Knowles.
Wait, I'm gonna look for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't Michael Knowles work for him?
Michael Knowles works for
Or does he work for Prager?
He works for it's with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, so he works for the
Daily Daily Wire.
The Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro's company.
How great was that movie they put out? Am I a Racist? Like, I assume have you guys ever seen it?
No.
Matt Walsh.
Oh my God! If you haven't, you've got to download this movie. It's
so
beyond.
Oh.
It's so good.
Abby, did you ever watch Ben Shapiro when he did the interview with the British, the older guy on the British television on BBC?
Not here.
No, it was the older, heavy-set guy. He's kind of one of those like old school, reporters where he doesn't really take. He's actually a little more, I guess, conservative-minded, but he'll attack attack like conservative ideas and also progressive ideas just to like get to the facts, you know, and try to like push back on it. And fucking Shapiro went on there and he like crashed out, like got pissed off and like just got up and walked out of the interview while they were on live television and shit. Yeah, it was the only time I've seen Shapiro crash out.
Yeah, because there are specific things that all of these personalities do in terms of debate. And the guy was, I've seen that interview, Clown, and the guy was just having none of it. And Ben Shapiro didn't know what to do. And that was like at least 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I think now.
Yeah, Andrew Neil. It's Andrew Neil destroys Ben Shapiro at BBC interview.
So really, Alan, what was the name of? I'm losing it. The two guys that I'm going to date myself in age. That it was Buckley and who did he used to? Was it Gorby Dahl? He debated.
Possibly, yeah. William F. Buckley. I forget.
I feel like it was Gorby Dahl, but maybe.
Yeah,
I watched a bunch of his debates.
Hey, Abby, I sent you.
Oh my god.
Okay. I mean, those were great. And then, do you remember the SNL did the spoof on Jane, You Ignorant Slut? And that was off of Shayna Alexander, right?
Point counterpoint. Yeah. Oh, God.
But that used to be great. I mean, they used to have debates on TV. It's pretty.
Yeah, you know what's a good debate is Peter Hitchens and Christopher Hitchens arguing about religion and God. That was, if you haven't seen that, that's a really good debate. Because at the time, Peter was very, liberal, almost, he was a Marxist, I believe, and now Peter Hitchens has completely changed his tune in terms of his view on capitalism and communism and Marxism and all of those, the ilks that Marxism spawned.
I am curious though, like now you brought up capitalism, but I don't understand is a lot of people, like quote unquote conservatives, like it's almost like they think capitalism can do no wrong and that they'll like get on their knees and suck off the billionaire class. And I don't know, just because at least they're not communist, I don't quite get it. If there's the defense of capitalism, even when I would say even that's still like disgusting in a way.
Well, look, Pepe, let's make it simple, okay? The right and capitalists idealize the rich and the billionaire class, whereas the left, they idealize the poor and the downtrodden, someone like George Floyd. Now, you got to suck off somebody's dick. Would you rather suck off Elon Musk's dick or George Floyd's dick? Okay? It's a simple choice. Whose dick would you rather suck off?
I'm not going to answer that, but I would say I have more negative feelings towards George Floyd.
Well, there is I agree with you that yes, there is this idealization of the rich in terms of capitalists, and that they glorify rich people. Haven't we always had an elite class?
Well, I don't care about elites. I think you're always
elite maybe isn't a better word. Haven't we always had royalty? And isn't like the difference is that, and I agree. I mean, to over idealize millionaires and billionaires some of whom would sell out their own grandmothers if it meant they could get, you know, $2 more on their stocks for a quarter, is probably not healthy. You know, and in the same way you see the left idealizing, you know, some of the most disgusting people on the planet under the name of, you know, well, they're the representative of our cause. Yeah, I think it goes both ways.
But I still look at.
He's a low-IQ brain rot moron, racist schmuck who mumbles like a dribbling brain damaged Down syndrome
way more accountable than the downtrodden, because the downtrodden aren't in control of anything. They can't even really control their own lives.
Israel could not protect
and I would agree with that assessment.
That Israel's afraid of Iran. Absolute nonsense.
The issue is when it comes to capitalism,
Iran has the second largest population of the world's Jewry in Iran. There's like 4,500 people in Iran.
If I work 8 hours a day, 10
nobody
hours
gives her a pushback. I have no idea. I hope she's a troll.
I hope she's a troll. Wherewithal to decide what I'm going to do with that money.
Yeah, I'll give you a brief example, like just a tiny example of something
comments were
discussed. Like I guess when
I'm not saying anybody knows this, but
started, and these are where people.
I'll tell you, some people's views on here,
and they're doing minimal makeovers, whatever. But
Israel
they automatically
is a sovereign state in the Middle East.
They got a pretty efficient system going to where, you know, they're going to
true
kick
melting
your ass
pot
right out
of all
the street as soon as you have a problem with rent. And
these claims of Israel being an apartheid state.
And
absolutely,
I look at it as just like incredibly.
Take that on board.
The level of greed to take advantage of the most vulnerable
all
people financially in the country. Like
English.
To me, it's just disgusting and just I would say immoral.
Okay.
And, you know, I could go on to many examples, right? You know, that was just one that stood out. You know, I don't think companies have any loyalty to their workers, like whatsoever. I mean, they would love to find a way to get rid of you right before you give birth. Don't let you go 20 years in. Next to nothing. I mean, there was a race to provide you less benefits than the previous generations, so like, especially in terms of retirement. I don't really. I feel like it's. I feel like we kind of have a perverse system. Maybe at least in Japan, it used to be that like CEOs would take for bad decisions that were made. The cuts came at the top. You had to lose your salary, not the devoted worker. And because in Japan, they believe that the key to a healthy society is good workers. When you go to prison there, it's because you don't know how to be a good worker. That's what they drill into you. The worker is kind of like sacred. The last thing you do is abuse the Japanese worker. But here it's different. They pretty much say fuck the worker, and it's all about money. And I just like.
It's pronounced that, not
I don't see
that.
it like to the conservatives who try to like be unapologetically capitalist and they're like, oh, there's winners and losers, baby. Like I just think they're just kind of disgusted. Like, what are you trying to conserve? Do you want to conserve the American dream, where you know if people can have fucking kids and buy a house before they're middle aged? I mean, what is it that you want? I mean, I want to conserve that stuff.
That.
Yeah, but see, I'm amazed at how many people don't understand the word conservative. Conservative doesn't mean conserve as in hoard,
frugal,
not release or hang on to. Conservative, the best way to explain it is, I am going to apply a liberal coat of moisturizer to my skin. The opposite would be going
just
to
as dumb.
take a well-measured and well-thought-out approach to solving this problem. Hence,
Fiscally,
or in other words, a conservative approach to solving this problem. That's what conservative means. It's like,
Everyone's
well,
dumb
can
except
you
you.
give us a
I was just as
conservative
dumb.
estimate
Dumb as you,
on
bunny.
how much this will cost us in the next 10 years in order to build this? That's
Dumb as you, bunny.
real definition of conservative. And you know, it's gone out into the ether that it conservative
real,
means,
Alan.
you know, hanging, you know,
Conservative fiscally and culturally, for real, Alan.
As far
Great
as
explanation
the
about
other
nothing,
things you
Alan.
said, yes, that is the downside of capitalism. And
Great
that,
explanation about nothing,
that
Alan.
is, here's the question in my mind, is that there are always bad people in the world.
Oh, are you going out for a drink?
And there was always been corruption in the world. And in which system, if you're going to compare capitalism versus, say, socialism or Marxism or communism, which system has the best potential for eliminating that?
Well, no, I know I'm against socialism and
no, I know.
communism.
See, yeah, well, I know you are, and what you point out, that corruption that you talk about is not a bug but a feature of
Let's do
Marxism in all of its incarnations, because the government essentially, now you have one entity.
I'm totally gonna set up a date with this chick and then ghost her.
Controlling
Waste her
everything.
time.
You know, in the example
Are you here?
gave,
Are you
yeah,
here?
it's
I'm
horrible.
here.
Those
I'm by the bar.
companies are
Where are you
coming in
at?
and making
I don't see
people
you.
move.
Are you
And I
catfishing
don't
me?
say, and I understand how difficult it is to move a
Okay,
trailer,
I'm leaving. Fuck
but
this.
one
Bye.
can go
I'm
to
here.
another
Where are you?
trailer park and find another place.
That was
That
true
is-
until they started they started buying them all up. And
Yeah.
so leaving them with no options like that. I mean, I'm just bringing out of like exploitation of the poor.
Yeah.
I understand, but the
Oh,
argument
yes, we are
without
actually going to the
without
docks right here. Oh
using
my
that
god.
specific
Oh,
example, the idea is within a free market there will be, you know, various entities competing, and if one doesn't provide a service, then there will be another one that does. That doesn't always happen, but at least that potential is there compared to, you know, someplace like Russia. No, you don't have that option. This is the car you buy, and you will like it.
I mean, like, what the fuck does it even mean to be an American anymore, dude? I mean, honestly. You have so many. You get to have. I won't even get into it.
Well, freedom of choice.
Back to Pepe
and more
underlying
choices,
depression.
And more choices.
Pepe has no
Unlimited
spirituality.
decisions. Have you ever lived overseas?
He is a moron.
No, I spent time overseas, but not. But I don't know. I mean, it's just like you can get some, you know, weird fucking smelly Pakistani that can move here and.
Unless it's the Pepe.
I don't know. He'll call himself American and he'll have a bunch of shitlibs that will tell him he's also an American, but he
Total
has some.
waste of time.
There's nothing American about him.
Pepe the Clown Show.
I mean.
Yeah.
Show about Pepe
It takes 3
and his
generations
depression
before they're American.
and lack of sex
The
life.
immigrant still has ties
Having
to their
anything.
own country. And while they may embrace American ideals, there's
The show about Pepe and his depression and lack of sex life or having any meaning in his life.
will still be so
He kicked me.
have that same allyship that they grow up in American culture. So they're torn between pleasing their parents' sense of culture and the American one. And by the third generation, the grandkids of those immigrants, they're fully American. And they've not, even if they still speak the same language and still have the same customs, they're now fully indoctrinated in I won't even say American culture, but just the well, I don't know, I guess that's a good word as any, but they take for granted what the previous two generations did not.
Well, I would say that the problem is that we, and a lot of us saw it, especially during George Floyd riots, you know, you have these dark-skinned people that are not like native to Britain or America, and you know they're ungrateful. They'll say "fuck you, whitey," "fuck you, pilgrim," "go back home to Europe if you don't like it." So now we're here. They're gracing us with their presence. They like tear down our fucking statues, shit on our history, and it's just like. I would rather see China literally nuke them into fucking mutants to allow these pieces of shit inherit this country. Like these, go die of fucking tuberculosis or whatever fucking diseases you get back in your Ecuador or wherever the fuck it is you came from. Well, like these aren't Americans in my opinion.
Well, there was always
Ilhan Omar's not an American. She's a fucking dirty bitch.
Yeah, well, there was always the American hating immigrants. There was an element of most of them who come here legally because they waited their turn and didn't just jump over the border. They appreciate the opportunity that the country has. But if it doesn't cost you anything to come here and it's given to you, well, then you don't appreciate it. And that right there is part of the problem. They were given, here's a free ticket to a concert. What is it? Oh, well, we don't know. It doesn't matter. It's a free concert. It's better than what you're doing now.
What I am liking is that U.S. aid is like being cut off. So we thought it was smart to give like the people who love spreading AIDS the most to each other, which is Africans, like AIDS treatment drugs. But these people aren't really like taking them reliably like they should. But we've been extending the life expectancy of these Africans. Which, I don't know why you would want to do that. They don't produce anything.
Those fucking,
and then they just have more
fucking
kids
rat
that,
loser bastard.
Don't want to come here to the West. Like, hopefully, USAID is going to stop this from happening. I heard the cuts to USAID, they'll slow it down. Maybe more of these people will just, die from AIDS, I guess.
Whoa, people are dying from AIDS. What's happening? You guys are just one solution. Everything else is just it's like, we got a surgery for this cancer. Here it is. Everything else is not going to work. You can talk about everything else, or you can just do the surgery, and the surgery is to have a messiah.
Wow. Amazing. But that's one of the funny thing about, like, Africans is that, or even some Black Americans, they'd be like, yeah, we're having all the babies, the future is ours. When we start cutting the medicine and the AIDS drugs, and you stop getting food aid, and our militaries don't intervene, I mean, you guys are going to go back to, like, dying in your 30s. Unfortunately, which is probably a good thing for the world.
I'm talking about America. America's white people and black people and Hispanic people and Asian people. There aren't so many Mediterranean people in America. Everybody wants to be Mediterranean. the top white actors look Mediterranean.
What do you mean people want to be Mediterranean? It's bullshit.
Like Henry Cavill, George Clooney, Pico, Ben Affleck.
I don't even know what you're saying, bro. No, this sounds uncomfortable. Where are you from? Are you Armenian?
Brothers.
Are you from Armenia? Are you Armenian?
I'm Greek and Armenian.
Okay, well, so I would say if anything, the archetypical person or like that was always kind of more revered in Western Europe and in America is like tall,
dark, handsome.
Not really. I mean, maybe with a tan is what they mean by dark, but generally like blonde people.
I might take you back there tomorrow.
Dude, what is it? Dude, laughing. Well, I mean, how many of you Mediterranean faggots are even tall? Like, you guys are. So you don't see Mediterranean.
The most beautiful men in the world are Northern European.
That's fine. I'm like more Mediterranean too, but I'm just saying, like.
They're actually Mediterranean, yeah.
The most beautiful tall Swede is gonna. So you're trying to tell me that some like tall Swede?
Negotiating Abe, sorry. I don't love the blonde. I don't love the blonde blue-eyed thing.
I'll take it back there tomorrow.
Well, they're just like I personally like dark-haired girls.
I like dark-haired.
But at the end of the day, Americans love blondes, and they always have. But it's not like controversial.
Okay, yeah, great. Western civilization is like the most important thing, along with Israel. So, like, everybody just uses the West for whatever maybe they want. They Jewish.
Hello, John.
Oh, I have it. We introduced an ancient civilization class to high school curriculum senior year. There it is. There it is. Right there.
Yeah, I'm talking. All right, go on you. Hi, John.
Hey, I'm curious. What do you think of? I mean, the room title. What do you think of?
I mean, I've always had this stance that like if you serve like the military of another country, like it should be because you plan on like pretty much relocating there. Other than that, I mean, I don't really give a shit.
Why do you think he said it?
I think he's kind of hiding his power levels. I think he's just doesn't. He touches on a lot of familiar talking points. I think he's just sick of Israel. He's trying to, in the most palatable way possible, like attack Israel.
Do you think
or any like support
the Pepe show about Pepe's underlying depression?
Yeah, I got you. Do you think that
the show about nothing, as always?
You would probably say this is like free speech, but the people that have been more or less terrorizing the country on college campuses across the country with Hamas headbands and whatever flag, do you think they should be citizens?
No, I don't. I mean, I have more controversial. I don't think Muslims should be allowed to immigrate, period, to the West.
They're not Muslim. They're it's just like some of those. You can be a dual citizen. I mean, the thing is, the U.S. allows for dual citizenship. I think in most countries, right? So naturally, like you.
I don't have a problem with dual citizens. Do I in Congress, which none of them are. There's no dual Israeli citizen in Congress.
Maybe be a Christian.
I don't think so.
I mean, yeah, it kind of doesn't sit well with me if you're a dual citizen of anywhere. As far as just dual citizen Americans, yeah, I don't care about that.
I mean, Tucker has a lot of sway, so it's interesting to see that this stance. I don't think he thought about Israel much before the war. So.
Well, he also got let go of Fox, from Fox, so he's been able to maybe speak his mind.
I might take you back to probably he was going to stay the
people like me think. I'm not going to necessarily blame Israelis for it, because evangelicals, I think, are rabid supporters of Israel for very different reasons than Jews would be. But, I do think that Israel is willing to, like, center themselves politically in America, which most of us, we don't really care or think about Israel that much. It's kind of like...
Probably not. We'd like for you not to think about it so much.
Yeah, so it's like most Americans, depending on where you live, aren't even going to know an Israeli. So they don't really, it's just not on their top list of things to care about as a country.
Well, I mean,
every child deserves a Shabbat every year. And there should be an ancient civilizations class senior year in high school where they learn the Greeks and the Bible. The Greeks and the Bible. I've done it in summer school.
Learn about ancient civilization.
I did it. I taught the whole Bible in summer school and the whole Greeks.
that would be amazing.
Greeks haven't invented anything in a long time.
But in Hebrew.
Well, I guess they were kind of like the...
Sorry, they should start learning French and Hebrew and Spanish in elementary school, so sorry.
I mean, the Greeks were the start of Western civilization.
I'm sorry, Hebrew is just an ugly language.
Oh my god.
Hello?
I mean, it is very harsh. Like,
it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful. It's probably the most beautiful. I'm sorry, French. I love French. French is the most beautiful.
Like, imagine if Shuki was cussing people out. You fucking
Shuki. I don't know what the world is. What Shuki is. I don't know who Shuki is, what he is, but he's...
But if he was cussing out somebody like with a French accent, it would probably sound cool. But it's just so harsh. It just sounds so...
No, it's more about the things he says, right?
Yeah,
he says some really bad things. Israel, yes. He's disgusting.
Yeah.
He makes me sick to my stomach.
It makes me sad when he puts his daughter on and has her repeat the things that he says, and she's like,
oh my god.
Oh
my gosh.
Can I just say something? You know what I find funny? We have an Armenian...
You know what I find funny is that we were all just talking and you just came right up and just fucking started talking.
Yeah, sure. You know what's funny? We have an Armenian in the chat that supports an Islamist regime. Did you Armenians forget what the Islamists did to you, or what the Turks did to you?
Oh, you're talking about Ludwig? Ludwig's just retarded.
Yeah, the Armenian cuck.
Oh my god, I've heard of him. I've heard of him twice.
He's such a like jihadi simp.
What's up, faggot? What's up,
cuck?
Say it in my face. Say it in my face.
Punch your face.
Okay, come on over.
Out of your ass.
What am I hearing about you? What am I hearing
He
about
is a kickboxer.
What am I hearing about you? Come on over, Alpha. I'll turn you into a feminist.
He loves Muslims.
This got really good.
He loves Muslims. Post your face. Post your body.
He's posted his face. He's actually a big ass dude.
That's great. Then he has a Jewish soul. What can they say?
You know what's funny, Pepe? We have a survivor of a genocide that supports an Islamist regime that has implemented a policy of genocide against minorities. I will fucking punch you in the face until the Turks come and grab you with the Azeris, bitch.
You support
I support Israel.
The Armenians have colonized my stage. Oh my.
No, so-and-so is like genociding. Like,
there is no genocide. Hamas started the war and you're getting your ass into you Armenian cunt.
Is there a genocide?
Fucking Islamists.
What's happening, guys? Wait, I gotta catch up. What is happening? What is Plato said? State your terms.
Who are you talking?
What's happening?
Okay, George.
My body is warm. I am ready for commanding speech.
What are you?
I don't moan. I'm the guy who doesn't moan when he speaks.
Is your boyfriend holding you?
Habibi, stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, Alpha. What regime are you talking about?
Your mother.
That oppresses ethnic minorities.
The Islamist regime of Iran.
Okay, and which
always do
what George
I'm so sorry. Just let me butt in something.
Yeah, no, don't butt in. And what regime do you think is better for Armenians?
What do you mean what regime is better for the Armenians? We're not talking about Armenians.
Who funded the genocide? You fucking cockroach.
You were just talking to Levick about
Pakistan. Who funded the genocide in 1950? You ever looked at the receipts, you bubblehead?
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about
who do you think is better, Alpha?
Let's talk about it.
Better in what?
Well, what's a better government or country for the Armenians to align themselves with at this time?
Israel.
Oh, so wait. So Armenians should align themselves with the country that sold drones to Azerbaijan, which Azerbaijan then used to kill Armenians in 2020 in their war, and now has those videos of those drones. Stop interrupting me, George. Now has the videos of those drones killing Armenians as part of their sales package to sell those drones to other countries.
Okay, shall I
answer you? That's the country that Armenia should align itself
with. Shall I answer you? The United States of America supported Saddam.
Stick to the subject.
The United States of America supported Saddam when Saddam was killing Kurds. Shall we be against Saddam?
Are you Kurdish?
United States?
Are you Kurdish?
Shall we be against the United States? Yes or no?
Are you Kurdish?
Yes or no?
Are you Kurdish?
Yes or no? You have no argument.
What do you mean? What do you mean fair? Hold on, George. We're talking about. You're talking about 20 years.
Rules to Turkey.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah.
Implemented a genocide against Armenians and Kurds and Assyrians. What's your point?
Okay. So respectfully, sir, you came up and just immediately started to trauma dump. So can you just not hijack Pepe's room? This is Pepe's room.
Who are you talking to?
You just came right up. I'm talking to Alpha. You came right up and just we were having a discussion. You came right up and just fucking inserted yourself and just trauma dumped. So no, this room isn't about you. This room isn't about you. We were having a discussion.
Oh, it's about you
having that
discussion. An argument?
You inserted yourself.
Is the curse of Ham embodied?
That's what I said.
I think this guy, but you said he's a big guy, right? Is he attractive? Did your mother
based on moralism, I gave him an argument based on moralism against the United States. So I'm still pro-United States. So what's your point, Alan?
Yeah, I'm asking, are you Kurdish?
I can be whatever I want to be. That's not the point.
It is the point.
You supported many countries that have committed acts of crime. What's your point? Shall we deal with
Are you Middle Eastern?
Come on, stop it.
Are you Middle Eastern?
Unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
Because it's a shithole.
It is a shithole. I agree with you. Absolutely. But what happened 20 years ago with Saddam, if you're Kurdish, okay, maybe you and I have a beef too. Now I can appreciate the fact that the Kurds apologized for the fact of all their mercenary groups that raped and killed Armenians while they were on their forced marches. And at least they made some recognition of that.
In the same way, Armenians didn't apologize for being mercenaries of the Tsar and
I'm not done talking.
That's what you need to speak about too.
Yeah, I'll let you speak after I speak. I can appreciate that they did that compared to Israel, which can't even acknowledge that it was a genocide, because heaven forbid there should be some other country and other people in the world that had a genocide that might take away from their own attention. But that's my own conjecture. We don't know if that's actually the case.
Sure. Selective history. Maybe the Armenians need to apologize for being mercenaries of the Tsar of Russia and the curse of the Caucasus. So don't use
Alpha, stop.
selective history. Please don't. I'm talking about personal Middle Eastern history. That's the problem with the United States people in the United States.
What language do you speak?
Yeah, you saying we were mercenaries.
What language do you speak, Alpha?
I speak 11 languages.
You know what? There's finally a ceasefire, and
Is that a joke?
What?
Is that a joke or is it a ceasefire?
Okay, so
No, I'm serious.
we have done a lot of talking, a lot of hours, a lot of months talking about the war in the Middle East, and now it's kind of like somewhat at peace right now. So can we just move to a different subject and talk about America?
Yeah, fuck Israel. Sorry, did I say that?
All right, so yeah, I really don't care about talking about this. So what were we talking about before this all happened?
See, that's why you don't let Middle Easterners into the United States. Except for Armenians and people from
You're let me use this Lebanese who hate America? Great. Fantastic logic.
What were you going to ask, Ludwig?
Really quick, George Costanza that's on stage, that's finger fucking his dog. If you feel confident, you can come to my side of the ocean, say whatever you want in my face. Time and place, just let me know. If you're that confident on an audio app,
okay, let's not.
Just let me know.
Wait, what?
Okay,
what are you talking about? George Costanza? Wait, Ludwig, I'm so sorry I blanked out. What did he say?
Take another line of cocaine, maybe you'll wake up.
I'd love some cocaine.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Thanks, baby.
Let's move on. Don't care.
Ludwig,
Alright, shut the fuck up, George. George, we're not even going, George. Drop it. No, drop it.
You come on now, bro. Stop, George. Guys, you're gonna hear some beautiful.
George, you gotta go to the timeout section.
George,
stop it. Jesus Christ.
Why are we hearing so many accents, right?
Exactly.
Hey guys.
Go, baby, what's the subject, man?
We were talking about Tucker Carlson earlier and stuff he was saying about Israel, and then just other things, economics.
So, how do you guys feel about Diddy running for office?
No, fuck no.
what office is he running for?
I heard he was trying to become vice president.
I never heard anything like that.
Oh my gosh, BB is spamming your chat.
Who?
Yeah, the tranny baby. Kick her out.
I have BB blocked, but
She can talk shit about me. I don't care.
no, she's just spamming the chat.
Yeah, what little kicker? Make me mine.
Yeah, went back in a stick, throughout the day. It's fine.
Who's running for vice president?
Luchi Garcia.
Diddy.
Who?
Luchi Garcia.
Pop Diddy,
So that gun guy said.
You actually believe that shit?
No.
Why would you even repeat something like that? For who? The Republicans? Let me guess. He's running for vice president for the Republicans.
I know you wanted to start a party for the blacks prior to his arrest.
For the blacks?
He wanted to start a party for the blacks.
He still has to be sentenced. He didn't get off. He stands up to 20 years.
Yeah.
He wanted to start a party for the blacks. What kind of party? A Diddy party?
A clean one.
Or a political party?
You caught on, my brother. You caught on.
A freak out party, or what kind of party you talking about?
Dude, so what do you guys think of that? If any of you guys have seen like the tweet that Trump put out after it was like a large diatribe talking about how like, oh, Pam Bondi's great, and why do you guys care about Epstein? We need to move on. We need to, focus on this, and that. And it's like, dude, like, how many fucking people do you actually need to work on releasing the fucking Epstein files? Like, what a guy, like, what a fucking cop out.
Yeah, he's doubling down on it. Not a good look. It's not
horrible look.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. It's not going to happen, fella. And anyway, it's gossip, right? We need Trump leading the country, bro, fixing the country. The Epstein, the release of the Epstein files ain't gonna change. What is it gonna change?
No, but what about the JFK? What about the Martin Luther King? What about, it had the wars ended within my first 3 days in office. Now, mind you, he makes these bold claims and these bold promises. But because he makes these promises, it's supposed to be promises made, promises kept. So, like, why would you be saying all of these things, Trump?
Exactly.
You promised, and you didn't come through. And it's disappointing.
Well, how do you know he hasn't come through? I mean, he's been in office for 120 days. He's not going to be able to fix everything immediately. He can't wave a magic wand and knock down his all of his ideas in the first 120 days.
And I completely agree with you.
You're starting to sound like the Democrats now.
Well, no, but I'm saying I'm just repeating what Donald Trump said to us. So, like, when he said he would have the wars ended within the first 3 days, I thought that was, like, crazy. I was like, no. Like, and that didn't happen, but he said it. So, I mean, he made promises, and so far he hasn't.
And just question, how many wars does he need to stop to satisfy that?
I just think that America needed to withdraw from being actively involved in the Middle East and with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Just completely
I'm so
withdraw.
sorry, guys. I think the Lutic, are you going to be the love of my life or something?
Holy shit, why are you starting this again?
Your mom is the love of my life, not your biological dad, of course.
Yeah, the Epstein files. I have a scanner. You put it into the scanner, it scans it, it turns it into JPEGs, and then you send it by email to all your news sources. Or you just put it out on Twitter saying, here's the Epstein files. Easy. It's done. It's not hard to do.
Let me ask you, Al, do you think that the federal government sits on bombshell information locked away in a safe, and just when someone gets elected, it's like, oh, okay, well, we've been sitting on all this information that wasn't used, so now it's going to be used. I mean, there was definitely some sort of evidence used during the Ghislaine Maxwell case, right? Is that the stuff that we want released? Like, I'm curious though, how much information is it? Do we want all of his hard drive, like all of Epstein's hard drive? Like, what are people looking for? It's the smoking gun, is what to fill in my own answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got, and I wouldn't care, except then I heard other people talking about that, and like Ann talked about, they talked about it. Trump talked about it, if I'm not mistaken. Pam Bondi said, it's sitting on my desk. They talked about it. They created the expectation. So to turn around and say, well, no, there's nothing here. Maybe there is nothing there. Release it and let the public decide for themselves if it's nothing or not. Whatever that thing was, I don't know what it is, but they kept calling it the list, the Epstein list. You know,
That's a great point, Diane and you. That's a great point, both of you.
Hey Joe, by the way, I found out today on Twitter. I saw a couple posts where Pam Bondi was a Qatari representative or something like that. Like she was representing Qatar for whatever reason, and I think it had to do something with Israel, and I can't remember what it was, but it was.
Oh yeah, we heard about that. That came out a while back. She was a foreign lobbyist. She was paid. And you know how that works, right?
Oh, okay. Not really, but it's okay.
I don't know. People come to you if you're a person in politics and say, "Hey, we'll give you $100,000 if you go to this, lobby on behalf of us for a certain amount of time." And they go, I'm not sure of the details, but yes, I think she was. I heard about that when they put Pam Bondi up as AG. I think some of that stuff came out at her confirmation hearing.
I think it was like Qatar or one of those countries.
Yeah, one has to take those with a grain of salt, because you have to remember politicians really are whores. And I believe it was Democrat Dick Gephardt, though I could be wrong, spent years lobbying on behalf, while he was in Congress, lobbying on behalf of the Armenians and Armenian causes. And then when he left office, what does he do? Oops. He now goes on, becomes a lobbyist for the Turkish government to the tune of $2 million a year. So, yeah, it's, wow. Yeah, it's a matter of, oh, you got money, okay.
He just died recently, just a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was, I want to say he was 83 or something. I can't remember, but yeah, he died.
Oh, well.
I gotta give it to Tucker Carlson for his grilling with Ted Cruz. That was one of the best journalistic interviews. As much as I don't like Tucker, he gave one of the best.
Which one?
The one that he gave of Ted Cruz on Iran.
Oh, Ted Cruz. Yeah. I mean, I wonder how Christian these people even are. Like, how can he's like, I believe it's in the Bible. And my support for Israel is unwavering. I can't even do his gay accent, but it's like, speaking of paid whores, that's how I look at Ted Cruz.
You know what the thing is they hide beneath the spirit of the God, the word of the God, and stuff like that. So what?
Yeah. Like in general, it's like Ted Cruz. I mean, he lost everything when he lost to Donald Trump back in 2016. I mean, it was pretty clear that he has had no spine since then.
I'm going to disagree with people's sentiment about him, and I will tell you why. First of all, my first impression of him was him arguing with Jon Stewart. And Jon Stewart, which I can't stand now, but in the day I thought he was funny and articulate. Ted Cruz kept up for him point for point and matched not only the arguments, but the humor with which Jon Stewart was presenting things. And then in terms of just the conservative cause, if you watch him in Congress, if you watch on C-SPAN, when he's grilling judicial candidates or arguing points, he is an extremely good debater, and just a really good person to have in the conservative arsenal. So whilst we may not like particular parts of his personality, I don't think you can take that away from him. Now, other things, be it as it may, I'm not going to argue that he's a great person or that he's presidential. He rises to the level of presidential potential. But for what he's done, I think he deserves less shade, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I like Jon Stewart because his dual loyalty to the U.S. and to New Jersey.
But you better be careful, Alan. They're going to start calling you a Jewish shill.
They're going to what?
They're going to start calling you a Jewish shill.
No one would.
You haven't talked to Alan enough.
No, I said he's like agreeing with some things that Ted.
I mean, Jon Stewart has to deal with being called a self-hating Jew all the time.
You know what? I gotta say, Alan is one of the coolest, most truthful gentlemen on this fucking app. I don't give a fuck who says whatever about Alan. He's number one in my book. He's just a great guy. Just, if you ever get a chance to talk to him for 5 minutes and you'll be fucking wild.
Well, I'll just say this, like, even when it comes to Israel, I don't even hate, I'm like, I guess you could say Zionist. I believe Israel has right to exist and defend itself, all of that shit. But, like, do I buy, like, most of the narratives they give about, like, their history? And, like, no, not really. Do I, like, and I guess, like, I do think they're, like, injected into our, Israel's injected into our politics a lot. And, like, I truly, which I have to, I'm not going to lie, it gets annoying. It's very annoying. And I think a lot of Americans feel the same way, and they're not like extremists on the left or the right. They're just like, all right, yeah, more, I see it by Israel. I have to say that. You're a fucking politician. What is that? Like, why should we even give a fuck? And it's obnoxious. Like, out of all the countries in the world, it's the only one you have to be like, I support Israel, guys. Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that's contradicting what you're saying when you're not really willing to believe the whole founding of Israel, and then you're like, yeah, well, they have the right to exist. Like,
yeah, but he has a lot of contention with the United States too, dipshit.
Well, I would say
was that cockroach? Wait, hold on, the faggot said something.
Oh, what would you say?
No, it's not. I don't want to hear people fighting on the fucking stages.
Okay, don't you think you're contradicting when you say, like, yeah, Israel should exist, but then again, you don't believe, like, the whole, how Israel was founded, yada, yada, more?
Well, I would say, who built it? If you look at the modern country of Israel, I mean, to be fair, they're the ones who built it. They have their own country now. It's fine. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, you guys should just, like, I don't know, give it to the fucking Palestinians? Not really.
Should they bomb Iran, Lebanon, Syria?
Yes. I mean, I personally, I'm against, like, I'm personally against, them starting wars.
So you get the person, if you want to go by person, the state of Israel is actually the instigator of all the injustice and that region.
Well, Iran does fuck with them. They have been funding terrorism, and they don't like.
Sure, and so does the United States. They're the founders. Hold on, but so is the United States. They're the founders of ISIS. Yada whatnot. Right? We all know that working with the Mujahideen and whatnot, so-called terror nation more. But like, who's actually bombing who in that region? It's only Israel that's like shooting missiles.
Well, we bombed a lot of people in that region.
Right, but why? So what is Israel?
Well, Syria. Well, you need to dumb fucking go into Iraq. Well, let me answer. But we went into Iraq and we invaded them for no fucking, like, really no reason, and destabilized it. ISIS took control, and ISIS had to be stomped out because of they were just causing way too much trouble, and that was spilling out into terrorist attacks in the West too. So we were in Syria doing that. When it comes to Israel, I think they start shit that way too much for my liking. But
you also went to Afghanistan, right? Twice, all based on intelligence coming from Israel themselves. The same thing with Iraq.
No,
hold on. This man is like
Afghanistan. We went to Iraq based on evidence.
Can you climb me up? Thank you. And ever since, like, when was it, late 90s, that Benjamin Netanyahu is gaslighting the shit out of Iran. It's like, they are weeks away from developing nuclear warheads or weapons of mass destruction. Literally ever since the 90s, right? Before this man even was running that country. And he's like, it's been literally, it's almost like a broken record. He's like, Iran, we gotta focus on it. It doesn't stop. He cannot get that dick out of his mouth called Iran. It's like Iran for like literally decades. He's like, now you want to go to Iran? Like, does it make, like, what is this guy even? Why is Israel even existing? What is it really contributing to the world? They're not developing anything. All the tech they have, you guys pretty much can build it yourself and develop it, right? These guys are not contributing. They have like free health care while the average veteran is fucking homeless. And
the average veteran is not homeless.
It's make it make sense.
Yeah, the only veterans that are homeless are ones with like mental health issues who refuse to get help from the VA.
Well, I would say this. I agree with you. They have a budget surplus, and we have a budget deficit, and they insist on us giving them money. And yes, they have free healthcare. We don't, and so I'm 100% against giving Israel any kind of fucking aid. They're big boys and girls who can do it themselves.
You're talking about hundreds of billions have been sent to Israel. Your tax money. Probably
which they turn around and buy missiles and munitions.
See that again?
Which they turn around and use to buy munitions from the United States.
Buying? Really, you really think Israel is buying stuff?
Yes.
How much?
Yes, they get. Say they get like $100 million. They then have to turn around and spend that money on munitions.
Which doesn't go to Americans, just goes to defense contractors.
Yeah, but American-based
companies. Lobby for a politician will also keep giving Israel money to buy weapons because it goes back in their pockets.
Yeah, of course.
So it makes people wealthy, but not the everyday man.
We can at least say it's raw capitalism, right, Kevin?
Nah, not really. But, I do think that, like, after World War II, and, there's a lot of collective guilt, and, they have their own little country, and, well, I mean, if we look at
let me ask you this, Pepe.
If we look at the media, and
what is Israel, by the best of your knowledge, contributing to the world or the United States, other than lying about who would not all has weapons of mass destruction and they're gonna allegedly use them? What is Israel really contributing?
The Bible, the glue that holds civilization together.
Hold on.
Who let that drunk back?
Semicolon.
No, come on, we're not talking. That's not even a real answer. But I would say that today, that's a good question. I don't know. I would say they were strategic allies, in particular during the Cold War. They were the one neighbor that
that was standing with the West and then U.S., while the others were pretty much cooperating with the Soviets. And of course, with the Suez Canal, they pretty much were able to make sure that was going to keep operating. So I mean, there was definitely they were absolutely like important.
Yeah, but the U.S. had Turkey for that, so we didn't need Israel. You know, and that was the whole point. Turkey was the investment in Turkey from the United States during the Cold War was crucial, actually, to it, to the point where they were using Turkey nuclear missile tracking stations were in Turkey, which is why Turkey continues to have a privileged position within U.S. foreign policy.
You know what I love about people like Ludwig? Is he comes in these rooms and he hears Pepe like espousing some of the same ideologies as him. And he's like, Pepe's one of us. And then I'm like, Pepe, who would you choose? The Muslims or the Jews? And he's like, the Jews, the 100% the Jews. Fuck the Muslims.
Ludwig's he's so dense. But Ludwig's heard me say like horrible things about Arabs and Muslims, so it's not nobody's surprised here.
No, but he just subbed so hard for them. He just
another cuckold for the little heads. Look, we got another cuckold for the little heads.
You got an ass. I am a little head.
Little heads with big shoes. Old bark, no bite.
Well, I mean, I will say this: there was when it came to Israel, for decades, people could not say anything about I mean, even Nixon and Jimmy Carter decades ago. You know, I can go play the fucking tapes. Actually, I'll just go ahead and get my laptop out, and what they had to say about the Jewish lobby in the U.S. and it's they were obnoxious and of course the Nixon tapes. If you got those jewels out, what he had to say about them. Wow.
You think the real?
I got a thing or two to say.
As long as you're not going to start a fight, Ludwig don't start shit with him.
I told the Jews are my deep-covered dreams. They're the love of my youth. I was going to be a rabbi. I still want to be a rabbi, but I just don't want to get circumcised. Oh my God, I'm saying the best things you've ever heard. Who are you?
Yeah, I know. We don't care.
Sassy ass fucking loser return. Ugly bitch.
Amazing.
It's
happy hour in Greece, I guess.
Don't you think that region would be better off without Israel?
Not necessarily, but I do think that it would be better off for us if we didn't have to fucking deal with Israel and they just fought amongst themselves. I mean, if I'm being bluntly honest, but do I think that there would be peace in that region? No, not at all. I mean, really.
You're a Zionist, right, Pepe?
Yes, I think Israel should exist and defend itself.
I'm not sure what they're defending.
Let me ask this question. Look, how do you wrap your mind around that in the MENA region, which is the Middle East, 94% of everyone that lives there is Muslim? Okay? Roughly about 3 to 5% are Christians. And about 2% are Jews. And we had someone here from the Middle East said it's a shithole. Now, I don't think all of it's a shithole. I mean, Dubai definitely is not a shithole. But majority of it is. A majority of it's ran by Muslims, right? So, how do you wrap your mind around, if we just get rid of the 2%, everything's going to be better? It's out of here.
I can tell you honestly, Joe, and I can speak from experience, me going to pretty much every corner of Europe. And if you go to Eastern Europe, which is 95, 96, 97, perhaps 98% is all Christian countries, where 95, 96, 97, 98% of all their citizens of all Eastern European countries, apart from Bosnia and Albania, are Muslim countries, or majority of the people that live there are Muslims. But apart from those two countries, which is in Bosnia and Albania, there is a shitload of poverty and a lot of misery in Eastern Europe.
What does that have to do with Christianity? That has more to do with East versus West, like the former Soviet bloc countries.
No, not Soviet. It's Eastern Europe. Soviet is Russia.
Sure, well, the Eastern bloc countries that were, I mean, Yugoslavia, I don't think it was technically part of the Soviet Union, but they were obviously aligned with them, and that's where Bosnia and Bosnia is. And what was the other one you said? Serbia.
The two countries I mentioned were Albania and Bosnia.
Yeah, Albania and Bosnia, those are both obviously Muslim majority countries. Well, I think Albania just switched to Christian.
No, Albania is predominantly Muslims.
Well, here's the problem. So you mentioned, you have would everything be better there? And then you said, Joe asked the question about like 3 to 5% Christian. My problem is that like just within a century, I mean, Lebanon, for example, was a traditionally Christian country. Parts of Egypt, we can look at many parts of the Middle East that had large, thriving Christian communities.
Lebanon was mainly Catholic.
Yeah, and I mean, fucking Mesopotamia, you had like the Chaldeans and Assyrians that were living there forever, and like in their homelands, they were like ancestrally been living there for thousands of years, and it was Arabs, you know, that had gone throughout the region and pretty much ethnically cleansed them from their own homelands, and so. You have to admit there's been like a huge element of this with Jews in Israel too. It doesn't stop with just Christians.
Well, Pepe, did you know there's more Lebanese living in Brazil than there is in all of Lebanon?
I'm not surprised.
They're almost all Christians, because all the Christians had to flee Lebanon when the Muslims wanted to kill them.
Yeah, it's like
I mean, it used to be a beautiful country, but no, that is true. The Muslims destroyed Lebanon.
Yeah, look up for Vegas. There's more Lebanese living in Brazil.
No, I know. But I mean, Lebanon used to be a nice place. It was actually a very beautiful place. It's after Muslims took over that it's kind of gone to shit.
No, it was the French and the Ottoman Empire.
Wait, Dan.
You know the families from
Hold on, clown.
Were they Roman Catholic? And
Maronite Catholic.
no, the Ottomans.
They were Christians, whether they were like Baptists, whether they were...
Yeah, I was being facetious, Dan. Yeah, my point is it was due to the Muslims. The Muslims are a bunch of pieces of shit.
Well, yeah, no, but that was also meant the French too.
Oh yeah, of course. But
yeah.
What did the French do to the Lebanese?
Colonized Lebanon.
So, oh my God, best thing for the Lebanese. What?
Well, the French took over Lebanon after the fall of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, after World War I ended.
I mean, France, even when France had it as one of their colonies, it was still like a thriving, nice place.
Yeah, the French are the reason that the Lebanese Christians were allowed to leave. So they weren't massacred.
This is awesome. The French and the Lebanese are.
What did you book a room with George?
Yeah, guys, I don't want to do you guys doing the.
No, I'm not doing the George thing.
I just want to praise the nations.
Shut the fuck up, George. Well, I'm just curious though. When I see like a native Christian population, and so we want to focus on Israel, right? But before Israel was a state, you have Christians being driven out of Muslim countries, like totally abused, and they had to flee. And these were like and you guys like to talk about the Israelis or the colonizers, but we're talking about like ethnically, or I should say, indigenous people to the lands that have been there for thousands of years, and I don't know. I just find it
You're
kind of
right,
stupid.
including Arab settlement in the latter part of the 7th or the latter part of the 600s into the mid 700s under the Umayyad Empire.
But the Muslim population, much later than that, like in the 18 and 1900s, still continued to drive Christians out of their fucking land. And these are not Christians that came from afar. These were native-born groups, and nobody's going to say the fuck you call it, the Coptic Christians in Egypt, or the Lebanese Maronites, or Chaldeans, Assyrians. We can go through the list of all of the different people that are native.
Well, if you're Christian in the Middle East, if both the Jews and the Muslims hate you, so let's
Yeah, but Alan, which one kills them?
acknowledge that. I should probably leave the stage and get off the app. I will just end with this story. My first year of college, one of my good friends from high school was visiting me, and he was Jewish, American born. I forget his exact lineage, whether his parents, maybe they survived the Holocaust, I don't remember, but American born Jew. And that particular week, and this is late 70s, so we're in the thick of it between Israel and the Palestinians. That week there was some guy from Palestine, from Gaza, visiting, and he was friends with somebody else on the dorm room floor. And this guy happened to be in my room, and my friend came to visit, who now currently lives in Israel. And we're talking, and it seems like it's a pleasant conversation. Then it comes out, my friend says, "Oh, you're Palestinian?" And he lost it. He was like, "My God, if we were in the Middle East, we'd be at each other's throats right now." And the Palestinian guy was like, look, it's okay, calm down. And my friend, he just lost it, which is not the point of the story. The point of the story, as an American, I'm looking at the two of them, and for the life of me, I cannot see the difference between either of them. They both look the same to me. And I think the biggest lie, and if we go back to our history in the Bible, weren't they half brothers or something? The whole thing with the blessing.
Oh, you mean Isaac and Ishmael? Yeah. Well, there's 43 people between Muhammad and Ishmael missing. So Ishmael in the Bible went to Egypt.
The point being is that, one could, if I'm going to be nice about it, we have brother against brother fighting each other in the Middle East. So that's the nice way of putting it. The American or less nice way to put it is, why are we fighting this war why are we even involving ourselves in this war that has been going on for 3,000 years? It's the Hatfields and McCoys. I came to the decision at least 15 years ago. Christianity and Islam are not compatible. They just, how many more centuries of warfare between the religions do we need before we just agree, okay, this is a hopeless cause? Okay, I'm sorry, honey, we've been married for 1,500 years, but the honeymoon is over. It's time for us to go our separate ways. And I think that's true for the United States, The United States does not need to be involved in this conflict any longer. And I think as far as, and I'll land with this, there really is, we can look at the particulars, but in the end, it's, to use the cliche, it's two sides of the same coin.
I'm touching on what you agreed. I'll just say this. There's like.
Can I tell my one white friend hi? What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? And so I will say this. You can look this up. I mean, like all of the the different denominations of Christians that live in Judea and Samaria have all spoken out pretty harshly about how they feel Israel is also treating them. I will say something I didn't understand.
Having spent time in Jerusalem with the Christian community, sorry, I'm in a really noisy place, but that's just fucking bullshit, and it's not two sides of the same coin. And you wanna, if you are such a strong Christian, maybe take a trip to Jerusalem, go visit the Holy Sepulchre, the Sacred of the Cross, or the Mount of Olives. See how it's protected by the Jewish community and has been coveted by the Jewish community to make sure that Christian pilgrims can pray in peace. And then look at what happened when the Muslim governments controlled holy churches and Christianity and what they did to them and what garbage dumps they made.
And
holy
feces. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not
excited
about
4 months
in total in the old city of Jerusalem.
Shut the fuck up, George.
So for the Christian
Joseph and his
they
brothers.
go and are safe because the Israeli police, the IDF, keep it nice and clean and safe for Christian pilgrims. That's bullshit. And when you go to Tel Aviv and you see the big Christmas trees at Christmas, I mean, it's just, I don't know where the propaganda comes from, but it's not true.
Oh, sure. No, they issued
the Christian community in Israel. And by the way, when you also spend time in the old city, you see the high priests, the Greek Orthodox, the Roman Catholics, the Coptics. There's 8 different forms of Catholicism that you see just controlling Holy Sepulchre alone. I mean, it's just bullshit. I'm gonna land with something. You can post whatever fucking links you want, but take a look at the Israeli Knesset. Who sits in the government? There are Christians in the government. There are Christians that serve as ambassadors to other countries. There are Muslims in the government. There are Muslims on the Supreme Court. There are Muslims that are ambassadors to other countries. It's just bullshit. And I call it out. And you can have whatever testimonies you want from someone who is creating propaganda because, and what area are they in? A, B, C? Where do they live? Where
I
are
said
they?
Judea and Samaria.
So if they're in Judea and Samaria, are they in Area C?
I don't know which. I have no idea.
It makes a big fucking difference. And I'm sorry, but I will also tell you that the biggest majority of tourism to Israel are Christian pilgrims. That's who goes to Israel. By the way, from Eastern Europe, the area that he was crashing. So that's just, it's crap. And I've been there enough times, and you just go and bear witness yourself and see the Christian community in Israel. I mean, it's just bullshit. And thank God. And by the way, let's not forget the Mount of the Sermon on the Mount, the area of the Beatitudes, the area by the Sea of Galilee, and those.
I'm with you, Abby.
I mean, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. And as a Jew, I will tell you, I love going to visit them. They're beautiful areas, and they're preserved and protected by the Israeli government. So I'm done.
Well, I would say this: it's not individuals from Judea and Samaria. It's actually even the denominations that so that they believe even the Catholic Church has said that like they were not happy with what they felt with some of the shit they had to deal with.
Which Catholic Church? Because the Pope doesn't like the Coptics. And if you want to know about how they all fight within Catholicism, the ones that control Holy Sepulchre, there's scaffolding from the late 1800s at Holy Sepulchre because they can't agree on how to do repairs. The 8 churches
with each other. So what the Pope says and what someone is saying in Egypt that's controlling the context and the Greek Orthodox, they're all coming from different directions.
So, do you know the number one reason that...
and go see the scaffolding yourself, because it's still there.
Well, do you know the number one reason why Palestinian Christians claim they leave, they end up leaving? And there's been a bunch of polls on this.
Well, in defense, the Palestinian...
No, answer my question.
Okay, well, what if I was going to mention the Palestinian...
No, I don't care about you. I don't care about you mentioning something. I want psychopaths. Don't care. But no, they cite the Israeli occupation. You're correct. You said that Christians from all out throughout the world would come, particularly to Jerusalem, for tourism. That was actually how a lot of them made money. But now you can blame it on the Muslims that commit terrorism and make travel very difficult through the region. But the obstacles they ended up putting up in place, right? Like their ability to travel and operate, they can't.
I'm telling you firsthand how many pilgrims there are that visit, and even during wartime, they were still coming in. So you're absolutely incorrect. I don't know what you're reading or where you're hearing this, but you can go see it. There's hundreds of thousands of pilgrims that visit there. Now, right now, they can't because they canceled flights. They canceled all flights in. But they are coming mostly from Eastern Europe. And, by the way, the evangelicals from the United States, which is over 10 million, a part of Kufi, travel on pilgrimages to the Holy Land.
Look, I don't want to be biased. Anybody in this room, just chat GPT. What?
Well, why don't you ask ChatGPT?
What is the main reason Christians left? What is the main reason Palestinian Christians leave?
What Palestinian Christians? Israeli citizens that are Christians that live.
No. I'm not talking. I said Judea and Samaria. I'm not talking about Israeli citizens. I'm not talking about Israeli
citizens that are Christian are in the cabinet, in the government.
But I'm not talking about that.
What is it? And why don't you look at Pastor Hagee at Kufi and look how big that organization is.
What percent of Israel is Christians? Like what, 1 or 2%?
What percent is Baha'i? What percent?
I don't know, but I'm talking about those in Judea and Samaria for a reason.
Are you talking about Area C? You're talking about Area A?
I'm talking about. Well, I can only talk about.
Samaria. Where are you talking about? What area of Judea and Samaria?
I can only talk about the news. Every time I've read these polls and seen the news coverage, they just say the West Bank, basically.
Well, what's the West Bank? Define it.
Judea and Samaria.
Define it. Where? What towns were they living in that they don't live in anymore, the Christians? Because they're living in Jerusalem. And the Christian quarter, you can go visit the Armenian quarter. They're beautiful areas of the old city. And then,
I guess I would ask this.
Sadly, the war has hurt them in business because their businesses are tourism. And especially the ones that sell the icons and all the olive wood mangers and all the Christian items, the holy water. I mean, they got hurt because of the war. But they're thriving businesses in the old city.
But why in the 1950s, whereas I believe it was Jerusalem and Bethlehem were both about 90% Christian, and now they're under in the teens.
Was controlled until 1967. East Jerusalem was controlled by Jordan, and take a look at how they treated the holy sites of Christianity.
I'm not saying Muslims treat Christians well. It's well documented that they don't treat Christians well.
I can tell you firsthand and ask people that have been to Israel and go there what it's like to visit the Christian holy sites. You see Israeli police patrolling and protecting it.
You do,
and it's kept up and kept clean and kept safe. So you can either think I'm lying or talk to other people.
I know there's a lot of soldiers there. I know there's a lot of soldiers and cops there.
They protect
all the
parishioners that
churches?
are going in.
Who blew up all the churches and the mosques in Gaza?
That's irrelevant. We're talking about the West Bank.
Well, we're
not
talking about
wartime.
churches. Who's
No,
bombing the West Bank?
The churches. I don't think they hit next to an old church in Gaza. They didn't actually hit it.
I must be looking at AI all the time. My bad.
No, I'm not attacking Jews. I do think.
Well, but you need to know that what you're saying with respect to the old Christian communities, especially in East Jerusalem, is just bullshit. And they need to get along with each other. Again, I got a PTR, I gotta find it, and I'm sorry.
But they're Middle Easterners. They're not gonna get along with each other, even if they're Christian.
At Holy Sepulchre, because they can't agree.
Well, that's a Middle Eastern thing. They just don't get along with each other.
And then talk to the Coptics and what's happened to the Coptic community in Egypt and how their churches get attacked in Egypt. And what they're doing with protecting.
No, I mentioned that. And one of the points I was bringing up, I don't know when you came in here, is that there is obviously somebody had mentioned that you don't see Israel starting all the problems in the region, and because there's they're a small percentage of the Middle East. And I said, well, even when the Christians. No, I know.
Muslim countries, correct? 57.
Yes, and there used to be Christian majorities in the Middle East. They no longer exist, and these were the indigenous people of these lands, and they all got pushed out by the Muslims. And I do think that
women as slaves still.
20 years?
Yeah, I do think that I don't think they look at Jews as an exception. In fact, if we were really to look at Islam, they kind of really don't like Jews a little bit more than they don't like us.
He hasn't paid for a dinner date in 20 years.
Well, yeah. And Christians have never been treated well in their country. So.
No, how many Jews live in Yemen? How many Jews live in Iraq? How many Jews live in Syria? How many is that in Lebanon? We've been expelled from every one of them.
I mean, you did whatever you could to get kicked out of 106 countries.
But hold on, look. The thing is, though, is that every group got expelled and pushed out of Muslim countries.
No, hold on. No group has been kicked out of countries more than, I have to say, little has, otherwise I'm going to get flagged. Y'all know why?
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Why is this transgender interrupting me?
Which beneficial for the people kicking them out financially.
Which taking it a line of cocaine. Which group of people have been kicked? Can you pull it up in the emergency button?
You fucking
George, shut the fuck up. Just let me finish. George.
Your mother with 3 dicks in her ass. Which group of people have been removed over 106 times? Out of
109, by the way. It's 109.
109. Can you imagine, Pepe, right? Me traveling the world and the 109 countries that I have visited, right? There are, give or take, 220 countries. Let's say I traveled more than half the countries in the entire fucking world, and every Saturday night that he goes into a club, he's getting removed from the club. Who do you think it is? Is it like something that has to do with my facial features, my bone structure, my height, my broad shoulders? What is it? Why am I getting kicked out of 109 clubs?
Broad shoulders.
Do you really think it's the clubs, or is it this guy you think?
Well, I would say there's a lot of things. Do I think that? Yeah. Do I think that is? Hold on a second. Do I think that Jews were that in every instance that they were kicked out, that they were just being perfect angels? And no, I don't think that. Nobody has a record of 109-0. So no, I don't believe that.
Well, the little hats do.
Well,
it's hard to deny. I mean,
I haven't heard them quite go that far.
You said
well, it's been 109 for years, bro. I was in circles with the far right where there's a lot of neo-Nazis here that shouldn't apply.
Do neo-Nazis have to do with them being kicked out of 109 countries?
No, because I hear that exact number over and over again. It's 109, and then I forget the 1,000 number, but it's 109 times. or 109 places, but over 1,000 times.
Over 1,000 times, right?
Yeah, they were repeatedly kicked out of the same places over and over.
They must be doing something that is like, time to get removed from the club again.
But let's look at this though. Look at Muslims. 100% of the time, them coming into contact with Europeans has involved basically conquering and expulsion, or conquest and expulsion. We've never had a peaceful history with them. No other religion has had a peaceful coexistence with them. It's literally has 100% failure rate. So I can use like that same thing against Muslims. Why is that?
Has there been one group of people being kicked 109 times out of all types of countries?
Has there been one group of people that have always genocided, conquered, or subjugated another group of people 100% of the time? Not that I know of, but Islam stands out.
Was it not the Muslims that were protecting the Jews from getting slaughtered by the Christians? Where? You're kidding me, right?
Where?
This is the first time you ever heard this?
But I want to know where you're talking about. It's happened more than once. That's an exception to the rule.
So
basically, the Muslims were already in power. When the invading Christians were seeking to basically expel them from where the Muslims had conquered, they were going to push them out, and in some cases the Jews sided with the Muslims, and so they ended up going after the Jews too. So
who bombed the USS Liberty, killing 34 men?
Israel. Yeah.
Who was behind? Okay, who was behind 9/11?
I don't think the Jews were behind 9/11.
That has been proven fully admitted by all.
No, it's bullshit. It's retardation.
You gonna join my room on 9/11?
Huh?
You gonna join my room on 9/11? A couple of months from now?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you all the receipts. It's gonna be like a 5-6 hour room.
Cool.
I'm gonna even play and share the video where you have the dancing Israelis.
I know who the dancing Israelis. Yep.
Okay. You know that the dancing Israelis has also been on a national television show in Israel where they were literally saying that they were sent there to record the event. Do you know about that?
I didn't see that part. Yeah, no, but I've seen it. I don't remember. It's been a few years since I've seen it, but yes, I saw the television.
Okay, so you don't think that's...
You're not dropping truth bombs on me. Like, I've heard all of this shit a million times.
Okay, so then how do you think it was not this group of people? How are you still denying that?
Sure, because Osama bin Laden ended up... First of all, he issued a fatwa on live television against the U.S. in, I believe it was 1998.
It's never happened.
No, it was on live television.
It doesn't you speak Arabic?
Cool. Are you telling me they mistranslated? Amazing.
Oh, the United States was never gaslit. Come on, let's not be ridiculous.
Huh?
The United States has never bombed or invaded a country unjustified. That would be preposterous too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, and he even stated, in his...
Which country were the hijackers from?
Saudi Arabia.
Which country did you...
To be fair, 19 of the hijackers were all Muslims. Regardless,
19,
they didn't have any regret, any fear. They went forward with their mission. They were Muslims that hijacked it.
Are you going to join my 9/11 room on 9/11?
I'm just saying there's 19 Muslims. Can you deny that 19 Muslims hijacked the airplanes and attacked America?
Okay,
Can you deny that?
Let me ask you this. If you're so educated regarding this...
I'm just asking. Are you going to deny it?
I'm going to...
You're personalizing it. Are you going to deny it?
I'm going to deny it because where's the plane that so allegedly struck the Pentagon?
Okay, so the 19 hijackers did not exist, is what you're saying.
Do you know that there are two...
Who flew the airplanes then? I'm asking.
He's just going to deflect it. So this is nonsense.
Hold on. No, I'm not going to deflect. Can I respond to John that we can get this arrest till 9/11?
I don't know why you're going to wait till 9/11.
Look, why don't you just say it now? Do you deny that the 19 hijackers were Muslims?
Why is it if there are two three-letter agencies within the United States?
Another question you're asking. Look, at the root of it, was it 19 hijackers were Muslim that hijacked the airplane?
There were no 19 hijackers.
There were none. They did not exist.
I didn't say that. I said there were.
Okay, they did not. So, according to Ludwig, 19 hijackers did not hijack airplanes. I mean, they did take down that one. They did take down that one plane over Pennsylvania that we had all the audio recordings of. That we were aware of who was hijacking at the time.
No.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna let me respond, are you gonna let me respond? Or you gonna overtalk?
Oh, I'm the one that's oppressing you now. Very victimizing. You're victimizing yourself.
No,
you already said you deny that. So who hijacked the airplane?
Can you let me respond or not?
Yeah, sure. Who hijacked the airplane?
Okay. Why are there two three-letter agencies within the United States arguing whether it's 7 or 4 hijackers that are still alive? You tell me that, buddy. If you're so educated regarding the whole event on 9/11, you're gonna embarrass yourself, and I'm gonna smoke you.
Okay, I'm gonna get started
on 9/11. If you're willing, if you get.
All I said was, were there 19 hijackers?
Join my room. Are you gonna join my room?
In September?
No, 9/11.
It's fucking July, bro.
Are you gonna join? Yes or no? Don't make us fun about this right now. Are you gonna
about joining your room?
Are you gonna join my room?
2 months from now, do you hear? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing in September. Yeah, just go ahead and show it. Like Vic. We gotta wait 2 months. What you got to hide?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Where's the degree of
Why you gotta ask questions? Make your statement. Be assertive. Be assertive. Make your statements. Don't ask questions.
You don't have to repeat the question 3 times. Where's the debris of Flight 93? Show that.
Okay, again, you ask the question. Just be assertive. Assert what you're alleging.
Bro, where is...
Now, why can't you just make your point? Like, I made my point. 19 of the hijackers are... Listen, I made my point. 19 of the hijackers were Muslims. You don't... You deny it. That's okay. Assert your point rather than ask questions. This is just garbage. Trying to spin.
You guys want to move on?
Yes, please.
Well, by the way, Pepe, this is white American. I don't think you are white, bro. You're not white.
I'm a Mexican, and here's the problem, guys, is that we're taking over the United States of America. What they like to say is white. We consider ourselves white. The gringos are not willing to fight, but the Mexicans are, so we're taking over. Viva la raza, white / brown power. Fuck all of you people.
Literally, the illegal immigrants are there to invade America.
I'm an intermediate bitch. My mom was pregnant, backstroking across the Rio Grande. She was 9 months pregnant, and she dropped. Yep, and she waited, but she had enough discipline to drop me once she got onto the American side of the border. So I am American now. Brown fucking power.
Yeah, but you are literally saying, declaring that Latinos and Mexicans and those illegal immigrants are gonna take over America.
And the whites, because we love white people. We wish we could be white. We're actually propping up the whites because we love the whites so much. We look, the white people in Latin American countries all do really well. Us browns, sometimes we do well. So we're pushing them up, and so yeah, you dirty Indian. Okay, I don't know what kind of bullshit the gringos may be a little afraid to call you out. As a dirty Indian, you filthy fucking cheat. Shut up.
She's a Latino bitch, bro. She's a chica.
Okay, I understand that you're mad because you got a hemorrhoid from squeezing the last smelly curry cake shit out on the street in public, and people had to watch it. You're a disgusting motherfucker.
You gotta be dropped on the
fucking Indian faggot.
You could be fucking Mexican gang member, MS-13 gang member, fucking lazy, you piece of shit, cartel bitch. At least you
That's El Salvadoran, you stupid fuck. I'm a Mexican.
Fuck, you don't belong. You're gonna ruin America, bro. Nobody gonna.
No, you dirty fucking Indians are gonna ruin America. Fuck you.
Fucking ruin the American freedom, bro. You fucking gang member. You fucking drug like dealer, cartel.
You go ahead and go back to coding. Go back to your coding job. Thank you very much.
You fucking wetback. You fucking loser. You fucking piece of shit. They are building a war. Literally a wall for you, for your people, your shitty people. Trump is building a fucking wall to stop you, bro. You are unwanted in this country. Nobody wants you.
No, most of the immigrants that are coming here are not from Mexico anymore. No, they're putting up the walls to stop the South Americans and to stop the dirty, and you dirty cheats, you dirty chinks, and all of you filthy fucking people that are coming here.
I mean, the Marines in the American cities.
Tell me what is nice. Tell me what is nice about you filthy fucking. Tell me what is nice about you filthy fucking Indians.
Puta negro.
Puta negro. You're not even saying it correctly.
Lots of fentanyl, bro. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Fentanyl.
¿Cómo estás, amigo? I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Language, even your language shitty, bro. You don't have like.
What is your language? Why do you talk like this? Why do you want to motherfucking slapping motherfucker? I tell you, fuck you, bitch. You fuck up. I squeeze really hard to take curry, stinky, smelly shit. I squat in the middle of your straight white mind. You do nothing. I take smelly, dirty shits in Western countries. They got smelly, dirty shits. That's all I got. I work for cheap and in clothing centers. I also, your jobs are outsourced to me, the brown man from India. That's what I do. Dirty, smelly Indian pajits. We rule the world.
Cocaine, bro. Cocaine
is more fun than smelly cutting shits. The Mexicans know how to party, but us cheats do not. Why can we not party like the Mexicans? We have ugly bitches. Why do we have ugly bitches? The Latinos have big brothers, Latinas. Why do they have big booty Latinas? And we have smelly, dirty, hairy women that smell like curry poop.
America hates you, bro. America hates Mexico.
They hate you, people.
We work. How many Mexicans work in Silicon Valley?
Fuck you, motherfucker. Okay, fuck off.
Yeah, but he wasn't from India.
No, I know he wasn't. I was just fucking with him.
He had no friends either.
No, I know. He was a troll. It's amazing. He got the Indian accent down pretty good, so I was like, well, fuck. This level of effort, I gotta go with it.
I think he was from the place where Three Kings was filmed at. He sounded like that guy. What is wrong with Michael Jackson?
Indians are like the nice casualty between. In the West, we have, our fights with regarding immigration, and then you have the really, really well-mannered, educated, nice Indians, and then all of a sudden they're just like thrown into the cultural war, and we're just like calling them all cheats. And we're making fun of them and their accents, and they're like, "Oh my God, what did we do? Why do they do this to me?" And which is kind of funny. And Indians are just funny because they sound so fucking funny. Like we all made fun of Arnold Schwarzenegger, not because he wasn't like a white Aryan Chad, but he just he spoke English like in a really goofy way.
I had a friend that went over to India a couple times, and he said it's the dirtiest fucking place ever. Like out of all the countries that he's been in, he said India was the worst.
That tracks.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch about India, go look up on YouTube called Bald and Bankrupt. And he's kind of a street shooter. And he'll tell you about, oh, look, more feces with the filthy fucking Indians. He's got some really good video.
There was this guy on X that his name was Barry Stanton or some shit like that. And he was like a young dude, but he had like this old guy's picture for his PTR. And he would just bitch about like he would troll like cheats all the time. And unfortunately his account got nuked, but he was
spot on. That's one thing. And the second thing is
Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. I just want to say that, Jules.
I don't think so, but that's
I'm just talking about. Listen, Marshall. Marshall. He's a former tax guy, so like he's a tax nerd. I say that respectfully. I don't know nothing about taxes. He does. So if he says he's pissed off over taxes, there's something there.
No, yeah, okay. Well, I'm trying to think of something else. Everything he's done, even if I'm happy with it, there are parts that I'm not happy.
Team that we upscaled to like today, and he like has this lecture and he tries to factor in AI into the situation, and it's really interesting to see how that all works out. You can see that there's kind of an inevitability that is in his head. He's like, yes, there's an inevitability to this, but there's also an element of surprise in that the expansion was actually a lot faster than you could have like projected in the past using the same logic, right? Things are happening a lot quicker than they once were. It's not the same.
This like, it's like breaking exponential, like, Moore's law kind of stuff. It's like what happened in a year, 10 years ago is happening in like a week now. And yeah, there's a lot of catch up, and then there's like also a lot of just new novelty that like people have to learn how to cope with almost. Like, I don't know, it's like you see people like freak out a little bit on like the fun stuff. Like, I mean, like there's always an opportunity that you could like, 10x your wealth, your, life savings, or 100x it, and, be able to.
There's like the universe of that is like a lot bigger, like the black stack, and this is a lot bigger there because it's the marketing. It's basically like the argument of sell your soul to the devil, really, because it's the argument say you can 100x or 1000x your wealth, even though you don't have wealth, which is why trying to 100x your 1000x your situation, right? That's where that's coming from, because you want to be wealth. But then what happens is you get completely cooked, and like even things such as like Solana is a perfect example of an extension to the black stack, I think, because if you look at that, it really is just a horrible piece of shit of a technology. It's not even a thing that one could call blockchain because it doesn't solve a problem. It is a problem, right? This is how like Donald Trump had his whole thing. I get to say ironically that Donald Trump, that like the sitting president of the United States, has wrecked me because we lost everything. It's like we decided to like burn some things because like got this fucking shit coin, and it's ironic because I remember like in 2023 I told everybody that Solana is like a useless piece of shit, and to run a node effectively requires a supercomputer. And then I asked people, hey, what do you think happens when the supercomputer has to actually start supercomputing, right? Because it's already doing that, and you just for average levels of activity, you now have to like do this thing hyper complex. What happens when the complexity upscales? What happens then? Well, what happens is that your shit begins to clog. That's what happened with the exchange, right? They had their node, and then it had to supercompute for the first time, and it completely cooked everything. And it's ironic because I said that shit back in 2023, like early 2023, and then I fell victim to my own ignorance because I should have just like realized, hey, this was never going to end up as one battle. Right. And I got a funny story out of it.
Of course.
So, okay.
I know a bunch of people in one of the group chats about Ripple, and it's a very similar thing where it's like it doesn't do anything. It's not meant to do anything. It's like designed to be fast remittance payments between cross-border payments. Like it's like its entire value prop is like so dated in like the weird 2013 people.
These Ripple people are always the most delusional people I've ever met. I guess $100 million, if it gets to the price of Bitcoin, if it gets to $100,000, I'll become rich. And then if it gets to $100,000, that's going to be bigger than the entire economy of the planet.
Right. Yeah, because there's 100 billion coins, and it's like, they pre-mine all of them, and, it's like, and it's in, the thing is that the game that gets played, it's like, I was trying to
like, I don't know, I was trying to talk to some people about, like, why even, like, their childhood friends or, like, their kids from their hometown who, like, are buying Ripple aren't going to get rich even if it does go up like that, is because they won't know when to sell. Like, there's a game that gets played that's psychological, that's, like, beyond most people's ability to actually, like, see it as a game and play it, where, like, you know, you have devs who have hundreds of millions or billions of these coins, and they've been sitting on them since 2012, and they're going to sell them the second it turns into, you know, generational wealth for them, which means that you don't get the same chances. Like, you're going to get a taste of it, and then you're going to get rocked, basically, because everything's centralized. There's not even, like, a proof of work or stake algorithm or, like, you know, network or anything like that. It's a proof of consensus network or something like that that is completely run and trusted. Nodes are all, like, run by the foundation or the, you know, Ripple Labs or whatever. It's fine. It's probably still going to make a lot of people a lot of money, which is great. But that's the sort of game right now, is that, like, it doesn't have to be real. It just has to be, like, real enough to believe in. And then, yeah, like, Solana is real because people believe in it, but it's never going to do what it's going to set out to do. It can't supercompute. Just like Ripple won't, you know, isn't a trusted way to send money across borders, probably. But yeah, I don't know. These narratives are I feel like are all part of the stack as well. It's like it's just another layer on it, on top of everything. That, like, just our way of making sense of the sort of, yeah, the chaos and weird game theory and algorithms and everything else that's just sort of, like, writhing around.